Okay, hey, what's up, everyone? I am live now. I'm still understanding this StreamYard business. Okay, I do have the call online. Um, let's see here. Getting didinks. Let's see here. I'll post it. Sorry, I'm hearing. Give me one sec. I posted it in the thingy. Oh, we got Riggs up on it too. Let's go. Riggs, you're a moderator, so help me out, bro. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna drop a little intro video here. Oh no. Oh no, what's going on? Yo, run that back. All right. Is this coming through? We got Davy Jones on. Let's see. Is this the real Davy Jones, though? You got to verify yourself, sir. I don't want no people out here thinking they are something when they're not. Gotta verify. Okay, I'll add you stage, bro. All right. What up, bro?
What's up?
Oh, we got some more of the backstage. Let's see here. Riggs, what up?
This is not the real Davy Jones.
Bird, what's good?
Yo, what is good?
What's up?
Hey, yo, it's getting lit in here. Let's go. Let's see here. I hear some rain.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is it raining somewhere? It sounds like rain on a tin roof.
Let me mute myself. Tell me if it's me.
Let's see here. Hold on, what's popping off? Add me Rogue, World Nice. Yo, what's up? Yeah, you're up here. Yo, Rough Word Inc. What up?
Hello. Was it me? Wait,
was it me then?
Hey. No, I mean, it sounds fine. It's not a bad thing.
Oh, okay. I just didn't know if I had background noise playing. I don't think there's anything.
It just sounds like rain.
Just in case.
Okay, let's see here. I got a couple things to post here. Welcome, everyone. Yeah, we were just in the Discord, so I thought, hey, we're trying to get a little more interaction with some folks out there, and maybe you can get involved with some other stuff. I thought I'd just go live and see what else is going on out there, if there is anything going on out there. I'm going to update my album art here. As earlier I was chatting with a fella. Let's see here. Jack the Ripper's victims in here. I can start off with this real quick. Showing how some people used to live back in the day before we had all these nice luxuries.
Yeah, is that just your screen, John?
Yeah, is it coming through?
I can only see it in your screen. I'm assuming on the YouTube's it'll be bigger or something.
Oh, here. Hold on.
Yeah, make it full screen.
There we go. Sorry, I have not resolved the audio coming through here, but we'll just look at some of the photos.
Is it because OBS or StreamYard?
OBS, I assume.
Okay. I was having some issues with OBS if you're using a browser.
Yeah, I've trying
It
to
is
look
really
at
weird.
what's going on.
This is really weird getting the plumbing right.
Yeah,
Took me like 30 minutes to get it right.
yeah. Let's see here. Man, I
You
gotta have the audio
definitely-
coming through here, but one room with 600 beds. I mean,
One room.
wow, a
Nice.
double bed. That is brutal. Hold on. There's a
Yeah.
photo at 220 and 420 to look at.
Yeah, it's literally
Oh,
a
okay. Here,
box.
here. We can talk about this. Yeah. Rough Word Inc., you were talking about this, and I was like, what are you talking about? Yeah, and people literally didn't have a home, or like they didn't have hotels set up or infrastructure or anything, to where they just slept in boxes, pretty much like coffins.
Yeah, the poverty level, this is, Victorian England, and the poverty level was so bad that it was, if you couldn't sleep, if you couldn't get a roof over your head, there would be some sort of arrangement that people would do where, a box with a cloth in it would do, and stuff like that, So people think today we have it rough. Like, you really have to go pre-war history to realize things were really, really bad. Even if you look at the Great Depression in the United States, people living in camps, and those camps having their own mayors and stuff. Like, yeah, 420, like that's the rope one. Like, you still have to pay, by the way, to sleep like that.
That's the
You know?
funniest thing. Yeah, the fella just said, he's like, you got to pay 4 pence for a bed, or you could, was it 2 penny to hang, or simply, hang your head on a piece of rope.
Yeah.
Bro, this is crazy. I mean, come on. People are so desperate just to get a wink of sleep that you're gonna pay to put your head around a rope? That's how bad this used to be?
Yeah, in some places, yeah. This is what led up to like the horrific crimes of Jack the Ripper, because he exploited that. Like, the women he exploited literally did. If you look at their lives, they were actually married women who ended up, you know,
Right.
going through
The Catholic.
alcoholism and then giving themselves up to the streets because, well, they needed to sleep. And you'd forget that these women had kids, most of them. Most of them had 4 or 5 kids, and those kids would end up in workhouses or God knows where. Look at the kid at the bottom left.
Yeah, just trying to survive. No, yeah, it's crazy what young boys got introduced to during these times that were very hard. Like, they got roughed up real quick. You see how the streets works, you see how life works real quick.
Yeah.
They became young men.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
look at that, the women having to sleep on benches and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, this is crazy. You just didn't even have a place to sleep.
Yeah. Well, I think in one thing as well, obviously, this is sort of fair use. We're just going through discussing, what happened, as it were, right? But if you look at the situation Britain was in at the time, it was the British Empire. You've got a bunch of bloodthirsty soldiers coming home to no jobs, and a country that basically said, yeah, thanks for serving us in Egypt, now piss off, right? And you've got all these broken women sleeping on benches and stuff, and what happens to these dudes? They're mentally gone from the war. They come home, and this is what they come home to. And now, even during the 100 Years' War, we had similar stuff going on where the king would take over, hire a bunch of men, go wherever, fight a war. Then eventually the king wouldn't be able to afford to pay the wages for all these soldiers, but they've got to come home, right? They come home, and these are basically guys who are just bloodthirsty soldiers, right? I don't mean bloodthirsty as in they just want to kill everything, but they've seen so much bloodshed that they're literally, you know, they come home to a messed up place. You know, the country's going through a plague and everything else, and the crime rate was astronomical, especially in London, especially in the city areas and stuff like that. You know, if you see the picture of that battlefield, it's kind of like glorified a king, you know, the King Edward III winning, etc. But
Yeah.
there's another battle in English history called the Battle of Towton, which is known as the bloodiest battle in British history. Like, I think on a percentage level, I think, was it 30,000 men or 60,000 men entered the field at Towton? Half of them survived.
What
Like,
do you
half of
think's
them
going on
died.
down here? There's like kind of an interesting little
I think this is, I forget
theater
which
going on
painting this
here, but
is,
it's
but
like
this,
someone's.
well, the flag, can you see the cape under the guy?
Yeah.
That's the French flag, and I think they've downed one of the princes, the French princes. And then on the right, you see the English coat of arms with the French fleur-de-lis, and that was quite
Yeah.
controversial at the time. That's the King of England on the right, with the French flag in the English flag, with the English King Edward III saying, "I am the King of France," also. Hence why his war was basically, I'm going to win and become King of France. So the history is long, but essentially
Yeah, I
that's sort
would
of.
love to know the story
I
behind,
think
because this
this
is
is
pretty epic
Cressy.
stuff right
This could
here.
be in the Battle of Cressy. I'm not sure.
Um,
Might have to go back and check where the painting. If you scroll down a little, okay.
18th
Century.
century.
Oh, and crossing
Edward
the Somme
III of
River.
England during the 100-Year War. Yeah, I don't know anything about the history, but that painting's super sick. Before photography, where we had to
Rely on photographic memory basically to paint shit.
Yeah, it's more of well, they had recountings from most military would have interrogation right after a battle. So records are pretty accurate for as far as like European and warfare. I think there would be good record for what happened right after, if whoever is still alive.
Well, there was a chronicler during the crusading era, or just after it. He did a whole, like a manuscript sort of count by count of the Crusades. I think he's called William of Tyre, and in his sort of book, as it were, he's got like pictures that he's made of the Crusaders winning battles and fighting sieges and stuff. So
Damn, King Edward III, let's go.
yeah. It's funny
That's
how
so
people look through history and they see a warrior king who won wars. They kind of forget that in other parts of kingship, the guy might have been terrible.
Oh, of course. It's who can provide the best argument and who has the most gunpowder. I mean,
Yeah.
that's
Who's got the best strategy?
Yeah, right. I mean, people
I
that
mean, it's thousands of years where they're just lining up one on each side like a sports game.
Well, this is back in the day, right? Like when even the king was expected to fight in the thick of it. Like, oh great, you've got like a bruised knee, boo-hoo, like get on your friggin' horse, put your crown on and go fight in the thick of it. Like there were a lot of kings known for doing that. Richard the Lionheart was known as one. I think Richard III was one, Edward IV, even Edward I does for some parts of his reign and stuff like that. There were loads, at least in English history. I know in European history, there's probably plenty of kings that fought like that because you were just expected to. I mean, Edward III, there's a story about John of Bohemia. Like John of Bohemia was an old king who was at this point blind as well. and he was hearing how the King of England was winning the war or the battle or something, and he asked his knights to help him ride in and help, basically win. So John of Bohemia, apparently the story goes that his knights sort of surrounded themselves with him, sort of held him kind of straight on his horse. They went in, and obviously John of Bohemia got cut down pretty bad.
Yeah, I must imagine he's blind.
Yeah.
Holy shit. That's an interesting story. Known as John the Blind, Count of Luxembourg. Eldest son of the Roman Emperor Henry VII. Interesting.
Well, it was the Holy Roman Empire, so that would be like Germany and stuff like that.
Was he blind from birth?
I think he went blind during the course of his life.
Dang, there's so many
Like
crazy.
he could. I think the story goes he could sort of see, or he couldn't. I'm not entirely sure.
Well, and not in battle. He's probably getting toasted.
Yeah, well, I mean, the story goes that the English cut the guy down pretty bad.
Yeah. So, we got some other sick German army, old Imperial German army flags. Check that out. Sick. Wow, it got really refined in the early 1900s. Used to be. What's this? We got there's Mexico. We know that one. Interesting. That's cool. Let's see here. I'm gonna
If you want to see some of the Crusading era stuff, if you type in William of Tyre.
Yeah. Let's see here.
Tyre, TYR, and then if you type in right next to it, Battle of Antioch.
Oh, we got some good artwork.
Yeah, he wrote
Looks
a
like
manuscript
there's
of the
one
Crusades.
one.
Yeah, that one there. That's the one.
There's a lot of repeated images of this. Oh,
Yeah.
we got the Muslims shooting down on him? Oh, wait, what is it?
Yeah, this is Antioch.
Interesting. The Siege of Antioch. Located in modern time. That's crazy. That little piece of artwork has really become apparently a popular. Oh, it's out of a manuscript? Wait, was this different?
Yeah. It's out of a manuscript. Like that's the most
This
famous
stuff
one
looks
of
so
the famous
cool.
ones.
Look how cool that looks. It's a freaking comic book.
Can you see? You know the guy on the left with his like weird bishop's mitre. That's a bishop. Like that's a priest.
So
like the guy on the left is a priest. Then you've got a bunch of knights.
Yeah.
And you can see he's carrying like a stick because he's not allowed to be cutting people down.
Right. Very interesting. Very interesting. Oh man. I go through all this war artwork. I really like it. It's really fun to look. It's kind of like Where's Waldo? Like who's getting killed? Who's the general? Like why are they wearing that? Oh, they're using swords. Like look at this guy on the left. He's got like his battle gown is like a face on this left side. Very interesting. Yeah, Deuce Le Volt, the Siege of Antioch. Let's go. Oh, we got a good article finally. Okay. Well, we're on warfarehistorynetwork.com. That's why. Riderless horse. Boy, you get into all sorts of folklore in here. Not folklore, but maybe battle lore. I won't put it that way. Man, that's sick. Oh my gosh. Blow this one up. I'm going to put that on the thing for a second. I got to take a break here for real quick. I'm going to put that on the thing. Super dope. I'll be right back. Be right back. Okay. That was pretty loud. Sorry about that.
I've heard that track. You sent that to Strange Ways, right? Pretty sure I
No,
heard
I
that
made it
too.
recently.
No, I know. You sent it to Strange Ways, though, I swear. That was the one that I
Oh,
looped
yeah, it's
5
probably
times without realizing it.
Yeah, probably.
I
Yeah.
like that. I like that beat.
Yeah, this one's pretty fire. Yeah.
No, I wanna. You got a track ready for Ordeals 4?
Yeah, bro. We talked about this the other night. You know, I got
Okay.
tracks for days.
Yeah, you said you got quite a few. Just waiting for everyone else. I passed my license insurance exam
Oh, nice.
on Friday, so I'll have more time for that. And I'm gonna send
Yeah,
in mine
whatever.
hopefully by the end of this next week. The one I was working on like a couple months ago.
Yeah. No, whatever. But that would be sick to get another ordeals going. That shit was fire when we had it going.
What happened to Render Radio? What's been going on with
We
that?
got it like going. I don't know. Non-existent from. I think we just gotta have more people do sets and shit.
Yeah, it's hard to do that.
Yep. Well, I'm gonna turn this air off. Oh my god.
I remember my set from when I was visiting back in August, I think it was. Who we got in here?
Got Rough Word Inc., Davy Jones. Riggs has. I haven't heard from Davy Jones. No, sorry, from Riggs.
Hey,
Yeah,
where's Davy Jones at? I haven't heard anything from
I
him
know
in a
you've been.
while.
I know we've been chatting, but
In a
I just been
while.
listening to
Okay.
all the history shit or stuff. Sorry, the history
there
stuff.
you go. What up, Jake Husden? Let's go. Like and shared, dog. Let's go. Yeah, we're just going through all that. Dude, what up, Riggs? How you been?
Oh, good. Sunday chilling. Not really doing much. Went and smashed some tacos at a taco truck earlier. They were fire.
As expected,
Yeah.
as they should be. No, I was hanging out with some
Yes.
Brazilian chicks earlier.
What?
What's the word on that?
Yeah, give us what's going on.
I
You don't
guess
just say that and then no one responds.
No, that was it. I was just hanging out with some Brazilian chicks all day.
All day long?
Yeah.
Nice. How'd that go?
I was not expecting to be out all day, but I was gone all day.
Nice.
That was it. Nothing more to tell.
Is that it?
Were they from there or they're just traveling through or what?
That's all you're gonna tell us from the whole story?
All right, fine. Since you're begging, I suppose I'll fill you in.
This guy.
I mean, come on.
So my roommate went out to some bar last night with a couple buddies, and she saw a girl he matched with on a dating app. And said she looked, so we went over and talked to her, and then they got to talking. She said they were going to play, her and her friends were going to play some volleyball today. So they invited him, they exchanged contact info. They asked him what time he'd want to play. He said 10 a.m. at first, and then it's like, no, bro, that's too early. So then we agreed for 2. Got there around 2:30. And there's, I think, 5 girls there, and then Ty. And we
get
just
him, Ty.
Wow,
we
Ty.
just started playing volleyball with them and shooting the shit. And then we taught him how to play spike ball. Ty,
That's a hot new game.
yeah, my roommate wanted to play hot potato, but I don't think he knows how to play because we were basically just playing catch with the volleyball. They had more Brazilian girls come, and
Damn.
one of them was by far one of the finest specimen of the human female that I've ever seen.
Yes.
Wow.
And they hug people when they greet them, a little hug and a kiss on the cheek. So
Dang, David getting cultured.
You got some
Yeah,
action,
so-
fam? Let's go.
so I'll have to start telling people I'm Brazilian. So it's no, it's just what we do in Brazil. It's,
Yeah, don't trip.
Don't be. You need to be welcome to culture. You need to get out of the house more.
Yes.
Get out of the house more. Go to a different
I
country.
like
But
that.
apparently they're all au pairs. So
What's that mean?
they're nannies for host
Oh.
families, and then
Oh,
they're
for
also
wealthy
going
white
to
families?
school. Essentially, yeah.
That's the new path. You have the nanny, immigrant, or first generation children of immigrant, maybe illegal nanny, and then they get college educated at the same time to go into, the great
that's a
displacement,
game.
bro.
Oh yeah.
It's a great displacement.
I think
It's happening, and they're going to
a
breed with a
couple of
lot of
them-
whites too.
Oh, guaranteed. I'm already down. That's part of Operation
Yeah,
Seed
exactly.
Drop.
That's Ooh,
Operation Seed Drop.
damn.
But so the
Operation Kid's gonna go nowhere drop.
the best looking one, she's only been here for 3 days, and I think the program is supposed to be a year or 2. So good. And
They're
then
just gonna wife her up.
well, I mean,
Shoot the
she's
shot, son.
I think so. She said she doesn't drink and doesn't smoke.
Oh,
Or
perfect.
Seems right up
they
your
call
alley.
they call it puffing.
Oh,
And they think certain pharmaceuticals you smell. There's the smelling ones and the puffing ones.
Sniffing and puffing. Yep.
But
sounds about right.
no, it was a really good time. We just were at the
Sight.
park for a while. They kept asking a bunch of questions. It seemed like one of the girls was the best, most fluent in English, so they would all look to her if they didn't understand what we were saying,
Get a
or they
little
wanted to
translation.
ask us something. And then they also taught us Portuguese.
Nice.
And I started speaking to them in Spanish, and I was like, oh wait, no, it's Brazil, it's Portuguese. And they corrected me and said they kind of understood what I was saying.
I was gonna say, should get a little bit.
Yeah.
That's always good.
I played a song that Mr. C showed me a month ago, I think.
Oh, which one?
It was Party Boy 69, and it was Freaky All Night.
Oh yeah. Oh,
And that
yeah.
they said that sounds like a
Oh.
song. That sounds like a song you sniff drugs to. And I was like, what?
Sounds about right.
Whenever
I
hear
guess
Maybe
that,
not
I'm gonna
too far
sniff
off
drugs.
the truth. Maybe not too
Yeah.
far off the truth.
Yeah. But then they played some of their music, and I added it to my playlist. And one of the songs, apparently, I asked if they play it for any Brazilian music, like the one song they played for the kids that they nanny, and they're like, no, it's not appropriate for kids. And then
Oh, wow.
one of the words was Kama Sutra, and they said that's a sex position or something like that, and the other one was puta, and I was like, oh, puta, I know what that means. And they were very surprised that I knew what puta meant. Their eyes lit up, and they're like, oh, you know what that means? I was like,
Wow,
oh
you got
yeah,
some real fresh over the
of
borders,
course.
huh?
Yeah, I'm hoping to
Wow.
hang out with them again sometime. Like it was,
Yeah, I bet you are.
even if I have to friend zone all of them, you know,
Beat them off with
I think,
sticks.
yeah, I think they're just cool to hang out with. I was delightfully surprised. Like it was
Yeah.
not what I
Be
was
careful.
expecting.
Did you get charmed?
Well,
You don't think
was
that?
that-
You think they're just acting candidly with you?
I mean, there's got to be some cap.
Like acting like you didn't know what puta meant? I mean, come on.
I mean,
It makes
I don't
women
know.
attractive because they know what really makes men attracted to them is purity and conservatism.
Yeah, they said they don't.
I'm not saying that they don't know,
smoke.
but you know, yeah, bro. Don't get me started with. I mean, yeah, yeah.
They
Well,
said it's
game.
very illegal in Brazil to smoke,
Yeah,
so
no
they
shit.
don't. But it's legal here,
Mhm.
and I'm like, stop the cap. Do you smoke?
I mean, yeah, it's just
Weed
like
or cigarettes or both.
read what they
Um,
do, not what they say.
Weed. But no, they
Hang
were
out
all
with them
really
enough,
cool.
you'll tell.
Oh,
No, I'm
I'm
sure. Yeah, I'm sure they're
guaranteed.
cool. It's just got to be careful of a woman's nature, like especially because I swear they know that Western men are craving a certain conservatism. So if women, you know, are operating on
They'll play the
survival.
part. They'll play it to save face, obviously.
Yeah,
Which,
well, a lot
who
of
knows?
conservative women will do that. Be like, oh my gosh, you said that. Oh my gosh.
Isn't that a pick me? Isn't that what is the definition of a pick me, girl?
I mean, it depends. But
That's
yeah,
just that's what I think
I-
of when I hear pick me girl. But
sure.
no, I would definitely breed with one or all of them.
Nice.
But the
Good
really
luck.
hot one seemed pretty interested. I was sitting right next to her, and we were talking back and forth. And maybe I don't know. Maybe it's just part of their culture to be really friendly. I don't know. It's hard to tell.
It's hard to tell. Yeah.
You know, with the hugging and kissing for greeting and saying goodbye, that's what, you know, they could just be real friendly. But then a couple of them, so a lot of them left once we left the park because it was a 1 or 2 minute walk to the lake, and I was trying to get us to all go to the lake.
Nice. Yeah.
Super hot girl was saying that she doesn't want to go jump in the lake because she's afraid of snakes, crocodiles, and fish.
Word. And that's where Davey came in.
Yeah.
Don't worry, babe.
Yes.
Don't worry, babe. I got you.
I might have said it.
Yeah.
I'm hoping to hang out with them
I
again.
mean, they got to be playing into that. Come on. It's too easy to play into.
They might, I don't know, they might, you know, how we've heard stories about the passport bros go there for that, and
Just give
you know,
it 6 months in a personal
they might have heard
relationship with women,
stories.
and then the nature of
Yeah.
the woman's going to come out, and you're going to be like, oh, wow, there's no difference. That's from my personal experience. I mean, yeah, I've been charmed about
Yeah.
conservatism and trad, you know, wife and all that shit. And it's, I mean, survival, I get it. It's no like wrongdoing, but
Yeah, I saw through some of the stuff they were saying, so like it's not.
yeah,
I think I'm well versed enough to, you know, there might be somewhat of a charm, but I think I would pull out of it fairly easily, especially with the round table here. You know.
yeah.
Got
I just don't think a woman's nature changes based on where she lives or like the culture or, you know, the demographic.
There's still like the deep down, you know, 8 walls, obviously. Might be a slightly different flavor, but
sure.
It's
Oh,
still
yeah, I
ice
get that.
cream. It's still
Yeah.
ice cream.
Yeah, right.
Sounds about right. Sounds about right. But
Yeah.
like things, you just and you know what I mean? You just moved in a new place, meeting new people. Shit. I don't
Yeah,
even
that's
worry
dope as
about
fuck.
that. I
Yeah,
just
they
running with the
actually
flow.
Yeah, just have
they've had
fun.
more friends. They had once all the Brazilian girls showed up, they had some American friends from Madison. So once all the Brazilian girls left, we went down to the lake with the American ones and then two of the Brazilian girls. And then once they left, we all drove back to the one American girl's apartment, which she's right up the street from us. Like she's 2 blocks away from us, so that's pretty cool. And we just hung out with them for the last 3 hours. We went to go to get some stuff to eat, exchange contact info with all of them. Then they came back here to hang out for a little bit. So that was right around 8 now. I guess we've been in here for about 20 or 30 minutes. But made some new connections, and no offense to certain demographics, but going to that college age ministry, it takes a toll on me.
The college age ministry? What'd you say?
Yeah.
Are you? How's that going over there? Are you still?
That was
still
it
solid,
was
or-
good. Now that I've passed my test, I think it'll be better. I think just it might have just been just moving and then studying for my test for the past month. I don't know. It was getting all the worship and praying and sermons was getting to be a little too
Oh,
much for me.
you're involved in a church there?
Yeah, I like
Oh,
it.
well,
It's
how's
just-
that going?
It-
I don't. Sorry, I'm new to this. I haven't heard
no,
much.
it's all good. It's
Share what
there's
you want.
basically a youth group for college people on
Nice.
Tuesdays. So I've been going to that. It
Nice.
was like I said, it was getting a little bit too much with all the
Mhm.
you know all the routines there but I think now that I'm not studying constantly, I'll be more open to that. So we'll see how that goes. We'll see.
What do you mean by too much? Is it them or is it?
I don't know if it's just Mr. C and I have talked about it, how it's kind of a little too like the structure of the modern day church is
Mhm.
a little, praying out loud.
Sure,
It's I think that's kind of weird. I never close my eyes or bow my head for that. I think it's weird.
Yeah.
The worship, I mean, no offense to the worship songs, but they kind of suck. Pretty boring.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've heard some, I've listened to Christian rock bands and indie bands and whatnot. There's some really good Christian influenced or I don't know the word to say, but there's some good songs out there. It just seems like all the ones they like to sing at the modern church are too basic for me.
Yeah, it's like a Hillsong. You know
It's
about
always the
Hillsong?
same chords. Yeah, Hillsong United and what's the other one? Oh, what is it? Something worship.
Yeah, I think there's just something that's not right in this stuff. It's like I can't explain exactly what it is, but
I remember
I can't put
went
my
to
finger on it. It's just don't seem right.
I went to a Bible camp about a decade ago, and one of the older guys there said that the worship team was their songs they were choosing were of the devil, and they got real butthurt by that. But now maybe that's what it is. Maybe he was right. Maybe he was onto something. I don't know. They need to switch it up. Maybe I need to join the worship team and play some bangers. Maybe I need to make my own worship EDM songs
Yeah, maybe.
on Ableton. But I was just talking to Christian last night about it, so
I personally don't understand the whole song and dance thing. Like when I go there, I want verses from the book and not just
Right.
some random singing.
Right.
The first thing I do when I go to service is I pick up like the leaflet they have every time, and I see what verse, what chapter, or what book and verse and chapter we're going to be going through, and I read it. Like I'm there 20 minutes before, sat there reading it, even before somebody gets up and starts the service. So to me, I always find too much singing and stuff like strange because personally, I don't do the singing. I get
Yeah.
singing hymns and stuff, but not like full on rock band, get your guitar out and stuff. Like, I was like, what's the point? I'm not here for fun.
Yeah, I
I'm here
cannot.
to, yeah.
Well, I talked a little bit this about when I went to Easter, and I look around and people are just freaking out. Like, and it's not grounded. They're just losing themselves.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, for example, the whole service like that, and I'm just like, okay, it's a concert, right?
Right.
But I'm here for the like proper stuff, the real deal. And
Yeah.
unfortunately,
Praise and
I think,
worship.
well, I think, you know what I think? I think there's a lot of preachers or churches who legit think that this is how they're going to get members, but what they don't realize is that their church has a massive turnover rate. Like
Sure.
people come to the rock concert a couple of times and then never come back.
Right.
Right? Like in the real places where the real preaching happens, people come regularly and they're members for years for a reason, until they move town or something. So I think they need to change their model a little.
Every time I'm there, I just think about what sermon I would say.
Well, yeah, which one?
Nice.
So my roommate will like throughout the week he'll ask me what I
Nice.
thought about this sermon, and I'm like, bro, I was not listening. I was just thinking about my own sermon.
Well, what would be the Davy Jones sermon?
Yeah, man. Are you going live on Sunday next week?
I don't think most of it would be
Oh.
allowed nowadays.
What do you mean? Well, it's allowed on my pod here, so let it rip.
Yeah,
I was just gonna
lightly
like,
humorous.
would how many times could I say nigga or faggot?
Oh, well, those were words I was hoping not to explicitly say, but
You said you could say
yeah,
it.
but we all know the rules on this platform. I mean, we'll see what
Hi,
happens.
Davey. Can you please keep it civilized, pal?
We'll see what happens, but I mean, I have a low viewership, so I don't think
She's
it'll be a
got to
big deal.
take this stream down now.
But come on, man! Everyone knows you can't drop those.
Even I'm not dropping
gems.
those. Come on, pal.
Oh,
If
I thought
can
I heard.
resist.
I thought I heard someone say it on Sarah the Raging Tomato stream
Oh
sometimes.
no,
So
you can't drop those gems on here. You'll get toasted. But
Was that
well,
you?
we'll see what
Davey?
happens.
I
Viewership
don't
is
know. It
dropping.
was some other
bro.
guy named
it.
Davy Jones.
Some other guy with the do-rag.
Yeah, it was that guy.
Some other white guy with the do-rag.
Here, I'm gonna switch over to my laptop.
Oh, we got double. We got double. We got double.
What's
Oh my gosh. Well, I did want to pull up my Twitter save.
Hello.
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
What up? Yes, sir.
Okay.
Let's see here. All my bookmarks. I got some dank bookmarks. Oh, this is a good one. You guys seen this? Let's see here. This was a good one. We won't give the backstory on everything, but oh my gosh. All right, here he goes. She's saying, oh, what does that say? It's like, oh, I want to marry you. I want to love you. You're my cherished doll. Man, I got to get my audio piped in here. I don't know why I can't figure that out. Pulls out the wedding ring. She's
It's gonna
laughing,
go bad.
bro. So yeah, that's on a loop. Long story short is that's from 2019. The guy swimming at an underwater hotel in Tanzania, proposing to his girlfriend. He didn't make it on the way up.
Bro.
Yeah.
Drowned?
Yeah, he drowned. He stayed down there too long. He was down there a long time. It was like 30
Didn't
seconds.
have enough to make it to the top.
And I think the hotel was probably at least 50 feet down because those hotels are not like just, they don't just put them like 10 feet underwater. I think he actually had to swim down there. But yeah, that's a verified shit. I was like, oh my God.
And I just died of cringe hearing about the story.
Yeah, but he fucking died, bro, proposing. It's like, what kind of day and age do we live in now where fucking guy dies proposing to his woman? Like, god damn.
That's kind of brutal. I knew something. I was like, is he going to drop the ring? Ha, ha, ha. But, man, the dude just took an L getting to the top.
Was that the actual video?
Yeah, allegedly. It's been going around. Apparently it's verified that it's on record that he died. Yeah, it was in Tanzania at an underwater hotel.
That's
I
horrible,
mean,
man.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like how I think CT Settlements was talking about, he clarified on when a man goes on one bended knee to propose to his wife. That has been totally lost in culture, and it used to be a bended knee towards the king. Like you're paying your allegiance to the king and the monarchy and creating a family. It was never a bended knee towards the woman. Which, I mean, that makes reasonable sense to me. I think it's kind of strange for a man to submit in that kind of manner to a woman. It's just culturally ingrained, so women expect it now. If you don't do it, then it's weird because other women will think, oh, it's just feminized culture, bro. Feminized culture.
It's sad. It's sad. I mean, honestly, with that guy, to be fair, like he's in Tanzania. They've got like safari parks and stuff. He could have taken it to a really nice hotel behind a freaking glass, door with lions and giraffes outside, and he could have proposed right on sunset, and she'd remember that for the rest of her life. He didn't have to do that.
Yeah. The crazy thing is,
so easy.
Yeah.
You could have just done it in the bathtub at home.
True.
It could have been here. We got to pull up some photos of this guy because we got some. Bro, it gets worse. It gets worse. Oh God, it gets worse. Oh,
He could have just given her like a swirly and then proposed.
yeah. Here's our bloke in question.
Bloke.
Here he is. He American man dies under. So he burnt the coal underwater for a woman.
This guy, savage.
Like, damn. How do you do that? How do you burn coal underwater?
Well, the man defied all science, pal.
There we go. Oh my God. Hold on. Shit.
Did she say yes or?
Well, I don't think she
come
had
on.
the chance.
She was laughing while he was dying.
Wait, what? Really?
Did you not watch the video?
I saw some of it. That was when I was switching over to my laptop.
Oh, word.
She was laughing, but that was before.
Yeah, she was. Yeah.
So she probably said yes and was excited, only to find out.
Here he is. Here's the guy. Here's the guy that swam down to his girlfriend's underwater hotel to give her a message and propose to her, and he ran out of oxygen on the way up and died. He would be wearing that hat. He'd totally be wearing that hat. Man, that's crazy.
Dying of cringe right now.
Whew. It's brutal. It's a brutal little story there. It's a brutal little story, but
Grim world out there.
you know, I thought that was an interesting little story.
It's just sad. Sad.
Man, did anyone catch Torsha and Master Yoda's little pod tonight?
That's what her name is. Okay.
I thought it was
Seattle
great.
Settlements and I were trying to think of what her name was.
Oh, do
Tori,
they have
yeah,
one?
Torsha. Oh yeah, it was great. And Master Yoda, I was talking to Rough Word Inc. about it earlier, and I was saying that this proves that Master Yoda is not blackpilled because he held a conversation with Torsha for like 2 hours. Like,
I think he has shit social or bad social abilities, but I think maybe he's just telling the truth. Maybe he's uglier than the mud fence, brother. I don't know.
like, I don't know. I'm not buying it because talking about tonight, it doesn't seem to add up.
Stop the
But-
cap.
It was a good show. I thought it was a really good show. I saw that she had a Ganstar also earlier this week on.
Dang.
I was like, she's plucking all the good personalities, even if they're retarded.
What was he saying? He hates Sarah, I thought.
He was on Porsche, right?
At least that's what he kept
Yeah.
saying.
No,
one
Ganstar
time.
was on Porsche.
Oh, he was on. Oh, okay. I see.
His haircut was busting for real, no cap.
Was it?
I just seen the thumbnail and I'm like, what is up with 20-year-old men? And your barbers should be fired.
Maybe.
You know what I'm talking about? Like how they have all those weird haircuts, like where it's like, I don't know. It's
like a broccoli cut. Talking about broccoli cut.
Whatever it was, I was like, if someone gave that to me and I paid for it,
Bro.
I'd be fighting someone right after.
Tell him
Are you talking about the perm? You're talking about a perm? Like a broccoli cut?
I don't know.
No, a
Whatever
lot
it
of
is,
young
if
guys are doing this, bro. A lot of young
I had
guys
a
are doing
son
this.
that did
the
that.
broccoli cut. Yeah.
Tonight with it because I'd be in there with the that haircut's busting.
Bro.
Oh my god, that was the exact haircut.
Is this what I'm talking about?
Bro, that was
No way. No way. He
literally-
actually had that. He cammed
Bro,
up though, or that was his profile.
It was the
pic?
top
Bro.
one, fam. The
It's
second
No,
one,
it's all the same. It's all the same. It's a broccoli cut.
bro,
it's
but his was like round in the front, and then it like looked like it went square, bro. Like it wasn't like a full like head of broccoli. I don't know. I literally spent
Just a half head of broccoli.
pretty bad that I'm 36, but I
That's good. That's good.
at the
You know why these guys are going
laughing.
to these guys, they're going to barbers who aren't called Hank. You know, they're going to some other fancy show because just looking at those haircuts makes me glad that I'm bald.
Dude, you trying to tell me that haircut ain't a solid, fam?
No,
Well,
it's terrible.
That shit is
well, the funny
haircut
thing
like that,
is,
fire.
the funny thing is that it requires a perm. So a lot of young men are like, these are, at first I thought it was mixed race people, which I think it mostly is, like Hispanic, black, white, kind of all converging. You just get this kind of fucking bunch of hair up top. But a lot of guys are getting perms. I talked to the girl that cuts my hair. I was like, do you guys ever come in looking for the broccoli cut? She's like, yeah, I did a perm like 2 hours before you came.
You won't get
like-
one, fam.
I was like, what?
You better get the broccoli cut now.
Get it. You'll
Bro,
get more
get the
viewers. The stream
Dude,
will
get
start
this.
busting.
Get this.
You'll
just
reach the
straight
younger
up.
audience. You'll
What's
reach
up?
the younger
Yo,
audience.
fam.
That picture, what? Who went there? Bruh.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I could have, man, I need to let my
Where's
hair
we getting
grow out so
broccoli
I can
cuts?
get one of those. I wonder how bad I'd get fucking grilled at work.
Oh, you get grilled so hard. No, fam. Bro.
Nah, fam, busted for real.
What the heck?
No cap on
Oh,
God. With the little slivers in the eyebrows too. I seen a guy with that the other day, and I was like,
That shit's hilarious.
iced tea. Who was it? The ice. Oh, Vanilla Ice. Like, okay, he did it.
Oh, word.
I get it, but that was 40 years ago almost. Like, but I guess it's making a comeback.
He's got some credit. Oh, did he get the perm?
I like
Perm?
the fade, but I don't think I'd get a broccoli cut ever.
Bro,
Yo,
a
Davey, you
broccoli
gotta get
cut's
the
just a
broccoli.
fade. It's
That's
just a
for your
fade with
age
more
group.
on top, bruh.
You get the perm on the top and then fade it. Like a zero fade broccoli top. Perm it.
Sometimes my hair
Fire.
does get really curly. My family thought I got a perm one year.
Oh, is that the Jew in you? Or I'm just playing.
Bro, you can't be saying those words.
I knew that was coming.
No, you can say that. You just can't say the other two.
Oh,
It's referring to a specific group of people.
sure.
Well, I mean, come on. That most Jews have curly hair. That's an undeniable fact. There's nothing mean about that. It's just the way it is.
I don't know. I've never seen H3 with curly hair.
H3. Who's that? Oh,
Ethan Klein. I'm just kidding. I think he did have curly hair.
if he grew his hair
Before he
out,
get
it'd be
buzz
curly.
cut. No, in his older videos when he was relevant and actually funny.
Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? You want me to pull up a picture of him right now?
I was capping.
Oh, he's busted
You're
for
telling-
real, for real.
Bro, you're telling me that Jews don't have curly hair?
I was
Yeah, freaking
capping.
froze.
This guy's
was the
halfway to
cousins.
the broccoli
Oh my god.
with the quick.
Oh my god. Bro, that is crazy, Jew fro.
Is that chin just not established dominance?
That is that is crazy, Jew fro right there.
Imagine looking like that. Jesus.
Wait, no. He got a bowl cut. I think that would be the closest to him with the broccoli cut. Look up him with the bowl cut.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's kind of doing the Jew fro thing.
That's the broccoli cut.
Yeah. This guy is so pathetic though.
Not when he went on. Oh, that's the guy that was on
He's so sad.
Fresh and
What a sad man.
they did a thing with Fresh and Fit, and Fresh and Fit were talking about the last Battle of Europa or whatever, and he was so butthurt about it.
Yeah.
Oh, really? What is
Yeah,
that? I
the
never heard
doc.
of it.
He
Oh,
talked
you haven't seen
about
that?
it.
No, I don't know what is it.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
he's
got to
seen
watch it.
He's the one that showed me it. Stop it.
Oh,
Stop the cap.
now I know what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
watch what you say.
But
Stop
yeah,
the cap.
he, that guy, he was like, "Oh, you
We're
guys
testing the
said
waters here.
this."
This stream is gonna have to be taken down.
No, this is just a simple civil discussion.
No, I
among
think-
We
pals.
have so
We're just-
many dislikes. We're
Um,
just gonna have to end the stream right here.
Oh,
We
remember
have a
that night?
civil discord amongst gentlemen. That was a good night. I love that shit. It's like the
download
algorithm. Like, bro, you are deluded. Like the algorithm's against us. Our views are going down. If the views don't get past 12 in the next 2 minutes, we're shutting down. It's like boring.
When we downvoted him, and then he's like,
Oh, brutal.
"We're shutting it down. We got 4 downvotes. This is the most disliked video ever. You've been talking for 10 minutes straight, Carrie. I'm turning it off."
Yeah, that was good. Good days.
Oh man, good times,
were
good
some good
times.
days.
What stream is this? What did I miss?
There's someone in the community.
Oh, okay.
It's back when everybody's big brother would demand certain viewership or metrics, or else he would threaten to shut down the community.
Be
So
like,
when-
I
It was kind of
need-
funny.
I need 1,000 viewers, even though I've only ever capped out at 50.
But if I get 1,000, it would be sick. You know who it is, Russ. You know
We're
who
just
it is.
bullshitting. We're just bullshitting. We love him.
Yeah. No, it was just funny. I mean, yeah, he puts himself up to a lot of criticism, obviously, when you put yourself out there for a few hours every week. I get it.
Oh,
Although he's been
100%.
out
hasn't been
though,
doing any, huh?
for he did
2
one
weeks.
tonight.
Wait, he did? Really? Okay. I was
Yeah.
wondering. Because
It was,
it had been 2 weeks or so.
He must
Yeah,
have
it
had
had
something
been.
happen because he had that one scheduled, remember? And he no-showed it.
Yep.
And
Yep.
then I seen he was posting videos. So obviously, hopefully things, whatever happened, solved now. I don't wish bad on nobody.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Of
hopefully
course,
it's
of course.
nothing serious.
Good to see he's still doing his thing on the grind.
Yeah, hopefully he wasn't swimming down to propose to someone.
Lesson learned, or if you do that, put your rubber duckies on deck.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Learn to dive first, probably. Make sure you have an
Well,
oxygen tank.
Learn how to breathe air first, and you'll be good.
hindsight's 2020, I guess. But yeah, there ain't no way swim that far without a tank. I mean, I don't know. I'm not an expert diver or swimmer. Most swimmers
Beta.
gonna get out of me is walking in the
Peak
shallow
beta.
end up to my shoulders with the beer hanging out of the water. That's about swimming enough for your boy.
Yeah, it's just peak beta. Just it goes to show, it goes to show. I thought it was an interesting little example for like the thing, like, bro, like you don't got to do that. And he died. I mean, can you imagine his last thoughts as he's swimming up? Like his life is flashing before his eyes. He's thinking, do you think it crossed his mind? He's like, why the fuck did I swim down there?
Well, he did spend the
could've been
rest of his
alive
life
now.
with her.
No, he did. He did.
Oh, Mr. CL Settlements recommended a movie last
which
night.
one?
I think it was Glory Days. I think Jeff and Pyro might have been
good
in the
one.
chat last
Great
night
one.
with us, but he recommended I
Damn.
watched that on 4x speed last night, and
4x speed.
they
Not
had.
use on 4x speed, bro. That's just sinful.
He said the same thing.
That's just wrong, bro.
He said it is blasphemy.
Yeah, I mean that is blasphemy.
Sacrilegious. I did it
Right.
anyway. But
4x speed, like you're not going to get the nuances though.
no, when you watch everything on 4x speed, I always get I can tell.
Doubt it.
You know how when you listen to extra tone all the time and you can hear every single
Wait, this isn't Glory Days. What is this?
beat?
Oh
You
my
hear
gosh,
the
this is
beat.
Bruce Springsteen music video.
No, they said something about in the movie. They said something about
Gosh.
preservation through destruction. So they just destroyed their whole house to preserve the memory. So I guess in that dude did preserve the memory. So that's what I took away.
Where's the trailer? Oh, it's DAZ.
Yeah.
No.
DAZE.
No. Hold on.
You'll get it. You'll get it.
Back to that.
I gotta take a piss real quick. I'll be right back.
Glory Days movie, 80s. Oh wow, it got really nice and quiet all of a sudden. What is that sound in Davey's background?
I have
It's mute.
no idea, brother.
Sounds
No
nice right
idea.
now. Sounds like a factory or some shit.
I think I got used to the noise coming in from it, so I was just
I did.
somehow tuning it out. But once it got muted, I'm like, man, it's quiet.
It sounds nice right now.
Nice and quiet.
Yeah, some peace and quiet.
Back to the grind tomorrow. Brutal.
It's Monday. Case of the Mondays. But
I'm gonna go
Monday
see
is
my
just
job
another
site
day.
dog.
Oh, nice.
Some homeless, like I'm assuming she is because she's not collared, but she's been out there with us the past couple weeks, and she knows damn good and well when break and lunchtime is. She'll be beating feet down the sidewalk, running like right after we sit
Oh, I
down.
bet.
When it gets close to 10, she's like, phew, like full speed, like
Oh.
yo ho.
I bet. Yep. They just want them snackies.
Hasn't somebody tried to take her home? Like, it sounds like she's been abandoned.
I don't. Everyone tells me to take her home because no one else. She don't let no one else pet her. But I've been the one that like started feeding her like 2 weeks ago. Like she's still like sometimes she's still not huge on it. But like lately, like some days before I leave, like she'll come up and I don't have any food and I can pet her for like a minute or two. You know what I mean? She's a good dog. She's a good looking dog. But I'm just like, man, that's the last thing I need is another dog.
Yeah, I mean, does she like sit and lie down? Because maybe somebody, had her as a pet and then just left her there.
I'm back. What's up?
I've never tried to tell her to sit or lay down or nothing. You know what I mean? But like she'll just, I don't know. Over time, over the couple of weeks, like she'll just sit next to me on lunch. Like she'll be in arm's reach, but she'll just be like sitting there just chilling. Like
You talking about your girlfriend?
Yeah, yeah. She usually, whatever I'm doing, she usually just sits on all fours and looks
Brutal.
up at me, follows me around the house.
Oh, sounds about right.
Nice.
Nah, I'm messing. I know that he's probably talking about the dog that has lunch with him every day.
Yep.
Were you listening maybe when you went out? That was a good one though.
No,
That was
I
a good
heard
one.
we were talking about it on Tuesday.
Oh, word.
I already heard the story. Try and keep up.
She's a stacked
Man,
little
I've been
thing
out of
though.
it.
Like she's getting jacked, bro, after eating every day. Like she's like a little pit mixed with something, but like you could tell like her chest is coming in, like her upper back. I'm like, look at you, mama. Yeah.
Man, I miss my dog now.
Ooh.
I thought
What do
you
you miss
brought her
about
with
your
you.
what do you miss about your dog?
Her always smiling.
Isn't that a great feeling when they look at you like that and they're just like, what's up?
My dog could easily make good memes. She makes some really goofy faces.
What? Your dog could make good memes?
Yeah. Oh, you
What
weren't
do you
here
mean?
yesterday. You weren't here yesterday.
Yeah, we've established that like
no,
several times already.
Hey, you got to be there. You got to get there
Damn.
next time.
Your
You
dog
gotta
is
get there
making
next
memes.
time.
Is it in? Did you put a meme of your dog in the chat or something?
No, CL Settlements and I were talking about some coins he was looking at yesterday, some meme coins, and he joined a Telegram or Discord voice call with someone, and they have good ideas, but their organization is not the greatest. It's basically what he said. But we were talking about generating memes, and animal memes are still very good.
Oh, of
A1
course.
steak sauce.
Dogecoin is one of the
Oh, of
best
course.
memes there is. So
You put
I
steak
bet-
sauce on your steaks?
Dude, fuck no. You want to talk about A1? We could talk. I
What
mean,
even-
I don't mind a little A1, but no, I it's interesting how this thing came about. I think it's people overcooking their steaks.
Yeah, I don't know. I've always thought it was like crazy to me that people would actually put A1 on a steak. I'm like, what?
Wait, how do you like your steaks?
Medium rare.
Medium rare.
Yeah,
Ugh,
rare all
It's the
day.
only way.
I like mine well done.
Well done. What does that mean?
Yeah,
So
it's
burn.
double well done.
So you burn your steak.
Damn,
you
you
burn
just take all the goodness
protein,
out of it.
nutrition.
No, it's double well done. Burnt is
Double
burnt,
well done.
but double well done.
You got to be
Oh, I
running
like
a big
steak.
joke right now, sir.
Yeah, I think it's a joke.
I'll send you pics next
No,
time
it's
I
a
make
joke.
a steak.
It's a joke. It's a joke.
I'll send you a pic next time I make a steak. You already know I don't cap.
That right there, whatever picture you just clicked on, that's like too done for your boy.
Let me see the picture again.
Bro, this is way overdone. Are you
Like, to
kidding me?
that's too
Can you
done.
zoom in on it? Like, oh, there we go.
That is disgusting.
No,
that's
that's
like
that's only one times well done.
That's like you done fucked up. Like you're,
That's only
just
one-
throw it away. Throw it away.
That's only one times well done. You got to get it further than that to get double well done. The ideal
You
steak.
sound like a troll at this point.
No,
There's no way, bro. I mean, that's disgusting. That's doing the cow a disrespect.
Died for nothing.
Yeah, right? Totally. Look at this. It's not even on the table. Here, there's a better one. The guide of doneness. I mean, we're gonna. Davey,
mine
I don't
never
know.
looks like any of those on the picture right there. Mine never looks like any of that.
Kind of questioning like who you are right now, in a little kind of in a way.
You think I'm capping? I'm obviously not. Have you even tried Lengua de Pollo yet?
Now
It's
that is a
No, we're not going to change the subject from.
I'm capping the
From-
same way as I am capping about lingua de pollo. No cap. No
busting
cap.
for real, for real.
This is
Oh my
straight
gosh.
heaters, keeping it a buck.
So your far left cooked twice.
That looks like medium, the one on the far left, so probably double that.
Oh my god.
Wait,
dude,
medium
stop
looks
it.
far
Stop
left?
it, bro.
That looks medium.
No, you're just messing
Like-
with us at this point.
No, it looks
That
like
ain't right,
medium.
man.
That maybe medium well, I guess. So just maybe 1.5 times more, and you're good.
Whew, boy. That's new. That's new to me. What about that? Is this your well done? Is fit in the bottom right? You want that blue? Ooh, I've done the blue before on like a Wagyu steak, like really expensive. Just go. You gotta go rare.
I don't know. I'm in the camp. I don't
Oh.
like my steaks like too rare. You know what I mean? I don't know.
like a
Well,
good
what's-
medium
where
rare.
Where do you fall? Medium rare. I
To
could
me,
do
that
rare.
medium rares. I'm more
Yeah.
on the rare. But in those pictures with what they say rare, I'm more towards that.
I'm rare on this picture. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Then we're talking roughly the
could-
same things. Then yeah.
Wait, what is
I-
blue? What even is
I'd
that?
eat the blue, but it wouldn't be preferred. But I'd
I
eat
just,
it.
I just don't
Okay.
like the consistency when it's like that personally. Like I don't want to. I like to have a little bit of. I wouldn't say chewy, right? Because then most people are just gonna jump to just you overcook them. But
Right.
I don't know. I always just like I said, I've been doing mine on the cast iron. Throw them in there when it's piping
Yep.
hot. Once they hit 135, I take them out. Boom. Probe
Yeah.
it 135. Off it goes. Done.
It could all be so
Wait,
simple.
135 like Fahrenheit?
Oh, smack it
Yeah.
off. Yeah, 135. Smack it off.
Oh, that explains it. Never mind.
Why? What are you cooking it to?
I thought it was supposed to be like 180 or
Oh my
200.
God. You're cooking your steaks to 180?
The seriousness on John's face. Now he was just appalled by your sorcery. Just like
No,
what?
I think
The
you're still.
blasphemy.
I think you're still capping, but I mean,
I will make us steaks when I'm down
180?
there.
you're killing everything though that's good in it.
Isn't it already dead?
Yeah, but there's still a lot of nutrients and minerals that you're gonna cook off. Good. They call it. It's not blood when it's red. It's not blood. It's just
No, that's usually dye. Well, sometimes it's a lot of times it's dye, but it's I forget what it's called. The actual. I mean, I've made steaks, not blue, but rare, medium rare.
Yo, what up, C?
Hello.
Welcome to the
hello.
Oh shit!
Welcome to the
is.
show.
What's up, gents?
Chilling.
You can't say that word.
Which one? What's up?
All of them. All of them.
The censorship police right off the jump. Let's go.
What
Isn't
the
it-
fuck, CL settlements? You can't say those words.
Isn't this the guy who eats burnt steaks?
Yes, he's doing
Who,
double
John?
over rare done. Oh,
Well, we had I had
Oh,
a
me. Okay.
meme. He has a meme that I made a while
Oh.
back.
Pull it up. Pull it up. Pull it up.
Let's see if I can find it.
Or I'm gonna
Oh,
turn my
was
game off
this?
for a
I
sec.
think.
Get another
I
drink.
think this is when I was visiting in Seattle.
Let's see. I think it's in the Bong Rips chat, I think. I'm gonna have to go up a long way though to find it.
Can't you just search the time? It would have been August, I think.
Is there a search in the side chat? Or a way to just look at videos or say
Oh man,
it was
I
a picture?
remember the picture. You're gonna have to go up a long way.
Yeah, to go up a real long way. Who am I
Someone's got
getting
audio.
playback?
Yeah, someone's playing the video.
No.
Unless it's you, I don't know. Oh, CL Settlements. I watched Glory Days last night. 4X.
You did it. You don't need to tell me that part. Just leave that part
Oh,
out.
my bad. I watched Glory
It
Glory
hurts,
Days.
hurts my feelings.
Glory Days normal speed.
Oh, okay. Speed run.
Yeah.
And
It was good. I liked it.
You liked
was
it?
not at all what I was
Don't
expecting.
get me started on the 4X.
I was. No, I of course I watched it normal speed. That's what I meant. Of course. I could. That's
of course, yeah.
sacrilegiously blasphematic.
Yeah, right. So you liked it?
I liked it. Like I said, it was not what I was expecting. I was thinking something more like, "Dude, where's my car?"
Yeah.
Is
no.
what I was when you described it. But I was delightfully surprised. It reminded me of what I was thinking of. What movie it reminded me of, but I can't think of what it was. It might come to me.
I can't find the meme. Anyways, it was a super burnt black steak compared to all the others. It's like rare, medium, well done, and then Davy mode. It's just crisp.
It's straight. I
It's
think
just
you
straight burnt.
I think you just blacked it out, and that was it.
yeah,
Just
he's
made it
blacked
the
out.
color black.
Yeah, it's the one Johnny's showing, except the last one was just black.
Have you seen the movie Whackness? The Whackness with I don't know who's in that.
No.
With Josh Peck and then some other actresses. It was interesting to watch that. Just
What year was that? What year did it come out?
Whackness was in 2000. Might have been 2009.
I have never heard of it.
Okay.
One sec, I'll BRB.
Good in that water.
He just had to compose himself at finding out you eat your steaks burnt.
It was either that or watching 4X speed.
I mean, if I can't watch a movie at normal speed, I ain't watching it.
Well,
Thank
I'm
you,
all
Pyro.
I'm all about finishing as quick as possible. So
Well, what's the point? You miss the dialogue, you miss sort of like the storyline of things.
All the music is like soundtrack is all messed up.
well, maybe for you guys is slow listening, but I have acute, really fast listening comprehension. So I'm still able to
Thing is,
pick up on it.
also known as autism.
Well, I don't know. Might be.
It's plausible.
It's not true.
I think it's also plausible that he's just capping.
Nah, I definitely do watch everything on at least 2x speed, but if it offers it, I go 4x.
There's just no point whatsoever in that.
Well, it's not for everyone.
Yeah, I understand like speeding up interviews or talks, like TED Talks and stuff, but a movie, it just doesn't make any sense to me. It's not like you're trying to download information, you're having an experience. Why would you want it to hurry up and end? It's an enjoyable experience.
It was very enjoyable still.
All 20 minutes of it.
Well, it was let's see, an hour and 40 minutes.
Hopefully, you don't take that same strategy into the bedroom.
No, I
Done.
already said I like finishing things fast.
Yeah,
meant
I picked up on that.
everything. I mean, if God doesn't care about the female orgasm, why the hell should I?
If who? Sorry.
If
Face.
God doesn't care about the female orgasm, then why should I?
Excuse me. Actually, he does. Give me a second. I gotta pull out the
Let's
Bible.
go look it up.
No, legit. I have one. Hold on. It's in Psalms. I'm gonna find it. Hold a minute. Oh, which Psalms is it in? I read it somewhere. It's her house is somewhere like paved the way to hell or something. It's the second one. We've got to look it up. Give me just a second. Because I've got to read this out to him. Otherwise, this young man's going to end up getting divorced.
What's the TLDR?
Drop the chapter and verse, and I'll post it.
I tried to put a
Yeah,
Bible.
that's the problem. There's
I
no
tried-
TLDR. You got to actually get involved.
I tried to put the Bible bot in the Discord, where you can do searches and stuff, but I couldn't get it working.
TLDR?
Psalms what? No, there
Psalm
is
7.
no TLDR. You got to read the whole fucking book. You can't just read a couple cliff notes from it. You're gonna
The
miss
whole
all
book?
the nuances. No, I'm
We
just
don't- we ain't
it's an
got time for that.
example.
No.
Yeah,
I need the
well,
TLDR.
I know. It's part of the generation that's coming up. Well, I think it's skipping a generation. I think the people below you actually understand the importance of getting the whole story. But I think like your gen is cooked, bro. That's what I'm gonna say.
Your
Got
gin is
TikTok brain,
cooked.
bro.
Cooking is
Jen.
good.
You're cooked, bro.
Your gin is cooked, like GIN.
No, TikTok
No, I'm
doesn't
just
allow 4x speed, so I don't watch that.
I'm playing a little bit, but there is a part of the culture of Gen X, millennials, like lower millennials, that they want a lot
Hang on.
with nothing to give.
What? How is this all being connected together?
It's being connected together with the idea that Davey watches Glory Days on 4X.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the Bible verse.
Well, and the Bible verse, Davey's saying, just
gotta
give
read the
me
whole
the
book.
give me the one sentence version of it. It's like, well, you can
Oh, the
create the one
context.
sentence version.
I was
Once you
gonna
have
say
the
that
thought, once you hear the message and you interpret it, then you can create a one sentence version for yourself. But to have someone else condense that down for you is,
no, I believe in you.
what do you mean?
I trust you. I was actually gonna ask
do
for
what?
like the 3-word TLDR.
Right. Okay, what's the verse?
Davey.
What's the verse?
I'm nearly there.
Let's hear
I'm
it.
nearly there. It's just in a bunch of tabs, so I've got to look it up. Give me a second.
Side
Or-
note,
I got a million Bible tabs open.
Side note of what we were talking about earlier.
It's
with
like
those
Christina
sick-
DK.
Dumping hard.
Oh my god.
Talking about the what, Jeff?
Those
or-
sick haircuts. So I pull up right now to
Oh,
go
the
to the
broccoli?
gas station. I see a
broccoli?
car that's
Oh, we're talking
purple
about broccoli
and pink.
cuts?
I see a car that's purple and pink. So I'm like, whatever. I'm gonna go cop my Modelo's, right? So I hold the door open because
Oh,
I
right,
can hear
right.
someone behind me, and sure enough, stick broccoli banger right in my presence. They got out of the purple and pink car.
Let's go.
I
Let's go.
said, you can't make this up, bro. You can't make this up. Like, what
Are
are
we
the
all
chances?
gonna get the broccoli cut then?
The Brock
were
banger.
We were.
Don't you
just
have to have
talking
curly
about it.
hair?
Oh,
No,
No,
bro,
you
you
get
get
a
a
perm.
perm.
Bro, did you not tune into the pod? We talked about this.
Here
Which
we
pod?
are talking about Bible stuff when you ain't even got your broccoli game tight.
No, we talked about the pod about. We've been through this before. You got to rewind it, but no, young.
No,
men
I
are
just
getting-
tuned in.
They're getting perms. They're getting perms. I talked with the girl that cuts my hair. I
Uh-huh.
was joking with her, and I was like, "Hey, give me that broccoli cut," And she was like, "What do you mean?" I was like, like the zero fade, curly hair, and she's like, "Oh, yeah, you have to perm your hair because a lot of." But it's mixed because it's mixed in two ways. It's some people with straight hair are doing it because they have to create the mix, but also it's mostly genetically mixed people too. So the white people, the straight people hair have to get the perm, but the other folks just have to get it, the way it is.
Yeah, I think the guy I seen,
It's
I think
insane.
he was a hybrid. You could tell he wasn't like.
No, this
full
haircut is not.
black, but yeah.
Okay, I found the verses. We are in Proverbs 5,
Oh,
verse
this is
18
the good shit right here.
onwards. Okay. Let thy fountain be blessed, and rejoice with the wife of thy youth. Let her be as loving hind and pleasant roe. Let her breast sanctify thee at all times, and be thou ravished always with her love. So, David, that's not exactly saying, bish bash bosh and see you later. Like
That
always.
doesn't
It
say
doesn't say that anything about the orgasm.
right.
It says always, so you have to tend to it. That's what it
Wait,
means.
what's the subject here now? God, Nate.
I was sorry, I was talking about.
If he cared about it, they would get it every time. Just like guys.
What are you talking about? Orgasms and
Only,
when?
well, even actually, no, only one orgasm will actually continue humans. So that's the one that actually matters.
It's true.
Right.
That's true.
That's by design. So
What, Davey? You were saying you didn't give, didn't care about making a woman finish. So I'm presenting you with the biblical way of what love means. Love is a responsibility, and it is your responsibility to please your wife in bed. Plain and simple.
Yeah, what up, fam?
they can be pleased by my presence. It's all good.
No cap.
Yeah.
Yo, don't be busted by my presence for real, for real.
Well, to be honest, Davey, right now you sound like Proverbs 5, verse 22. His own iniquities shall take the wickedness himself. He shall be holden with the cords of his sins.
Dope. That sounds baller right there.
I'm glad we cleared that up.
I mean, God's really describing a no-talent douchebag there, but still.
Wow.
Brutal.
Must be some
Yeah.
other guy. I'm not that fucking guy.
Wait a second, weren't you
Ah.
on some website that
Who's-
was like giving you tips and tricks?
Well,
Nah,
That
that
was
was some
another
other
day.
guy.
I think that was you. I think
that's a
that was
different
you.
Davy Jones, I think.
Nah, that was some other guy. There was a fake Davy Jones in here earlier.
That's what I
Fake
heard
Davy
about.
Jones?
An-
There was
an
a
I
imposter.
think that.
really? It's
Imposter,
got to be V-Taper then.
No.
The
That's
man
something
with
that's something
all
he
the
would do.
accounts on the world.
Well, I mean, he burns his steaks. Come on, he has to use the sauce to make it tasty.
Yeah.
Someone
Hey.
needs a windscreen on their mic. Is that
Yeah, I'm
Pyro?
hearing there's a couple things going on. Someone's flipping a coin.
Sorry,
like-
that's me. I didn't know you could hear that.
Oh, yeah. That's
No,
brutal.
Can you hear me better?
Yeah, it's just every time you talk, there's like a before
Oh,
and
sorry. Okay,
after.
is that better?
I was
Oh,
wondering
that's-
if you have one of these pop, like
No, I've got my old work headset thing.
That's not
Oh,
too.
Used to be on the
That's not
telephone.
too bad for me.
it's not horrible. I'll ignore it after a while. I just noticed it.
Yeah, once you.
It's not a big deal.
I was gonna say I
Let
don't
me
really
switch
hear
headphones.
anything.
I'm hearing some
Yeah.
background sounds on Davies as well.
How do you mute this guy? Let's see. Ban from
Oh,
studio,
that sounded like a
kick from
tight
studio,
balloon knot.
Edit mic settings. Yeah, we'll just turn them down for a minute. Anyways,
You guys remember the armpit
Getting
farts?
mogged. The what?
The armpit farts.
Remember?
do you remember them?
They're still around.
Yeah, where did they go?
Any
I
old
forgot how to
time.
do 'em for a second, but I got it going.
It's crazy. I've turned it down 70%, and it still kind of just jives in. Yes, we remember the armpit farts. Everyone remembers those. Come on.
The behind the legs too.
I was never-
haven't done it in a minute, but
That was
behind
advanced.
the legs was better.
That was an
yeah,
advanced
man.
maneuver.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
hard enough at first to get the pits down, right? And then when you wanted to up your game, you're like,
But
summer,
once
we
you-
got the shorts, kind of
Whenever-
run it.
Yeah, when everyone at school was doing the armpit farts and you were the guy doing the behind the leg farts. you
One
were
up in them.
baller.
Yeah.
And then everyone wanted to be you for a day until they figured it out.
Then you can just go double barrel, brother.
Are you guys familiar with Mr. Methane?
No.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Pyro?
Oh, man,
So.
dude. Pyro's got to know about him.
He's English.
No, yeah, he's got to know about him.
Mr. Methane.
That actually hurt my armpit. I think I was doing it wrong.
Oh, Davey.
Mr.
Don't
Mis-
ever change, huh, pal?
Mr. Methane, you know, people say they're trying to find their purpose. He made his purpose farting. Like that's his profession.
Yeah,
I
He
could
can,
do that.
pull
he can
us on.
suck
This is
air
bad.
into his butthole and then blow it back out.
What the
Like that's his talent.
A man of many talents.
I would
Yeah,
just
but he
eat
wears a
ice-
mask because he's so
coffee
ashamed.
ice cream.
How would you suck air into your butthole?
Just ask
Well,
TL
like it's-
Settlements. I can
he's-
do that same stuff. Just
He's
give
one
it-
of a kind. I mean, that's
give me a
why.
half gallon of
There he
coffee
is.
ice cream.
It's a self-inflicted
Bro, this is
queef.
bad. I feel like this is
Jesus
gonna
Christ.
be banned or something.
Hey, it's Brent. Brent's got talent.
Ugh.
And then you go up after him, and
Dude,
they're
I
like,
don't want to
here's
be
the
seen.
same mic.
No,
Does this have audio?
no, I cannot figure out how to get the audio in.
It's funny because he puts like baby powder
Oh, dude.
on his butt so that you can
can't.
see
I
that it's
can't, I
actual
can't.
air and it's not fake.
No, no, we're just gonna. No, we're
Wait, come on, just get into the good part.
dude. I'm not gonna show that. Come on.
Come on, it's on America's Got Talent. It says wide appeal,
Maybe I'll make it a little
broad
smaller
broad
or
appeal. What?
Put it
something.
full
Dude, it's so
screen.
gross.
What the
No.
hell?
Simon can't handle it.
No, I'm
But
not gonna
It's just
gross.
so much talent. Right
what's
there.
his name likes it.
well, you can figure it out on your own. Everyone wants more. This guy, he has to wear a mask because it's such a shameful, pitiful, like. It's gross.
I just love how he's just literally just laying down. Like,
He's
let me
putting like the
drop
mic
these
between
heaters.
his cheeks.
It's so
Yeah.
gross. I think that's
Really
gross.
pushing it up in
They
there.
need a new mic cover after that.
Nah, it wasn't. That's not bad. One guy
No.
farted on it. He's straight.
Well,
I
you
know
should
There's
that
not
I
too
would-
much bacteria in there. It's not that bad. They can just wash it off.
I hope they change the mic cover after that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
They just hand it to the next person in line. Here you go. You're next.
How bad you want that money?
We only
Yeah.
had one. We only had one mic per contestant.
Maybe you're just not cut out for show business.
Ha,
Oh,
already
damn.
looking
You
out.
think this is
You
the
can't
worst it
handle
gets?
this.
Yeah.
You think this
Right.
is the worst it gets?
Yep.
You haven't seen
Yeah.
nothing.
You haven't seen nothing, kid. Oh,
I seen it all. I seen it all.
I seen it.
I
Let's
seen
see.
it.
Anyways. Oish. Hey, what's up? Latin A and Cali, what's going on? Oh, interesting.
Latin
I think the
A.
hairstyles tell about someone's IQ. Interesting.
If
What
I
do you
see the
mean?
broccoli, I
Let's get a
just
study
assume they're not
going.
capping.
Oh, this is interesting little heat here. If I get a broccoli heater, is my IQ be buzzed? That's
Who
good.
said
That's
that?
good. That's good. That's good.
Riggs.
Let's see here. What's the next one? I bet this goes back and forth well. Jeff Riggins Newsom was. Oh yeah, that was dope. Yeah, did Jeff Riggins the
Newsom
Newsom
was
the Juicem thing was tight. Oh, okay.
I
Let's see.
love that one.
Speaking of
There you go.
haircuts and Gavin Newsom, what about his hair? He's got the super slicked back, like con artist
Yeah,
vibe.
he's got
It's like a
good hair. I
liberal
mean, he's got a
Patrick
good.
It's like the oily, straight slicked back kind of.
Yeah.
He looks like a guy that's gonna sell me life
Kinda
insurance or an
sneaky.
automobile.
Isn't that like Jimmy the Saint?
Yeah, it's a guy that has them clean hair.
He's
Who's
like,
that?
A liberal American psycho. That's what he looks like.
Yeah, he's like a
he reminds me of
Gotham.
Michael Douglas back in his younger years.
yeah, it's like an enemy of Gotham City. Like I mean, he seems
Yeah.
just
Wait,
right,
pull up a
just
pic
straight
of
cut
him. I
for
don't
the.
know what he
It's
looks
not
like.
as dramatized, but like yeah, but it is always kind of slick, which is kind of like, you know, slimy in a way. It's like why is your hair always like wet all the time?
Yeah. It's always wet.
I just couldn't imagine having to wake up and like do something
It's
with
not-
my hair.
Right.
Like it's not
Sit in
wet,
front of
it's
the
just-
mirror and prepare it.
Yeah, I mean, but that you could tell just something he has like that. That takes effort. Like,
Yeah.
that's like
No-
I'm
no
worried
doubt.
about getting my shit together for work and Vominos. Not let me get these sick locks lined up for a bounce.
Oh yeah, he looks like Jimmy the Saint in 10 Things to Do in Denver.
I mean, he's got good hair, but it always is always wet looking, which is interesting.
He's a wet boy.
I'll never forget with the COVID thing too, where he was all about the mask and they popped him at that dinner party.
They really gel him.
Yeah.
Whatever with no mask. I'm like, bruh.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
A couple people.
I mean,
Only the
The same
dummies.
situation.
I mean, wearing
If that
masks,
doesn't-
bro, that was embarrassing that people even did that.
yeah. If that doesn't say nothing, then I mean, come on. I mean,
Like,
what?
if this is the end, let's just let it happen. And then, well, here we are now. And anyone with a brain, you can look back and be like, huh.
But the funny thing is, even with a brain, people realized it and still kind of like ignored it. Still, like it's like crazy how media works. Because yeah, he was in that party. I remember that being a big thing during everyone's being locked down,
Yeah.
and he's the
Telling
one
everyone
just
else.
partying. And
Yeah.
come on, it's. I understand that everyone's a hypocrite, but for as far as policy, you can't be a hypocrite. Like, well,
Right. When you're making
I understand if you
policy,
make a
yeah,
mistake or something, but you're making policy that governs over many people.
over the
like-
public, and then it doesn't apply to you. Yeah.
Yeah,
Have
yeah,
you
it's-
have you
doesn't-
guys seen the videos from Downing Street during the lockdown, the Christmas party in Downing
No.
Street?
Mm-mm.
No.
Yeah, just if you type it in Google, Downing Street pandemic Christmas party, there's like a video somebody uploaded of basically them like. No, it's not that one. It's like a dude in red dancing
Hmm.
with a lady.
Yeah, I'll do.
basically.
I'm a good. I'm good. I don't want to be browsing away.
Go ahead and browse.
We were lied to. You know, totally lied to.
Yeah.
Everyone knows that, and it's still even not. Is it not a thing? So, like even to this day, everyone's like, "Okay, yeah, we were lied to, but so what?" Is that the
Well-
general consensus? It's like, well, we have a little more distrust in you, but we still are going to operate in your parameters. It's
It's kind of crazy to think about, isn't it? But I guess, I mean, what's the alternatives? Because there's only really one that's going to solve it. But, you know, who's going to do it?
I think we're just too comfortable, right? Like we're too comfortable. So even if they are meaningful alternatives, the problem is the culture, the people. They're way too comfortable. You know, in the beginning of the stream, if you were here, we were looking at like the poverty in Victorian England. Like, if it got to that levels, I doubt it will get to that levels because we're used to so much comfort. But then it will change. Like right now, things are way too good, even though they're bad. So
Yeah, there's a breaking point. I mean, for the American Revolution, it took a lot of tolerance before they stopped tolerating it. You know, what the Stamp Act, the Tea Party, the many things happened until push came to shove for real.
it's just going to be super interesting the next 10 years, at least. I mean, I don't want to depress myself with it, but I'm just thinking it's going to be incredibly interesting.
What happened to the Iranian drone strike on Israel that was supposed to happen like yesterday.
I think it did happen, right? But most of their stuff got shot down, supposedly.
Is that this big deal? They're like, they're attacking within 45 minutes. Israel's going to be attacked. And then everyone, stock market's freaking out. Everyone on Twitter is freaking out. World War III. And then an hour later, everyone just kind of forgot about it. Like nothing ever happened.
Well, because everyone made their money.
Like, what?
The tiny hat mafia.
Did you buy the dip, son?
Yeah, I don't know.
I'd like to see how many guys were ringing up their broker and shorting. That would be interesting when that happened.
Well, yeah, if you can get it ahead of time, but everything bounced back pretty hard. It's pretty short-lived.
Sharp.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Almost
No
like
one
you'd
could
have
have
to
seen
be
that
in the
coming.
Sometimes that
know.
happens.
Someone made
Because-
money off it. Believe that.
Have you
Oh,
guys
everyone in
seen
the know.
I mean, I bought the dip, and it went back up, so I guess I made some money on it, not a lot, but do not fear, it's gonna be okay.
I mean,
Nearly
to be
all
honest,
the time.
who actually attacked them then? Because if you're going to put that much effort into attacking somebody, at least win, or at least do some damage. Like, it seems like they did nothing, because
I
I've
know.
not heard of it. Like,
Just-
I briefly saw, like, something in the YouTube feed, and I was just like, meh. And now we're talking about it.
Yeah, I guess it's sending a signal, but I don't know. It's just like a pest.
Actually,
Just
today,
swat the flies away, and then it's no big deal. I don't know.
today, me and my girl went to buy tacos. It was like a busy part of the city we had to drive through or whatever. There was people with like a whole bunch of people flying Palestinian flags and like anti-Israel stuff. I said, huh?
Yeah.
I said, interesting.
Care about all these foreign countries that they have
They
nothing
mean
to do
nothing.
with. Yeah, but they don't care about their own city. It's just their own state, their own country. It's
Guess it goes back to Ukraine and Russia too. When it first kicked off, everyone's like, "Well, I'm with them. I'm with them." I'm like, "I'm over here in California, dog." Like,
right.
What?
Yeah, everyone always needs to choose a side. Choose their favorite team, like the red team or the blue team. Which one are you on? Are you a friend or a foe?
Yeah, off of the rip, right? Just based on that, I don't need to know any other characteristic of you. Just that. It's like, okay.
Well, yeah, there are some other interesting examples of the us versus them in like AT&T versus T-Mobile, Android versus iPhone, PC versus Mac. What are some other ones just in
Don't
technology?
get Davy Jones triggered on Android.
I think
But
it's
it is
after
interesting
users
there-
get triggered.
I mean, what is that maybe something to look at? Because it is in like sports teams are very like creating an identity in something that you don't have any say in or anything. You're just looking to become part of something. And the either or thing is very easy to sway people on because it's like a spear point, right? It's nothing's gonna fall because the thoughts and ideas are so different that they're just gonna fall either left or right, based on a point.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then you get like what 60% of people are just gonna either pick a side, and then you get maybe 20% of people are just complacent, and then the other 20 are in between. Or seems that to be a reasonable way of managing people.
It's just,
Yeah.
I think it's managed in a way where it's just sort of done in a way of the bread and circuses, right? So the whole people's energy goes into, like here in the UK, football games and chanting these weird songs about whatever player or the referees and knobhead and stuff like that. And you're just thinking, if you put half that energy into public opinion in terms of what's happening in Parliament or what some idiot MP is saying, maybe things will change. But no, like,
Do you think that's all it takes for change? I don't think that.
No, but I mean, like, if you look at, in the UK we had the debanking scandal. So this dude called Nigel Farage got debanked from Coutts Bank because they said that he didn't meet their, sort of leftist morality or whatever.
Mm.
Right? They had this whole committee in the bank, and all of a sudden it created a massive controversy. Like he's, hosting a news show, he's full on going after the prime minister and stuff like that. And eventually Coutts Bank gave him his account back and stuff like that, So even though the Conservative Party didn't really change the legislation to protect the public, like they used weird excuses. Now Coutts Bank is owned by NatWest. NatWest's CEO broke the rules by simply stating, actually, he doesn't meet our criteria, as in he doesn't meet our ethical criteria. Like Coutts Bank is a private bank. They have loads of people who are below the threshold to even have a bank account with them, but they still have a bank account. So, it's one of those, like, enough noise and controversy, you'll start to see these people back off. But it's got to be public. It's got to be in the face. And unfortunately, a lot of it's put into football games and fucking reality TV shows. Like, how big is Kim K's ass or lips now? Like,
Yeah.
just worthless
I don't
shit
know.
like
I'd
Love
like to see 'em.
Island and stuff.
I
Mhm.
love her ass.
She's a fucking clown, honestly.
Haven't met one yet that wasn't.
Oh, but
Isn't that
You know,
isn't that
right?
AWOL? Isn't that AWOL?
No,
Well,
I mean, they look like clowns. Like, especially with that Botox face, they look like they've been stung by a bee and the allergic reaction hasn't gone down.
does she have a fake butt or something, or is that
No.
oh, Kim
That-
K?
yeah? Isn't there like surgery or anything on that?
No, it's
No,
yeah, it's fake. Davey gonna try and bring the troll and say it's real, but
No,
anyone
fake as
anyone
fuck.
can
No,
tell.
fake. Is
Everyone
it
knows
fake?
that. Everyone knows that.
Wait, is it or is it not?
Yes,
Fake. It's fake.
absolutely.
Pull up a photo.
I'm proud that I don't know that. Like, no, I don't know.
I
that.
really didn't. I didn't know that.
No, honestly, you can tell. Like most girls
just
ain't gonna
don't match
carry
up.
a dump truck like that if they have pencil legs they're walking on. Like that's
It
you know
just
what I
don't
mean.
match up.
Some girls have that.
I mean, honestly, you think Kim K's doing, barbell squats and hip thrusts, and she's taking a
she-
shitload of protein? No,
She's
she's
not
mean,
an athlete.
I
She's
don't
not an
think she has
athlete.
a real. I don't think she works a 9 to 5, so she does have plenty of time to do all that.
It's just
Well, she
it doesn't.
do any of that.
Just
Oh, I
the
remember- I
anatomy
remember this
doesn't add
show.
up.
Well, let's take a look at her
not
bum,
right.
and we'll be able
No,
to
there are
tell.
some
I'm not-
girls that
Let's do
look
it.
like that naturally.
Uh,
They have
well,
like a
you can
tiny
look
waist
at-
and a huge butt.
I'm not
and
saying they
thighs.
don't, but they're just not
Yeah,
like
but it's-
super often. And even Kim K, like her legs, she doesn't have the thighs to match with, nor the hips. To me, from when I usually if a girl has something like that, she's gonna have wider hips, little bit meatier like thighs. In my experience, if they got something close to that. But I
Well,
mean, there's always outliers. Don't get me wrong.
I don't know. I guess she's never come out and say that it is or it isn't. So we'll never know.
Oh,
But I
it
mean,
doesn't. It
that
doesn't
kinda
look
ruined things
like
for me.
those Brazilian BBLs, Brazilian butt lift. They don't look normal. They look like,
well, those are
like
I
very
think those are
fake.
cheap. Those are cheaper surgeries. I
Oh,
think.
none
Those
of
are
them
probably-
needed that today. I'll tell you that.
There you go. You got to rewind the pod for some context on
Yeah.
that.
Oh,
I can tell.
See, look in VIP chat, and you'll get it.
Wait, we got okay.
Check the
Chiming in,
VIP.
Ann Clausen, 100%. She has a BBL. So you're telling me Kim Kardashian?
I don't think she
It's-
has a BBL.
I don't think it's a
BBL
BBL. I think
is
it's like a
shaped
different
different.
type of surgery.
BBL
Yeah, I
is
don't-
like the top is like this, and then like in the middle it's like this, and their legs are small again. It looks really, really bad in my opinion.
That's where I set my beers at, man. Right on the top. I don't know. If you see like Kim K from the side in bikini pics, like you could tell there's something done. Those little pencils. I mean, she has a great hip ratio, right? Like her hips are solid, but you see it from the side, you're like, bro, you just defying all odds right there.
A.M. Clausen says it's a miracle surgery. The inventor deserves a Nobel Prize. Yeah, that's funny. Oh,
Yeah,
he's got
for
back. He's
making
got to back
women
that one
around
up
the world
with.
insecure.
Oh, he also says there are levels to BBL surgery. That's what I was saying. Like, yeah, you can go to San Salvador and go get a $10,000 BBL, or you could probably get like a $80,000 one in like Saudi Arabia, of like where people actually know what they're doing.
Wait.
You know,
This article says that Kim once X-rayed her butt to prove that it was all natural.
what?
Can we pull up the pics to that?
Got some steel beams in there
She has the
supporting.
spare no expense BBL. Oh, that's true. Yeah, she has the spare no expense BBL. Yep. Oh my gosh.
I just thought
Latin A and Kelly says some men call non-black women flat backs.
that's a tongue twister.
Yeah,
Say
that
it
one
again.
had me.
Wait, where is it at?
No, I already said it once.
Read it again. people
No,
in the back.
sirree. Let's see.
For people
Oh
in
yeah,
the
we
back.
need to look up Kylie's face surgery. How did we get here? Oh my gosh.
I just thought
that's it.
you guys would know off rip if it was real or not. Like I thought everyone would
No,
know. It's either is or isn't.
That's why I said it was fake. I mean, I've done some research.
I'm
like,
weighing in. It's fake. That's what I've seen.
So she proved it's real though with the X-ray?
It doesn't look fake to me. It just looks like she's got a fat butt.
Ooh.
Big old
do I got a
Some
pic?
girls do.
I mean, a woman with that size is usually obese.
Wow.
You know.
Well,
so that's
there's
fake.
what's that? The girl that advertises her OnlyFans constantly, and it has gotten kind of famous for it. I don't even know her name, but I see it pop up all the time. She has the same thing. There's girls like that.
Oh
Yeah,
damn!
like
I don't
size-
even want to post this.
Post the OnlyFans link.
This is so bad. Oh, it's just here. We'll give it a minimal time. But
Yeah,
bro,
that's
that's
the
like
shot I
a
was
dump
talking
truck.
about.
That is a
That-
dump truck.
That does look fake.
No,
That's
that
why I
looks,
explained, like, you
Her
go to
leg-
the side.
Her leg
Bro,
doesn't.
are you kidding?
Oh,
me?
that's
It's like
fake.
that's
God
fake.
damn, that is
Bro.
hot.
That's a BBL. That's fake.
You think that's
It looked
hot?
good right there.
That's fake. She looks
It
like
looks good right there. It
she
looks
looks
so
like a
bad
pear.
to me.
That looks horrible to me.
Oh my god.
Looks like she had
Oh.
a diaper and just shit in it.
Yeah, exactly. It looks like she's got a diaper
What
on.
the heck?
Oh my
Like that's
god.
how
That
I
is
said.
not
I'm like,
real.
if you look at the side
No,
pictures, it's
that
a
ain't
dead
good.
Doesn't
That
look
ain't
good.
natural.
A lot of the girl stuff too, like it has like threads or whatever to bring
let's
up
pull some
those
tanks
cakes in the
up.
back.
Oh my god.
You know what I mean?
I'm just saying her thigh is too small for
Just-
that
it ain't-
butt. That doesn't make sense.
That's what I was
It's
saying.
not
The
natural.
anatomy just does not work out, doesn't check out, and that's
Don't you
okay.
think you could just eat that cornbread on the daily and get that though?
No,
Why not?
because your
She'd
leg
be
would get
obese.
Cornbread?
your thigh would get fatter with it too.
Yeah.
There
If
are
she
girls
worked
that
her
have a
legs out,
tiny
it would look
waist,
more
fat ass,
believable.
but their legs match it. That doesn't match. That looks very fake.
Exactly.
No, it
Am I in
ain't
now?
right. It ain't right. Yo, what up, AC? What's up?
You guys are touching on my subjects now, like COVID, Kim's ass. Like look,
Oh shit.
that
Oh,
ass is
let's
100%
go.
fake.
Kim's ass is awesome.
Yeah, I agree.
Uh,
After seeing that picture,
I mean, she's
Because
spared no
what?
expense, obviously, and she's never gonna say.
it doesn't even look good if she spent
Yo.
$1
You
million
don't think
on
she
it.
can pay for a fake X-ray? Like she's got some money.
What if she paid for thigh extensions?
I mean, if you guys look up the surgery that Kylie got on her face, that shit is wild. Like she completely had the bone structure in her face changed.
Wait,
Yeah.
Johnny, look up.
No, yeah.
look
We've
up-
done, I've seen
Kylie before and after, like it is wild. Like
that. Yeah,
she
it's crazy.
paid millions to have her face like completely changed.
It's crazy.
Yeah, and it's not going to change the look of her kids either. So what's the point?
Well, she's a
Wow.
billionaire, and most of that is based on how she looks. So I think it was actually a very wise investment.
Oh, I'm not hating that she did it. By
Yeah,
all
it
means.
was a good investment.
It's like a costume, though, right? I mean, Isn't that
That's
kind of
my
weird? That's
favorite
gonna fuck
Halloween
with your psyche
costume.
to have like look like a different person permanently, because that's not who you look like. Like
That's
you're
like when you start lifting and you'll never look as big as you want to be. So
yeah, I guess
interesting how that
lifting.
works. On the other side, right? It's just
But
you'll,
lifting, you
hey,
earn it. You don't pay for it. You can't just pay a bill. Like
but I'm
lifting, you have to
saying
earn it every day.
you'll always
Yeah.
think you're too
Discipline.
small or you should be bigger, even if you're doing the work. Like you could look in the mirror and be like, "Damn, son, like I'm looking frail
Yeah.
as shit," and other people will see you be like, "You built like a shit brick house, bro." Like what?
Yeah.
It's I don't know. So it's interesting.
Well,
you
it's
know?
both too. Yeah, you earn it through working out. You also, once you combine that with plastic surgery, that's how you get like a superhero. They got to do both.
Mm.
I'm sure Kim works out all the time.
It always looks bad, in my opinion. I would never want my
I think
girl
she looks
getting
great.
surgeries or plastic
Hell no.
surgeries or any of that.
Oh no.
BBL, I mean, I
Definitely
disagree.
not that.
The
Dis-
Brazilians
disagree in
earlier
what sense
didn't
you-
even need anything.
I think
like that.
BBL, like I said in the chat, like BBL is like a miracle surgery. Like you literally take fat out of the stomach, you get lipo, and you put it in that ass, make it bigger.
Make
Ugh.
that ass pop.
But it looks so
Exactly.
unnatural. The butt looks unnatural. It looks like you're wearing a full diaper.
Well, I mean, there's levels to that shit. Like, yeah, if you get that
It looks bad.
$5,000
But no,
Colombian
but Kim-
BBL,
We just pulled it up.
Kim has the $1 million
well,
butt, and it looks
that's like one of the
terrible.
worst pictures ever taken, though. Everyone.
I think it was edited.
It's just a real picture where it's not edited and lit perfectly in a studio and with all the makeup and everything. Not makeup
There's
on her
other
butt,
like
but
vacation pics though that I'm sure where it looks great.
But like you can't exercise out that synthol oil, right? Like that's just there.
The synth, I don't know what that is.
I don't
Well,
think
what's
they used
being
synthol in
injected?
That was a
I know,
joke.
I'm joking. I know it's not that, but like whatever they're doing, maybe something that's less harmful or more regarded in the medical community.
Probably just
It
redistributing
makes the ass look
fat,
chunky.
like,
It's not. No, it's gonna
that
get
cottage
chunky.
cheese.
It's not. It's worse cottage cheese than what it would
I
naturally
love
be.
me some cottage cheese.
Me too, bro. Preach.
Oh God.
Wait. You guys like cellulite?
Like a little bit, yeah. Like there's the perfect amount. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Really?
let's put
A
this.
touch here or there, yeah.
Why?
It looks
It's
good.
hot.
What? Every time I feel like I got a salt.
That doesn't even make evolutionary sense.
Well, it's just the fact of how I feel, though. Like
It's not an indicator of youth.
It makes me want to put my pee-pee inside of it. So that is an evolutionary.
it is an indicator of youth too, in the sense that it's all about that hip waist ratio. If you got a
No,
small
I mean
waist,
the
then bigger it
cellulite
gets.
is like an aging thing, though.
Yo, we got a guy on deck.
Hmm.
I don't know who he is. Okay, Mike Raffone. Nerve.
You got to
did a
do the
little-
pre-check.
He did do a little wavy wave. Mike, throw it up again. Cam up, and you're not gonna like show any like do anything crazy.
Don't be pulling out your thunder stuff,
Yeah.
fam.
Oh, it's limited to 6 people on screen. Oh,
Oh, too
shit.
bad. Sorry, Mike.
Sorry, bro. Someone will drop out eventually. but-
Yeah, I'll dip. I'll dip in like 20.
No, you're good. No, it's fine.
I'm just
We'll call
saying, I
back
probably
in.
will. I gotta go to bed soon.
All right,
Mike,
Josh.
Bird.
Mike can
Hey, no,
contribute
that's-
in the chat.
Yeah,
what I
man,
sent
hey,
in the
call
what
in
I
again,
sent in
though,
the private
sometime.
chat. That's a beautiful ass and legs to me.
Oh, is this Amelia or Julia? Julia.
Yeah, it's like to me. That's
Oh, here,
what you
what
get
we
when
got?
you
Let me
work
pull
at
it
it
up.
and you get to see glory in all its form that a woman's
God
body
damn, that
can
was
get.
Yeah, well, that looks real because of the thigh ratio.
poetic watching
But
that.
that's just
Yeah,
beautiful.
because
life.
it's real. Yeah,
Yeah, it's
hard
just a
work.
beautiful
Hard work
life.
shows beauty. I don't
You're
think
telling me
there's
Kim
anyone that can
K's
deny that.
it doesn't almost look exactly like that?
What's the girl's name?
No, no, it doesn't. It doesn't look anything
Oh,
like it.
to me it does.
I agree.
The lifter that you like,
What?
Riggs.
Something's wrong with you guys.
Julia Mezzer
Eyes okay?
Rendino or something. I don't speak Italian, but
Mr. Adino.
when you see her, whew,
Oh, here we go. Yeah, I got it.
man, that's
We'll
to
pull it
me
up.
like that's a specimen of a woman.
We'll pull her up. Oh,
Like that's what
See,
good looking cakes look like to me.
Oh, let's see. Oh, this is a nonchalant pic.
Yeah, she's very pretty.
I sent a video in the private chat of the streamer. I don't know if you can click it, but that just gets to the point real quick.
Oh yeah.
Straight to the
As
point.
far as you know what I mean, just seeing like to me,
Oh,
like that's
There's
sexy.
more in the
like-
article. Maybe not.
Loaded.
What's her? She's got to have an Instagram, right? Or is she not
oh,
involved with
she
that?
has a gram. She has a gram.
Hold on.
Riggs sent the video clip.
Oh, to where? Sorry.
It's in the chat. The
Discord?
StreamYard chat.
Our private chat.
Oh, I don't even know where that is. Sorry. Okay.
No, you're good.
Oh, hey.
Apology
Sorry,
accepted.
guys. I didn't know that existed. Let's see. So, hey, grab give me a sec. Hello.
Like that to me is just
Yeah, let me pull it up.
sign
Hold
me
on.
up for that one time.
Let me pull it up. There we go. There we go.
Look
Yeah,
at those things.
You guys think that looks the same as Kim Kardashian pictures we just looked at?
Almost
Yeah,
identical,
It's
I
not.
thought.
It's nowhere
Davey.
near the same thing. That looks
mean,
like
she's-
that's like muscle.
Ah.
Doesn't look
Well,
like.
she's got a pump on. Just have Kim K do a couple squats and look the exact same and get a pump.
Nah, you go
Yeah,
to the
sure.
gram. She's sporting cakes like that regularly.
Pump versus no pump, big difference.
That's just,
No,
that's
Davey,
just
come
a
on. If
specimen
Kim
of a
K
woman.
did squats at that level,
Dude,
that's-
she
I'll
would
give her a
die. She
couple
would die.
pumps.
Well, she's
I'll
also
give her-
43 years old, too.
I'll give her a couple pumps.
I kept hearing pump too much. I was like, I know where this is gonna go. But man,
If
front
Davey's in the
squatting
chat,
that?
you know where it's going.
look
Damn.
at those cakes, son.
Is this Kim K right here?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah, that
bro.
was her with her LA trainer in
Okay.
Italy
Yep. Yep.
before filming a movie scene, huh, pal?
Right, right.
But I mean,
right.
That's
even-
almost too much. Like her shoulders, I don't know. A little
Don't
too
get
big.
intimidated.
We're
by
just
the
talking
swole,
about the
man.
butt.
There's some manly ass shoulders.
We're talking about the butt.
I kind of like a girl. She has a little bit of a wide back too.
Ugh.
Like you know what I mean? I can appreciate it because it tells me
Yeah.
like something.
Something.
What's it tell
And,
you?
like you're actually
Speaking.
doing work. You're
Yeah.
doing something. And if I do, on the
Oh.
off chance, blast one to your eggs, at least I could possibly get a specimen.
Yeah.
So
I
if
think
your
it-
girl has like
Fine
rough
breeding.
hands, you're into that, Riggs? You want a
Oh,
nice
wow.
rough hand?
I only like when
works.
they have rough and well worn in knees. Personally, I'm not real worried about the hands.
I do appreciate the discipline though, because you know I see a lot of the same women at the gym. You know, it's nice that you know that's a foundation that they have.
I mean, so you're not a fan if they have a little bit of a bag, like they're doing some lat pull downs or whatever, and like they have like a little bit of a shape up top. I think that helps their,
I'm not opposed to it,
waist.
but I mean,
unless they're
Yeah, I
massive, right?
yeah, I just like the ethic and like knowing that it's a routine thing, and that's kind of
That's
a health.
weird
it's a
though when a
signal
girl
of health.
works out her upper body to me too much. Honestly, I gotta be real.
Yeah, of course. There's a tipping point.
But
we-
women
Pull up a
Stick
chart.
with the hip- Stick with the hip thrust.
women can work out their upper all day, all night. They usually just don't get that big unless they're on a special diet or they're supplementing.
or they're juiced.
Exactly, Christian. That was just what I was gonna say. Like
They like
most
can't
of them can
build.
hit their upper body, but their
not enough
legs are gonna
testosterone.
surpass. Yeah,
You mean to tell me you guys don't like women with a deep voice?
I mean, a sexy, sultry, deep, like alto voice can be cute. Like,
When you find a woman whose voice is deeper than yours, it's love at first
Oh, look at the
sight.
beauty of that pull on the snatch. It's got to be a snatch. That seems too light. Has to be a snatch in the video. Yeah.
Ooh, look at
the
that throw.
technique
It's,
and precision on
yeah.
that pull is just
Yeah.
insane.
no, it's cool because she goes like gravityless for a second. Like,
Wow.
And then almost just drops her
Time
labias to the
stops.
floor.
yeah.
is that Fresh's baby mama right there?
No, watch this moment though. It's godly. I swear, it's of God. Like
First
this.
pull done.
she launches
second
off.
pull, extension.
Yeah,
Boom.
throws-
Hips.
Throws
right
the
here.
weight. It's just in
Ooh.
the air.
So weightless.
Get under there. Get under
She
there.
gets
Get under there.
it. So
Yep.
cool.
Olympic
So-
weightlifting is such an insane sport.
Yeah, that is one woman who might be able to, lift a car off her baby. That's
Maybe,
one.
maybe
want
if it's
you
a
to-
Pinto.
I just want you to lift me up and spin
Maybe
me
if it's a
around.
moped. If it's a moped, maybe.
Yeah, just not a Chevy Tahoe or something.
Or a little Hot Wheel, you know?
There's another. What was the other? There's another girl that lifts for Italy too. That's pretty cute.
Her name is also Julia.
Yes, it is.
Oh, bro. I think I found her.
But she's not. I like the first girl better because she's a little bit more top
No?
heavy. If you catch my drift.
No?
Oh, Jesus! That girl been at the.
God damn, please turn that shit off. I
She
almost
been
threw
eating
up
too much
for a
rice,
second.
my boy.
No, Davey.
It's a
Let me just give
stout
you
gal.
that
Let's
video
go.
right there. That
Let's
video right there.
go. Come on.
Like,
She
guys, I
cute.
got to make a point here. That video right there is what Kim K would actually look like with her ass, Davey. Like, if that ass was real, that's what Kim K would look like.
No. I don't
No, bro. No, don't tell me.
Hey, I'm gonna send
Awesome.
another one. I'm gonna drop another one at
Oh,
the same.
damn.
I'm gonna drop another one at the same spot, John,
Yeah.
Whoa.
in the private chat. But this girl also lifts for Italy. I think she's like a weight class or two below the first girl, though. Well, that's
Damn.
actually her right there.
Where?
I want to say that's her in the middle picture of the
blue?
top that you have right
Oh.
now. I want to say that's the Julia Imperial or whatever in the middle. I want to say that's her. Yep,
yeah,
sure
it is.
enough.
Yeah, good call, bro. Wow, good eye.
He
Oh,
knows
really
his
good eye.
cakes. Riggs knows
Look
his
at those
cakes.
cleans. Clean AF.
Yeah, she
bro.
doesn't look big at
Oh
all.
my gosh. No.
Yeah, but look
Yeah,
at the
there's a-
links I
there's a
sent where
max.
she's like, look at in the private chat and go to like the whatever pops up the second picture, and then you could tell like when they're working angles for the gram. But Jesus, it's still a sight to see.
Yeah.
Like it's ridiculous.
form.
It's art form.
But yeah, I think I put it in the StreamYard private
Beautiful.
chat just to see the fucking.
Beautiful.
But look at the
Beautiful.
pictures in it. Like it's cool. I knew when I seen the video where you were at right now. I was like, that's her right there, the same girl we're talking about.
Good eye. No, it was a really good eye. I'm surprised you seen that. I seen it.
He's a cake connoisseur.
But look at the number.
The cake is
yeah,
sore.
whatever I sent you in the private chat, you just go to the second picture on that link, and it's like, what a specimen! Like, gorgeous legs, upper body's not too developed. Like,
It'd be,
Oh,
it'd be a hard tuck in those tight pants.
Hey, AC, are you trying to tune in on a different account? Or
Oh, is he doing this again?
Because you're in it. I can only have 6 people in here. But you're already in here. Okay, he disconnected. I'm just trying to make sure it's not this creeper guy that I don't know who it. Well, maybe he's not a creeper. Sorry, the guy that Mike.
Potential
was in
Mike.
there earlier.
creeper.
Just I've never
Mike.
seen his name anywhere in the Discord or anything. But you got drifters sometimes, and that's fine.
You guys still hear?
Hey, there we go.
Public
Yeah.
YouTube.
I was trying to
public
get
YouTube.
in on the
Yeah,
app
public-
instead of.
Yeah, no
browser.
worries.
The public
All right.
forum.
But yeah, you guys were one thing that you guys were talking about that maybe you want to jump in before the ass talk was COVID.
Oh yeah, let's go.
Maybe testament to why
we'll
like
show
we
some of
don't
these videos.
fully, get pissed off as we should be about what happened during COVID is because we could just always move on to a fat ass, and forget about it. But I feel like that shit is still having repercussions throughout society. Fucked everybody up.
go
Talk
one
about
picture
this-
over, John.
The
One picture
symptomic.
over on that Reddit post. Por
I'm gonna
favor.
go through them. Yep, I'll
Yeah.
go through them. Are you talking
And
And
about the
Riggs, you were
symptomic?
talking, yeah, no, but in Riggs, you were talking about like the price of a burger. Like inflation
Oh, yeah.
is still
Shit.
out of control, and I don't know. I think
It's
it's going
not
to be
going
years
away.
until it's really
It ain't
tamped
going
down.
nowhere.
That's
I don't
Joe
think
Brand-
you can
That's
tamp
Joe
it down.
Brandonomics. Joe Brandonomics right
You
there.
think about we had a couple of years of so much money being pumped into the system artificially that wasn't based on any actual growth or economic activity. And yeah, it's going to take years for all that shit to unwind itself.
I mean, how do you go back? I don't like deflation is pretty
It's
much
just-
unheard of.
We
Yeah,
just
and
need
it's-
another Biden win, and that's my favorite president. And he'll probably.
It's just
Well, and
acceleration.
somebody said that it's going to take 10 years. It's going to be an interesting next 10 years. Yeah, you're right, but it's going to be an
Yeah.
interesting next year because
Yeah, elections. Yeah.
that election is going to happen, and man, we're
Interesting next 6
both
months.
ways.
It's going to be an interesting infinity years.
Hey, do you guys
Always something
ever
going on.
remember them talking about all the COVID variants?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Omicron.
And how they don't talk about it anymore.
Yeah, where happened to all the COVID variants? That was a big scare for a long time, and it just evaporated.
Yeah,
I saw a tweet about that today, actually.
It's gone. I mean, I had heard
The whole
about that for 8 months.
The mask thing was so weird. It was like
Mask thing. Oof.
it was like hysteria.
Wasn't
Mass
donkeypox
hysteria.
one of the
Monkeypox.
Yeah, donkeypox.
No, I mean, we haven't,
Monkeypox. There's no
Oh.
donkeypox.
we haven't heard about it in 8 months
That's
because
good.
Don Lemon's, Don Lemon's writer still works for CNN, and Don Lemon doesn't. You know, it's the same thing. The writers who write those shows have moved on. Onto the
Wow.
new thing. So that's what happens.
Interesting.
It's just a
Yeah.
thing.
Now they're talking about that
That
orange.
seems pretty
dude.
reasonable. Yeah.
They're really bad.
Orange Man bad?
Yeah, the worst dude in history.
Is that
I
still
hate
a
that.
thing? People still don't like him?
I hate that dude.
I was just thinking, man,
TDS.
can you imagine another 4 years for Biden? And I'm purely speaking like physical and mental state.
No.
Why would there?
Oh, it's done. It's
I
done.
can't.
It's a
But,
wrap.
but I
Can
can't.
you imagine another 4 years with Trump to either of them? Like
Yes.
Yeah,
God.
easily.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
with the other side though, and like I just think it's gonna drive people insane. Like
I think one thing you
They
guys
are
all American-
insane. Let them be
Yeah, those people are
insane.
nuts.
I don't know what can we do with them?
Yeah, lock him up. That orange dude.
I've got
I mean,
a
he
nuance
literally has a
point.
criminal trial starting on Monday. Like, which
Let's
is
hear it,
fucking
Ruff.
crazy.
Let's
I
hear
know.
it from a
They-
foreigner's
They'll
perspective.
do anything. They'll do
Right, so-
anything to get their way.
Well, the first 4 years of his presidency, like I literally lost friends supporting that guy, and then watching his presidency unfold, I realized he's just a plant like everybody else because he did nothing. Like the Republicans and his side would make excuses for him. Oh, he's got too many enemies and he can't run the government. Like Barack Obama, literally for the second half of his presidency, governed the country through executive order. He didn't need Congress or the Senate. So Trump he won't fix anything. He's just this right-wing boogeyman that has to be there to placate the right-wing quote-unquote feeling.
That's why I don't
the
vote.
feeling of resentment. This is why I don't
No.
like Trump, because he's not the right guy. He isn't.
Who
He's
is?
not
Oh,
gonna
he's
fix
the
anything.
who
He's
is
gonna
the
make
right
it
guy
worse.
then?
Who's the right guy?
We need a painter.
That's the
No.
issue.
That's why I vote for Uncle Dolph with Vice President D's nuts.
No,
Got
I think Trump
The right
has
guy.
good. What's the word I'm looking for? Foreign diplomacy. He's not.
I agree. It's way better than Biden's.
He can talk to
Wow.
these other leaders. He's not a beta male with mental problems, dementia, and it's no hate on our current president. I just don't. He just needs to retire. I feel bad for him.
He's
They
gonna
keep
retire
putting
when he
him
falls
through all
off
this.
another
Foreign
bike
policy
down
is
the
his
step.
biggest weakness too, though. Like, and it has always been. Biden has been wrong, like on every big foreign policy decision for 20, 30 years. Like,
Well, I mean, so was Trump. Like, look at him. He came to power, and the people who voted him and campaigned for him didn't want any Middle East shenanigans. And what did he do? He pulled a Hillary Clinton. He bombed Syria, and he was like, "It was great. We saw it. The Tomahawks." And then they all blew up. And I'm just sat there thinking, what the, like, this guy's.
You know where
mental.
all that's from, right?
Yeah, it's like
I
the
don't-
right guy.
I'm not gonna say it, but
Well,
Lace us.
well,
Place
here's
to
the
put
thing,
it.
Riggs. Like the right guy starts with you, right? You got to fix your life. That's what I believe, and that's what I'm
Mhm.
doing. We just got to fix our lives, and live the way we want. And then when they come on our door to campaign for whichever president, we're just going to say, what does he believe in? The moment they start spewing anything that we don't like, we say, thank you, but goodbye. Because you're not going to help me or my family. I have to do it.
Yeah, I
I've never
expect
been involved in politics.
Trump
Sorry, go
to
ahead.
fix everything, but just as a symbol, as an icon, I don't mind voting for him. I don't.
Yeah.
He's not our savior. He's not our messiah, but I think he stands as a strong masculine figure who has
He's
a family.
a nuclear divider, though.
That's
You
good.
know, like
What does that mean?
nuclear. Like I don't even know. I just thought of it, but like he just
Nuclear, explain it.
drives the opposition like so crazy that it's like I don't know. It's just not productive.
But the reaction is natural in my
Mhm.
point of view, because if you look at what happened in 2016, the media, they had to have a nuclear reaction, like all that weird meme of that woman screaming outside the White House, you know, and everything else. They had to do that because they have to not just placate their own side, but they have to stop people from, quote unquote, on their side having dual loyalties, right? Like conceding the point on certain policy issues, because if you start conceding one thing, then the opposition takes a mile, right? So the leftists, as it were, they had to get more insane, and they had to make sure their side stayed on the left, and everybody else, their enemy, was classed as a boogeyman, you know, and everything else. So hence, that's why they had to do it, to split the two sides apart from coming into a discussion and a negotiation and having a few settled issues. But now
And
you have no settled issues.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that being divisive, because I mean we've had great men in the past that did the same thing.
True. Yeah.
Julius Caesar, Socrates, Jesus, and many, many more.
I mean, if your only examples though are 2,000 years old, then I don't know. It's arguable. You know if that still holds up.
There are other examples that are more recent. I don't have them off the top of my head, but
Augustus
they're
Caesar, Constantine, Alfred the Great, King Edward I, Henry VIII, Elizabeth
Genghis
I,
Khan.
you're never going to have
George
a
III.
nation where everyone just all agrees, right? Like you're going to have the haters and the losers, as Trump calls them, you know, the opposition. But I mean, a lot of this liberal stuff, it is really hater loser kind of stuff.
You know, I feel like it has kind of become a voice of reason recently. Is like who I never would have thought is Bill Maher in a lot of ways. I watched his little monologue from this weekend earlier today, and it was spot on in my opinion, because we all think of him as kind of a lefty, but he's really been coming down on his own side recently.
Yeah.
For pushing people away by the too woke minority kind of running things. And I think that's both sides, honestly, is like the fringes get to kind of be the squeaky wheel getting the grease.
Yeah. Well, here's a modern example. Tate, Andrew Tate. It's either like you like him or you hate him, but people have strong feelings on both sides about that personality.
It's polarizing. And what is it? What is the thing that is polarizing? It's the message? Is it again, yeah, you talk about the winners versus the losers, and the people that are upset about things and didn't have maybe the upbringing are divided. I mean, there's a division just in nature.
I just think if you're going to speak openly about how you really feel with confidence, especially as a man, you're going to have the people that really respect that. And then you're going to have the people who like hate that you're speaking so freely. Right.
Well, that's what I was getting at. Is it truth versus, lies, or what's right versus what's wrong? Or is it,
well, everything's so
again,
like
AT&T
all or nothing.
or T-Mobile? Is it,
Well,
Like
If
a lot
you-
of people love, a lot of people. You said you have to most people either love or hate Andrew Tate. Same goes for Trump, and I
Right.
think that that's like a casualty of what's been going on the last few years. Like personally, like I like some things that Trump and Tate say. I don't like some things that Trump and Tate say. You know, it's
That's fair.
people's
But
ability to be
Hopefully.
discerning.
Hopefully,
But,
yeah.
but most people just hear the name and don't know anything about them, and they're immediately like, "Bad man, that's the
Right,
bad
yeah.
man. I heard about
Orange
that
man
bad
bad.
man." And you
Yeah,
ask
what
them
is
like, "Okay,
that?
what do you not like about them?" They're just like, "They're a misogynist." It's like, okay, well, what's an example of that? And like, I don't know. It just is. I don't like him. It's like, well, it's just because you believe this narrative. You don't really know what you're talking about. But
Yeah.
if you're going to be in the public eye, if you're going to put yourself out there, you're going to have people that hate you and people that love you. It's just, you have to accept it.
Yeah.
That's why you can't read the comments.
They can't think
Yeah, exactly.
critically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you as Christian, you pulled out this one, but Andy Warhol, like you weigh your comments, you don't really look at them, you don't
Right.
separate them, just
Right.
weigh them for what they are, because half of the people are going to talk shit about you, half the people are going to praise you. So
All that
doesn't
matters
really
is that they're
matter.
talking. As long as they're
Yeah.
talking about you.
yeah, you're making something
Yeah.
happen. So,
No such thing as bad publicity.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's the same
yeah.
concept.
exactly, all that good stuff.
What was that painting?
It's the
I
was a
saw you were
trans-
looking at
it was a
Picasso's Guernica.
translation of The Art of War. You know that book by Sun Tzu.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that was a translation. I'm trying to figure out if it was like a modern day thing. It's kind of out of context for the article. There's no caption or anything, but I don't know. Maybe those are but yeah, I was looking at Guernica and kind of we were looking at. I was investigating the World War II. They had the little dome underneath for bombers where a guy would
Yeah.
sit.
Terrifying.
I'll just pull it up again. Just World II bomber dome.
You talking about the ball turret?
So B-52.
Yeah, the ball turret.
Those are brutal.
No, it's
I
for
know.
dropping bombs too.
Insane. They're so
yeah,
tiny.
it's the bomb. Yeah, the ball turret. Yeah, I guess it is called the ball turret. Yeah. I was
Hop
kind of
on
looking
in.
at those earlier. Yeah.
Man, what a
That's
trip.
tight.
Just riding in that is crazy enough.
It's like
No, you
Yeah.
gotta
You just
spin it
fall out
around.
the back.
Well,
It's
you'd
they
be
had-
brutally cold in
think.
there as well.
And yeah.
Well, yeah.
Heard you
yeah.
want to go kill other white people, pal. Here's a couple dollars. Go kill your people.
Yeah.
You got to secure the nation.
Yeah.
There's the
Here we are.
Lancaster.
There's
the
a different
Lancaster
one,
bomber had it at the
um,
back. If you type in the Lancaster bomber or the Avro bomber, AVRO bomber, Lancaster.
They have a
ALANCAA.
It was suggested many times. Someone looking at the keyboard while they're typing.
Yeah, like they had the. If you look at the first picture,
Nice.
there's got the.
Whoa,
Got the
bro.
keyboard.
I feel like I'm getting barraged with some artillery over here. Yeah, give me a break. I'm
Looking
a
at
couple
the
different
keyboard.
things.
No, it's like
what
when
the heck?
Joe Fody would type. He's like looking at the
What the
keyboard, and
heck?
spelling it wrong, and everyone else is like, "Bro, delete."
No, I was all right.
What? You were there,
Oh,
Johnny.
man.
You made fun of it too because it was funny.
I know,
Calling
but
the kettle
Davey's
black.
laughing more about a person who doesn't even know about, which is crazy.
But the concept of where everyone can
Yeah,
see.
I understand it. Yeah. No, I understand.
You
it.
were there.
Yeah.
I'm surprised you don't find it funny.
No, we laughed about it, Johnny and I, and
No,
Mark
it's-
laughed about
It's
it.
all good. It's all good. It's all good. But this is the fighter you're talking about?
Yeah, so it's if you
Do
look
they
at that
have
first
a-
picture, they had a turret right at the back. So they have a turret on the top, in the middle.
Was this an
and then they
English
have a turret
thing?
Right.
Oh, it's on
Avro.
the tail?
Avro. Yeah, they're British. Oh,
Yeah,
interesting. They have
tail
it below.
on
I
the
see
top
it.
and the tail,
But on the tail.
and then on the front as well.
Oh yeah, that's cool. Interesting design.
Yeah,
Can we
the
look at
Americans
some
put them on
planes
the
in
bottom.
Luftwaffe, please.
Yeah, the Americans put them
Or for
down
war.
under here as the bombers.
I mean, thank God for
Interesting.
America. Like, fuck.
Yeah.
Britain
Well, when they're on the
would have
bottom-
been
God
fucked
damn.
without
When-
us.
When they're on the bottom, you don't have a you don't have to worry about hitting the tail.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you got the whole breast of the plane, everything. You can drop bombs, you can navigate, you can do a lot of things you can't see from the top.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's see. What was the next topic? Someone had
Luftwaffe plane.
What about the Luftwaffe
Oh,
and Messerschmitts?
Luft- Wow.
That sounds like a
Luftwaffe
German
is
plane.
German Air Force.
Oh, let's go. Yeah, okay. This is more of a single operated or two people.
That was a
Fighter plane.
Fighter jet.
Here, we just got to pull a video, I think, for something like this. Yeah, we want some footy.
Oh, they were talking about what they were painting him with for their flag and all. That's pretty cool.
Is this World War II? Yeah.
That's a nice pic of one. How do I full screen that? From Britannica. Where's she at?
What is this?
Luftwaffe.
Messerschmitt's
gosh.
going brrrr.
Right click, open tab. Open image and tab.
Open-
Go down a
an
bit more,
image in
John.
the tab.
Yeah.
There we go. There we go. Thank you, sir. Boom. That's a great photo. Look at that guy. He's looking at the photographer. That's so sick.
He's like, "Sup, cuss?"
Like, yep.
But too bad he
My
didn't have
shit.
no social media to post it to.
Come
But
a
here we are.
very, very long way.
The
in-
German bombers
50
had
years.
2 engines instead of 4.
Greatest generation.
Yeah. I mean, I used to joke about that, but the greatest generation, I think so. Totally different mindset.
Well, when was Kitty Hawk? Wasn't that like 1907 or something? Like, I think it's 1900, but very early, or was it 18, late 18?
What about Kitty Hawk? Oh, the riot?
No, the first flight,
1965.
the Wright brothers, 1903.
Was it called Kitty Hawk?
Yeah, so from 1903
That's crazy.
to 1940, those planes were like 1940, 1941, 42, they were being developed. That's only 40 years.
Well, and just to
And-
think about where we are today with all these airports and
Oh, yeah.
know?
Yeah,
like,
I know. It's insane progress.
insane.
It's
hard-
hard,
They had
it's
to like
hard,
push that shit
it's
down
hard
a
to
hill.
conceive. Yeah. I mean, it's basically like a big kite.
Well, I mean, imagine it during the
Damn.
war, like, you were piloting those planes in the friggin' dark because most of the bombing runs happened at night. So
Yeah.
you're in the dark. You don't have the
Primitive
The
instrumentation.
yeah. You just have dials and shit, and you're just like, well, if we get lost, we get lost. We might go down in enemy territory, or we might die. Who knows?
Right.
I mean, like
Gonna
the amount
wing
of
it,
planes
huh,
that
pals?
that just dropped into the sea between France and England, we don't know.
Yeah.
We
It's
did a
gotta be
submarine search, we'd find loads.
Massive balls back then.
What about my buddy Erwin Rommel?
Desert Fox.
Der Winston Fuchs. Goated.
Man, what a day. The first flight.
That just looks like a weird kite, honestly.
When did the
Yeah,
first
I-
automobile come into production? I mean, we were at horse and buggy, like 140.
1890s, I think, or 1870s, something like that.
You know what they called the first automobiles?
Carriages.
The horseless carriage. I thought that was funny because
That's fine.
that's a conceptual step, like a leap in understanding like a horse and buggy, that they called it the horseless buggy. Like it was missing the horse.
Yeah. It's that times Bluetooth carriage.
Yeah, it's just really funny.
It's funny too how, like, with cars now, you back in the day in movies, you see the royal like caravan of carriages.
Mhm.
and that still exists today. It's like just like the caravan of like
Right.
sprinters and Maybachs, you know.
Right.
They
Procession.
even I think they call the what's the Jeep?
The
The big
procession, yes.
the big Jeep, it's called, I thought it was interesting because it's like still like a caravan kind of esque name.
Wrangler,
Not the Wrangler, the big one.
Cherokee.
it's
No, none of the bigger than that.
There's like the suit. I think they upped it. It's Drew. It's like bigger than yours, Drew.
it's not like the Summit, is it?
I can't remember.
I don't know.
Moot point, but it was along the lines of kind of like still cabin and buggy, drawn by a horse kind of language.
Is it the Wagoneer?
Wagoneer? Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. Thank you, sir. Gotta have you on the. There we go.
Got research here.
Yeah, the Jeep Wagoneer.
Oh,
It's
that's classy.
like
The
I
old
want
Woody.
that one. What a heater.
that thing's dope. The
Put
new
some
ones are
white
dope
walls
too.
on it, cuz.
They kind of look like but the old ones are fresh AF. I mean, look at that.
It's
thing.
funny how
Got that gold
progress.
and a little bit of white wall.
That's a
Let's
great
go.
shot. Yeah.
Deep is pulling the plug
Oh
on
my
the
gosh.
Wagoneer.
Oh god.
I could totally
Bro.
see Davey in that with his
Bro.
do-rag. Playing the game.
Dude, this thing did everything for the American.
Mhm.
That
Yeah,
and the
nowadays.
Ford
You
Bronco.
You go off road,
Take it to
Go
the
in the
construction
snow.
site, the family trip,
Yeah.
go hunting, take everyone
Nowadays,
along.
this is how you
the
pull a
farm
bird,
vehicle.
guys.
What about
Go
the
fishing,
Bronco?
go on a
Bird
date.
nowadays.
I was just
Oh,
gonna
the golf
say
course. Let's go.
the Bronco was similar.
Yeah, it was.
That's a great
It was.
design because it still holds
Great design. Great design. It's not too tall. It's not too,
They're
I mean, looking
pulling
at
the
this
plug
car
on
is-
it though.
And it's a
Damn.
precursor to the SUV, clearly.
The old Broncos look better than the new ones, in my opinion.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, no, the old Broncos look very
of course.
cool.
And they sell
Of
for a ton of money still. Like that's
Yeah.
Yeah, these
Great
new
design.
Wagoners are crazy.
My
now.
roommate in college had one of the old Broncos, and he was very proud of it. He would take the top off in the summer. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, those are sick. It's funny
Yeah,
though
man.
how progress seems so incremental year to year.
Right.
You know, there's a new version of everything year to year, and it always seems kind of disappointing, like
Yeah.
how much changes. But you zoom out, and fuck, like 100 years ago, we weren't even flying.
Well, I had a 2003 Mazda,
Well, third row seat.
and then I recently got a 2013 Volkswagen. And just in 10 years, man, the technology is so much better.
Dope.
The
got-
GTI.
It's so cool because
Backup camera.
it doesn't have a backup camera. It does not, which I thought was interesting. Thought it would, but it's got the thing where like you put your hand in the door and it automatically unlocks if you have the key in your pocket, like the wireless thing.
Push start them too.
Push start. Yeah, I never have to take my key out of my pocket ever.
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, and then when you walk away, you just like put your hand in front of the handle and it locks. You don't touch anything. It's just
That
I
sounds
don't
like
know.
a lot of expensive shit when it breaks.
Yeah.
I did ask about that. I'm like, so what if I lose my key? How do I get my car? I can't just get another key cut.
Toast.
Where's the backup key? And they're like, oh yeah, you should probably get a second key. And I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
How much is that?
Funny-
They're
funny
like
little
$400.
aside.
$400
Oh, yeah,
for a
bro.
backup key. I'm like,
You just need a spare key, bro. You think it's like to your shed? You're like, oh, I'll just take it down to the hardware
Yeah.
store. They're like, nah, that's half a grand. Like
Yeah.
what?
I was just thinking about getting one of those flippers, like the flipper device where you can
What's
record
that?
wireless signals. It's like a little hacker
Oh
tool.
yeah.
But
I've
it's
seen.
that's like $100 about, and you can record your key fob on it. But it's a rolling code for security, so you have to do it when your car's out of range. You can record
That's tight.
like 10,
Okay.
10 times and save it in memory. So if you lose your key, you can use that up to 10 times. So you could at least get in your car if you lost your key.
Yeah, worse.
I wish I would have had that. I went to Six Flags several years back with my old Infinity and was on a roller coaster that
In
went upside down.
California though, or not? Which one did you
No,
go
Chicago, the one in Gurney, Illinois.
to? Oh,
Yeah,
which is
I
nice.
don't know one
I've
in
been there.
California.
About an hour and a half away from where I live, and
I got you.
lost my key on a roller coaster. Fell out while I was upside down.
That's always my biggest fear.
No way.
Had to
Wait,
have my
what?
car towed to the
While I was
nearest Infinity
upside down.
dealership to get
That's so
to
good.
get it
Wouldn't
fucking
wouldn't
programmed and all that bullshit. Yeah.
I would think the
No
centrifugal force
shit.
would keep your butt
It
in the seat
does.
and the key in your
It does.
pocket.
It wasn't in my pocket though. It was in my coat pocket, which was like crazy fast.
That sucks.
Well, you know,
That's
today,
weird.
if I wanted to go on the poll, I would get the old Jeep that we just saw. Like, I would rather get the old Jeep.
The Wagoneer?
fit it- Yeah, because that is just cool. What I've noticed, right?
Yeah.
I think it was the Hot Rod channel. They did a test. They took out an old hot rod and they rented a Lamborghini to see what the women were more attracted to. And guess what? The women wanted to take pictures with the hot rod, and they would walk past the guy stood next to the hot rod, going, "Oh, cool car," stuff like
Yeah.
that. Whereas it was only the men and young boys interested in the Lambo. That was it.
Was it the
Yeah,
same
so
man
that-
though, posted by each car?
No, different dudes. Different
Oh.
dudes. It's like the hot rod channel, and they just wanted to take a
Interesting.
hot rod and a Lambo for a drive to the
I mean,
beach.
they should put the hot rod dude though with the Lambo and see if they still get
Oh,
the
Well,
same
they
results.
parked the hot rod
Okay.
right next to the Lambo.
Hmm.
And
Yeah, it's as a comparison.
yeah, and the girls loved the hot rod, basically.
That's actually shocking. Like I would not think that.
Well, think about it nowadays with social media and everything. Only a specific type of girl likes a Lambo. Most girls are just used to seeing Lambos and Bentleys and everything everywhere in programs, Instagram, everything. So you're kind of, desensitized to it. So when you see something like a really cool hot rod,
Programs though in real life, I feel like with supercars are very different. You know, when you see a supercar in real life, like on the road, yeah, I mean, like you said, it was mainly boys and young men that liked the Lambo better. But I feel like I definitely am gonna like salivate over the Lambo more than a old.
put it this way, I took a road trip once to collect some doors for the car I'm restoring, right? And on the way, I saw a Lamborghini, a Bentley, and stuff like that. It just didn't do anything. I saw a Shelby Cobra, might have been a replica or something, but a Cobra riding on the motorway, and my jaw dropped because it was just gorgeous, So
Mm.
it's the same thing. Like you're driving past and you can see women driving, looking at the car and everything, but a Ferrari goes past it, meh.
One of my best friends has a Bentley that's a 2015. I'm not sure the model. It's a convertible. It's a really sick ride. And the number one reason I feel like to own a car like that's so expensive, you can't really justify it like on the sound of the speakers or the comfort when you're in it. It literally though is the reactions of people when you're driving it.
The head
Like,
turner.
The head turner, the like, damn, like people just like yell at you like all the time.
Constantly.
Constantly. And it's like,
Yeah, but you could also get, for that price, you could get a fully zooped up 1,000 horsepower restored Chevy Camaro 1969 SS or a Shelby GT500 from the 1960s. Like something real top notch that you can take a lady in a fancy date and she's gonna feel absolutely, like all the attention's on her, because nobody ever sees a car like that on the road. Whereas a Bentley, everybody thinks, oh, look, Justin Bieber just arrived,
yeah.
or some drug dealer just arrived. Who knows?
I mean, one
That's
cool thing I think they're doing with the old cars right now is they're putting new everything into them, new guts. And
Yeah.
and if you do that, then yeah, those old cars are cool again. But if it's like fully restored the original, it's still gonna feel old as fuck. in
Yeah,
my
but I
opinion.
prefer the original, because the original, you get the gremlins that the original had, but you also get the feel of it,
That's why
I
I don't
agree.
hate on cars too much, because I'm like, I don't care what you're driving when you come pick me up, lady. Just come grab your boy.
I hear that. I mean, it's a depreciating asset,
Yeah.
but it's also a sick thing to have because if you got, in theory, like a lot of people buy cars that are way out of what their price range should be, and they're basically like sleeping in their car. But
Yeah.
That's what
It's
we
not a
call
good.
hood
It's,
rich.
it's not a good
Exactly.
ROI.
Exactly. But I mean, people do it for a reason. It's because, like, you know, you're in your car a lot.
Yeah.
It is impressive to the ladies for sure.
Well, when you're living in it, you're gonna be in it a whole
Yeah,
lot.
not when you have to go back to it.
You got your laundry in the back seat of your Malbec.
I saw a commercial for Maybach. I was actually surprised how they said the word Maybach because it's not Maybach. Like, I always thought it's like Maybach.
Hmm.
But yeah, it made me think like there must be just a lot. That's another like thing that happened with COVID. Like a lot of motherfuckers like took their wealth to the next level, and there's more
Wait.
rich motherfuckers than ever.
Yeah.
I noticed the Masters did a lot of Maybach advertising.
Yeah, I had never seen one of those before.
No, they did. I was noticing the advertising for it. I was like, whoa, this is a whole different atmosphere of money because you're not advertising to the general public for that kind of event. But
JFA host, did you see that Instagram post?
It's peeing on the stream.
who's
sorry.
pissing?
That's me.
Doing that.
My bad.
I mean, isn't the Maybach just a giant Mercedes?
No, it's like super luxury. Like everything is upped like 10 times. Like as far as
Alright.
luxury, not performance,
Why
just
not just
luxury.
get a Rolls Royce then?
Oh, they're probably competing for the Rolls
Yeah,
Royce
competitors.
crowd.
The Phantom crowd.
But like their
But
SUVs are like they're like 300,000, 350,000 for like a SUV, but they got the full recliner. You know, everything is just top
First
notch.
class.
Like I've been out of the loop. Like these 7 Series BMWs, the back
Insane.
seat with the 16:9
Oh, man.
television screen. It's like
Yeah, they're
all the
sick.
things we could have ever dreamed of are happening right now. And you can just Bluetooth in or like Apple Play movies or streaming in the back of the 7 Series. Oh,
It's not the dot matrix Game Boy screen anymore.
oh,
In the
Did
back
you guys
seat
see the
on a triplet.
post?
oh.
John-
I'll pull up some pics.
Going back to the Masters real quick. Did you see that post where it showed all the private jets in the Augusta?
Yeah, I did.
1,500 like
Yeah,
private jets.
Wow.
yeah,
It's like a never-ending line. It was insane.
it's
Like
very high
a
wealth.
parking lot of jets, private jets.
Yeah, it's a high wealth.
Well, and I think one reason my dad actually went to a practice round this week at the Masters, so I was learning some like inside info. And I guess this isn't really inside info, but I think one big thing that attracts a lot of that wealth to the tournament is they don't allow cell phones inside the walls.
Really?
Oh, and they have a no walking policy.
No running policy.
Or I mean, sorry. You're right. You're
It's
right.
like, wait a second.
Yeah, sorry.
You have to
My
take a
bad.
golf cart everywhere.
No, but it's
No,
hilarious though.
yeah.
Like people are
No
speed walking
running.
out of their ass to get to good spots. No
That's
running
funny.
policy.
Isn't that a funny thing? And how could you even like enforce that? You know?
Oh,
Like,
they
you're-
do though. Like people get kicked out
I
for running.
know.
Hey, you're
What
out.
other event? What a civilized event. I love it. And like people actually be like, okay, you caught me running. I accept. I'm gone. Have a good year.
And you can never come back.
What?
Yeah,
You get
dude.
permanently banned?
It's like
Permanently.
you're at the pool.
No.
It's true, dude. Look it up. Like they say, and kindly do not
No.
come back.
And kindly.
Dude, that
do
is
come
not-
back.
That's not 16:9. That is like 2-to-1 or more, like 3-to-1. That's super widescreen.
Another
Look at this
little
shit.
cool
It's
piece
like
of
Whoa.
etiquette.
luxury.
Piece of etiquette at the Masters. So apparently, like when you get in, everyone buys one of those green
Wow.
chairs that you see on screen. They
Right.
put your name on the back of that chair, and that's why they're speed walking when you see like the people speed walking because they want to put their chair down at a prime location.
Hmm.
And the etiquette is that you can, once you've placed your chair, you can leave your chair. Other people may sit at it, but when you come back and it has your name on it, they have to get up and give you back your chair.
There's a lot of kind of quirky, very
Fair.
high trust society like things. Because
Yeah.
like people would not ordinarily deal with that, right? Like, no, my chair, my thing. You know, it's like
100%.
but there's an etiquette amongst the golf community, which is mostly high
Gentlemanly.
net worth individuals, yeah, then white people understand culture and like, yeah, no one wants to make a ruckus about anything. And like we can have these kind of complex, really meaningful gatherings without
Decorum is the word.
yeah, decorum.
It's
Yeah,
a
yeah.
beautiful thing. It truly is.
Very
Mhm.
beautiful thing. And there's a lot of people that hate on the I was looking at some article, the counter
Oh, the haters and the losers.
yeah, haters and losers, people hating on the water supply that is required to keep everything looking as beautiful as it does in the Masters.
It
And I was
is
like,
insanely crazy how that course is kept. Like
yeah,
the it's just
No,
wild. Like to
it's
look
like
at.
the peak
The pinnacle.
of
Yeah.
it's the
Like
yeah, it's
the
the peak of grass
groundskeeper there is like a
technology,
fucking wizard.
like everything. Yeah, yeah, and like what's wrong with like just dishing money out for something like that? I'm okay with that.
That
Well,
keep-
and-
but it keeps the economy moving,
Oh,
cycling.
there's like this whole movement which Bobby Jones created, like, is incredible. It's where it's become. He had no idea.
Who's Bobby Jones?
They did some come
He's the
though a
guy
couple
that
years ago though to
started
letting women members into Augusta, which it was a
did
huge
you know that
firestorm.
Did you know that JLP went down there to protest this?
Women
Isn't that
being allowed to
crazy?
join.
Yeah,
Oh,
he
join the
went
club,
down to
men's
Georgia
club?
and he said this in an opening statements last Friday or 2 Fridays ago. He said that he was talking with Sean about golf, and they're talking about the Masters. And JLP said that he went down and sign picketed for the women to not be allowed in the club. And I think he played there. He said he's
Mhm.
played like a few times in his life, and he
I mean,
loved
bro, that's beta as fuck. In my
Which part?
opinion. Going down to Augusta, Georgia to picket
Yeah,
about women being
maybe it
allowed.
was.
Like
Maybe-
what the
maybe it
fuck,
was.
I'm sure
bro?
he didn't go
How do you
just
have
for
this much
that.
time?
He was probably
Well,
invited
Yeah, I don't think
I
it
hope.
was.
by
I
someone.
pray. I pray.
He was like
No, it's
making
definitely
ends meet to
invited.
make his life purpose. He's probably had a nice little weekend.
There would
you
be
know, show
too
support.
there would be too many protests to go to if he was just going to the protest to protest.
Okay.
I don't
Well, I
think
give
he-
him the benefit
There's
of the
typically
doubt.
a reason. They want you got to have the people that are on your ideas.
What
around you.
JLP is this? Is this the Cuz or the other one?
Because
Because
Oh, the Cuz went out
Amazing.
there?
Amazing.
Okay, the Cuz.
yeah,
mhm.
Isn't there some other white guy with this or name close to that shit?
Oh, Jordan
Maybe.
Peterson?
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
I just wanted to know. I was like, okay, yeah, I just wanted to know.
That's
who we were talking
JBP.
about. I always get them mixed up. All I hear is a J and Peterson, and I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, it's one of these two dudes.
yeah.
Yeah. Jordan and Jesse.
Who's the better Peterson?
I don't know.
Oh,
They're different.
The Cuz for sure.
Very different.
Oh, definitely Jesse. Are you kidding me?
I'm
I
going
think they're-
Jordan.
The Cuz is better.
Is that Jesse Riggs?
It's one
Who's
of the
the Cuz?
Pistons.
Yes, I think
Okay.
he's talking about Jesse.
So I'll look at some pictures of the
Amazing.
inventor of.
Yeah,
Augusta
I'm talking about
National.
the amazing guy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
he's
Jesse.
yeah. The other one, someone I don't know who it was. Someone tried to play it and like, oh, check this video. The other one, and I just listened for a second, and I was like, oh, I guess everyone got to hear something to feel good about themselves for the day and exit.
Yeah.
What happened?
I mean, he's all right, but yeah.
I could just tell like the video I watched
totally
with
different. No comparison.
with the background and the hype music. I was like, I already know this motherfucker
Oh,
trying to
no.
sell me pipe dreams. Gotta get up earlier in the fucking day.
Make your bed.
But I
Yeah.
just checked.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
just
yeah.
checked out. I was just like,
Yeah.
oh, I know where this is going. This is like this motherfucker that showed me. I'm like, you've probably been watching this every fucking morning for 2 weeks.
You gotta make your bed, clean your room.
He was trying to hit the fatherless boys market. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
Well, he was a
trying to help,
teacher.
but-
He was a professor at university, and before he started doing all the
I like Jordan Peterson before his ego and the benzos caught up with him. Like his old shit was good, but like everything else, like you know,
Well, now he
power
has to
corrupts.
kind of live up to that character that he's made. It's his
Yeah.
brand now, so he kind of like has to do it to pay the bills, and
He got captured for sure.
yeah,
he
some
works for the Daily
requirements.
Wire.
He does, like
Pretty sure he does.
exclusively.
I'm not sure exclusively, but I'm sure he signed a contract with them.
I didn't know that.
He loved that Zanny.
Sometimes you got to chop up some Zanny bars up the beak and then go hit some brewskis. Roll the dice on your life. Alcohol and
And not remember
barbiturate.
anything the next day.
Check those messages the next day, and
Yeah, just check
Yeah.
to see what happened.
See what happens.
You check that
Ooh,
camera
read
roll
it.
on your phone, you're like,
I don't even. You
Bridge.
guys are better than me. I just start hitting delete. I'm like, this
Pick
is
up those little
gone.
breadcrumbs.
This is gone.
little
Just
breadcrumbs.
This
pretend
never
it's-
happened. This
Oh,
never
shit.
happened. I don't
Oh,
remember. It
shit.
never happened. Delete.
I
Delete.
can
delete,
relate to that, to be honest.
I mean, I was never huge into it. I did it like twice, and I was like, I don't know how y'all motherfuckers be doing this all
I
the
mean,
time.
during the pandemic, like I had a little phase. Like when I went to Mexico, I went to Mexico for a month, and then Costa Rica for a month, and
Damn.
you can buy all that shit down there. Costa Rica, I had a pharmacist for Klonopin.
Oh, you got the foreign
Every time I said
pharmacist.
Klonopins, I don't know. They never
Oh,
really hit to
man.
me.
Bro, those are the shit.
I'd always take OC80s over Klonopins.
Xannies are good,
me,
but
they were better.
Klonopin was just a little bit more of a euphoric feeling. The
80
one-
milligram oxys hit like a truck if you railed it.
The one and only time I did an oxy, I railed it, and we had to like remove the gel coating. Is that
Oh, you didn't get the Oh man.
to remove the gel coating?
Wow,
Yeah.
just
Doing
about
it wrong.
everything
You're
everyone's
doing it
talking
wrong.
about. but Okay.
Yeah,
Well, this was
it's-
junior year in high school. I did it one time.
Yeah, you can talk about war stories, but make it.
How do you guys like your pancakes?
I was gonna say, what's the TOS? Because there's full channels dedicated to like drugs and people doing drugs on.
Yeah, I think as long
On
as
the
you
video.
talk it, you say it.
I
in
mean,
like
I
a
denounce that
story.
shit now.
Yeah,
I think
just denounce it and tell their story. Yeah, that's fine.
I denounce it.
I'm
now,
just speaking
for
from
sure.
experience.
No.
Yeah,
I
I
was saying
don't-
like terms of service, like TOS on YouTube.
Oh, you can do that, but just for like my channel, just
Yeah.
Keep
Well,
them
don't
where,
get too personal. It is publicly streaming.
yeah,
What
exactly.
Although I guess we're
What?
the only ones cammed up, so there's more of a.
I was kind of like tricked into it too. It was
Tell your
junior
story.
year of senior year of high school, and a friend had an older brother who worked for a medical
It's always the older
delivery
brother.
service. Like
Mm.
Oh,
It was basically like-
yeah.
cancer
Yeah.
patients, like
Cha-ching.
they would deliver their medicals to, and they were getting like fucking oxys and like these lollipops that were like morphine lollipops.
Oh yeah, I've heard of that legend.
Yeah, and it's a real thing. Like what I remember the movie Adaptation.
Yeah.
Went to see it in the theater with 3 friends, and early on in the movie,
Nicolas Cage.
yes, with the
Oh,
white,
great
like,
movie! Incredible
really fun-
movie.
It was a good movie, actually.
Incredible
High
movie.
school with Nicolas Cage.
Really?
What?
Well, I want to hear that story too. But so, like early on in the
Holy
movie,
shit.
one of the friends who had taken the morphine lollipop, went to the bathroom, and we're watching the movie. Into the movie, didn't really notice that he hadn't come back, and at the end of the movie, he still hadn't come back, and we're like looking for him after the movie. We're like, where the fuck did he go? Somebody goes in the men's room, and he's sprawled out, face down, in a stall.
Oh no.
We like shook him. We were like, bro, what the fuck is going on? He like came to, was just like, oh, taking a shit.
Oh, you were, yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Got too comfortable.
Interesting. You just like woke him up?
Yeah.
Like you woke him back into life, or like
Just in a stupor.
he just checked out?
I won't say his name, but Ace Boogie, JFA. If you
Oh, yeah. I don't need to know that.
Ace Boogie. That's a
Yeah, I
nickname.
feel you. Yeah. Damn. I didn't know that. Do you think you like saved his life or what?
No, I think he would have been found by like a janitorial staff or somebody.
Because of the morphine pops?
Morphine pop? Yeah.
It's because of the
I've-
morphine pops? Just
No, actually, to be honest, what it was at this time was it was liquid morphine, and it was like a dropper, and he was just like dropping like huge amounts of the liquid into his mouth.
Oh Jesus Christ! You know how dangerous that is.
I know.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
they found
We
him
trying
in
to
a
get high
stall
out
and
here.
passed
Super
out.
addictive too.
Yeah, I mean, motherfuckers trying to check out here. Exactly. Oh
Yeah.
my gosh.
Have you
story.
either of you
Where's
guys ever
Ace Boogie
smacked
now?
opiates like that? Where that happens?
He's
He's got,
married
like,
to
a
one of my
wife and
least.
kid and doing
He's
well.
buried.
No, he's married to like one of
Oh.
my least favorite human beings. Like I literally did not go to a function this weekend because his wife was going to be there.
Damn.
Why would you do
How
that?
does she feel about you?
She talks a lot of shit about me too. So.
That's why I would have went, and I just would have just been trolling her all goddamn night.
She's like that type that's my least favorite type, where it's just like, oh my god, yay, you're here, like super fake. Like they literally have yay, you're
Over the
here,
top.
like over the top. Like it's like one of my friends was telling me, because it's well known amongst our whole friend group how fake this bitch is. It's like crazy.
That's what
And-
makes it fun.
Yeah, a story that kind of like just shows it was that my one friend was at some party and Stacy came over. She's talking to the dad and the little girl. And she's like, oh my God, Maddie, you like to dance? And she was like, yeah, I've got a recital coming up. She's like, oh, Mitch, I want to go. I need to go to this recital. Let me know. I want to come see you, Maddie. Like, and it's just like, okay. And then, like, yeah, sure enough, like, no follow-up. But this bitch is just fake as fuck. And I can't handle people like that.
I like the impersonation.
That was good. That was good. I love it.
She's like, oh my God, it's been so long since I've seen you. How are you doing?
Just in front of everyone else, like trying to, so
It's
she
like,
can
bitch, I
promote
bet
this
you won.
idea.
Andrew.
Like, you know who the fuck I am. Like, simmer down.
Like at
Simma.
Ace Boogie's wedding, like this bitch did like a fucking choreography, like first dance with her dad. Like
What?
literally, like their first dance, you know how they do the daddy daughter
Yeah.
dance?
Yeah.
It was like choreographed, like with like probably like 100 hours behind it at least.
No way.
Nice.
Was it
Thick ass
good?
bitch. I mean, it was well coordinated, but it was just like, wow.
Can we get a link on it?
I don't have one, but
Oh man.
that's just the type that like I cannot handle, like the fakeness.
Yeah. A little too thick.
I can't handle
Down
it.
with
Like that
thickness.
fake enthusiasm. Like, oh my god, like peppy people
Yeah.
to me, like peppy, high energy, like super happy people are annoying to me. And like maybe
That
that's it.
guy's your boy though, right? Like it's one of your boys.
No, not really. Not really a fan of him either anymore.
But those people aren't really happy, right?
I don't think so.
I mean, I don't think I would never want to, like, anyone that's ever told me they're happy, I don't believe them. Because,
You're
why would you go
content and
around?
alive. You're
yeah,
not
you're
happy.
content.
Really, that's
Yeah,
how I
you-
operate. I'm never
You
happy.
have to, like, go
It's just-
tell, it's
Well,
interesting
and
when
like
people
to steal
tell
a
you.
Riggs line, like keep it a buck with me, like the real,
Keep it
the
a
real,
buck.
keep it a buck. Like this bitch talks a lot of shit about how she doesn't approve of like my lifestyle and shit based on.
Well, she's not-
because you're a threat, dog. You might
she's
get
not-
in her
no.
man's ear.
She's
She
not
wanna
married
exile
to
you
you.
like a motherfucker.
You know, but she
doesn't
will
have
talk
to deal with
all
you.
that shit when I'm not around. But then when I
Damn.
am around, it's like, oh my god, Drew, it was here. Like, so.
Interesting.
Shut the fuck up. Bitch.
Yes.
You can kick rocks. Like I that's why I couldn't go this weekend because I can't. I'm not going to like. I don't want to start some shit at a party.
But you just said your boy,
Damn.
Start
your
some
boy
shit.
that's married to her invited you, right?
And he didn't invite me. He was also invited. but
The Indian.
Oh, and that okay. So just it wasn't even their function, and just their
Yeah,
presence was
at
enough
their
for you to be like,
function-
"Nah, I'm good, dog."
no, because at their function that I found out about through another friend, like, so this particular dude, he's very proud of his German heritage, and
Oh, sounds like a good guy.
Yeah, as
they
you can see.
he's a fucktard. They threw a Oktoberfest party last year at their house, and 100+ people did not invite me. Did not invite me.
Ouch. That's a burn.
And this is like an OG homie, you know. So yeah, I mean, and to throw like gasoline on the fire, not only did I not get invited, like he hit me up asking for a favor for like a product, like this Friday before the Saturday of the party, which I did.
Yeah, I was out there campaigning.
Which yeah, I went out of my way to like secure him the bag for his party.
You're the guy.
Not knowing that that's what I was doing, you know. But
Wow. You feel used?
100%.
Yeah. Chew you up, spit you out. That ain't right.
Ain't right.
I'll
It
say
just
about it.
ain't right.
Right.
Knowledge is power, though. You know, I learned.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's true.
No, you know.
I mean, what's that old? You know, we've said a lot of sayings tonight, but what's that one saying? I really like this one. Is when someone shows you who they are,
Believe them. Yeah. That's a Coach Corey Wayne classic.
Really?
It's a great line.
I think it probably comes from Dr. Wayne Dwyer. He quotes him a lot.
It's
but-
an old one. I mean, a lot of people say it.
Yeah. Yeah. Pay attention.
I'd put that on my Hall of Fame quote board. Like a lot of these cliched old sayings, they get to be cliched old sayings because there's truth to them.
Yeah. Absolutely.
My favorite is knowledge has always been chasing you, but you've always been faster.
Interesting. What does that mean to you?
That whoever you say it to is retarded.
Yeah, it's kind of sounds like an insult. Not necessarily an adage, but it's like a funny insult. It's like take a long walk on a short pier.
Oh, good riddance.
That's kind of similar to ignorance is bliss. You know, and I've noticed that a lot.
That's an adage, yeah.
Like people that are dumb. I think of my friend. I won't say his name. Well, Max.
He who increases his wisdom also increases his suffering.
Yep. Ain't that the truth?
Yeah.
That's from the Bible.
Ain't that the truth? Ooh, dear Lord.
That is true.
Ain't that the truth?
There's a beauty in that ignorance, though. Like, that's why, like, a lot of these
He's
tribes,
being like a child.
yeah, you see these tribes in like fucking the Amazon. People are like living in the jungle, getting eaten alive by bugs, and
Mhm.
you know, going on hunts, but they look happy as fuck.
Adaptation.
Yeah, I can't wait to pull up that movie tonight. Ooh, I got it
And is
queued
that a
up.
better way to
Ooh.
live? Like, cause I mean,
That's just a way
being
to
happy
live.
as fuck a lot. Like, I don't feel happy as fuck that much.
Right. I think it's, again, accessibility to different, getting hit with all these different motives from other people trying to make money and create order. A lot of those people in like Africa, yeah, it's like they live in shit and they don't know any better, but they're at least not getting hit
Well,
by.
and that's the key, is not knowing any better.
But they don't always
Yeah.
agree that more technology and higher civilizations are necessarily better.
Yeah, there's arguments versus primitive and civilized culture.
Like
for
the
sure.
Native Americans, I don't know which tribe, but I remember like one of the chiefs was so confused. He's like, why we have beautiful women. We have all the food we need. We have this beautiful land. We have everything we need. Why do you guys want to bring in all this like technology and stuff? It doesn't make sense. We already have everything we need.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't it an African saying, the child who doesn't feel the village's love will burn it down to feel its warmth? Apparently that's
Wow.
African wisdom.
Mm-hmm.
As a whole, I think we're just very unhappy because we're just
I
unfulfilled.
love that saying. Actually, that's a great African proverb right there.
But yeah, it's a really good saying. There's also
But yeah,
School shooters. You know,
the point is that's not where happiness kind of comes and goes, but like it's contentment. It's it's having peace and gratitude, and you can have that in any situation. I think people have trouble with that when they go from one situation to another because they have to adapt, and it can be difficult to adapt to a new environment or new society.
well, maybe that's it. Like in those tribe societies, like you could be a useful cog just by going off and like fucking picking some berries.
Yeah.
You know.
Hi, you guys. Can you hear me okay?
Hey.
Hey,
Yes,
what's
we're
up, Latsune? What's up?
Hey, you guys have heard of Misery Loves Company?
Yeah, that's another one.
Yep.
Okay. Well, I was one of those people who would be very smiley and very happy and very content with myself and just friendly and outgoing towards people. And people would say to me, like, what are you so happy about? Like, like these people who are telling you that this chick is fake happy or whatever, or fake nice, you should look at those people, how they behave. And if you really like think that she is annoying to you, then yeah, I mean, it's better you don't even like look at her like that, because you would probably get on her nerves too if you're like too pessimistic or too much of a downer for her.
100% oil and water. Some people just don't mix.
Yeah, because some people don't mix. It's like the more similar you are, we hear the saying opposites attract, but the best thing is that the more you have in common with somebody, that's better for you, like if you're looking for a partner or someone to date.
Can we turn the music?
Oh, is it good too?
It's not coming through clear. It's just wishy-washy.
Sorry about that.
No, I agree with you, Latine. Like one of my best friends just got engaged to a woman who I have a lot of questions about. I think she might be a gold digger. There's definitely going to be a prenup in this marriage, but like they are so alike, and it's like off-putting. But I think it's overall a good thing. It'll be interesting to see how things work out. But they're both very materialistic, and it'd be very interesting to see how things happen here. But so much alike and engaged.
You know what? I much prefer.
So you said that like people were telling you like to not like this girl because she's fake or something.
I don't like her.
No, like you said that there's. Oh, okay. I thought it was like a girl you were maybe kind of interested in for yourself.
Oh no, it's my friend's wife.
No, he was. I think weren't you saying that you felt like she was just fake, like there was just a fake aroma,
She is.
like aura around her.
100%.
Yeah.
Not felt like there is.
I prefer a girl that I can enjoy the simple things with, right? Like simple things that can just sit there and not talk, and it's nice and comfortable and all good. Yeah, if you can find somebody decent, it's all good. Like you don't need to spend money.
Okay, well, I'm glad you
100%.
guys know those simple sayings like misery loves company and opposites attract. That's not good. Okay, thanks, guys. Bye.
No, Latin, you could say, but I think there is some truth to opposites attract. I think that like that's
Yeah, maybe for like a project or something, like if you guys have to build something together for like short term. Yeah.
well, if you have one person in the partnership that it's outgoing and one that's maybe more introverted or takes longer to like, think of their.
But does that count as having something in common?
They could still have a lot of common interests or common like beliefs, but like introverted versus extroverted doesn't, that you can have common like core values, but one is introverted and one is extroverted.
Yeah, those common core values and interests is what's most important, I think.
I agree with that.
And just men and women, one has an innie and one has an outie.
Yeah, I mean,
It's like,
what kind of opposites
Yeah,
are we talking
you guys
about?
need to verify that nowadays.
I hate outies.
Wait, Latine, do you mean like how compatible you are with someone? Because that's kind of different than opposites attract, right? Because if I'm a very orderly sort of office guy and I'm like the woman I'm with, for example, is a very artsy sort of a little liberal type of gal, but when we talk about our values and beliefs, they're like very similar, like they're on par. Is that what you mean?
Like your religious beliefs or like your political beliefs, like
like just your
beliefs
values,
on,
how
like,
you want to live your
raising
life.
children, like the things
Yeah.
that are most important to you, like how to spend your money, how to save your money.
Yeah.
Like what's more important to have, a nice car or a nice house?
Nice
Nice
house.
house.
Yeah, nice house. Yeah, like core values. Like, is that what they call them, or how do you define these kind of terms that we're talking about?
Just like,
Like
you
that
know, just
furthers the benefit
in
of the future.
general, just in general, like you guys need to be able to talk about money. If you can't talk about money with a girl like right away, that's not a good thing. You and also, I know
How do you
some
mean?
chicks will. I know some chicks will like pretend to be quiet and let the man do all the leading and all the talking and collect information about him, so that then she can go and pretend to be like him.
That can happen.
But I was waiting for a
Like
but.
pretend to like the same music, like to like pretend to be
course.
of the same political views, blah
Of
blah
course.
blah.
What do you
Yeah.
mean though about talking about money right away?
Oh, like, hey, okay, oh, you want to go out to, okay, who's gonna pay? Am I
the
paying
man.
for you? Are you paying for me?
Oh, the man should
You know?
pay. Yeah, I agree with that.
I wish I had the balls though to
you
tell
got
a
it,
girl to pay
Latine.
half
You got it.
because
What?
like,
Wait. You have balls for what? You
I
said you wish
wish
you
I
had
had
balls.
I wish I had the balls because I always pay, but there's a lot of first dates I go out on where I know when it comes time to pay, this shit ain't go nowhere, and I still pay. And
Okay, no. What?
Damn,
Well, if
bro.
you-
Damn.
The way I see it is if you invite a
Sympathetic.
guest to
I
do
can't
something,
believe you would say
then
such a thing
you
about
pay
yourself,
for it.
you know?
I just
Like,
know.
I don't think you should say that about yourself, and like,
Well, even if I'm not interested, like I'm not interested, like
Just
yeah,
foot in the
I'm
bill
still gonna pay.
for whoever. Let's go.
But if you invite someone out to dinner, like you pay for them because they're your guest, right?
Yeah. I
no,
think, I don't
no.
think it's-
You can invite people to go hang out and not have to pay for them, right?
Yeah, and
Yeah,
I went
yeah, it
on a
just
I went on a
depends.
first
No.
date last week where the girl
You
ordered
tell
an
them,
iced tea.
you say,
No, if
hey,
you-
I'm gonna go to the movie on Friday. Do you want to come? You're gonna have to pay for yourself though.
No, this
Ooh.
isn't a friend thing. This is you're
Ooh.
asking someone on a date. You're saying, I want something. I want
Agreed.
to take you out.
But
Yeah, I
And
wouldn't
if you
feel
want
right.
something,
guys,
you pay for it.
You pay for it. Yep.
why
Same thing when you go
do
to
you
the same
have
thing when
Well
you go
said.
same
Well
thing when you
said,
go to the
Steve.
store and you bring something up to
Spoon.
the counter. You're saying, I want this. Okay, well you got to pay for it.
No, you guys.
Yeah. I agree.
Why would
Well said.
you
How old are you, Latine?
think
Out of
that you have
curiosity.
to hold
Young,
on?
I could tell by
Why
your
would
voice.
you assume or think that you have to pay for everything just because you go on a date? Like, there is such a thing as like kind of
This
like
younger
where
generation,
you're
this is
just
how y'all feel.
talking, where you're like just talking and getting to know each other.
If you're just
Like,
talking,
you're not obligated
then you can
to
go to the
like,
park where you don't have any expenses if you don't want to spend
yeah,
any money.
exactly. Where
I
you
just
don't
wanna
have to.
I just want to
Yeah.
add that
So,
like
like, if you're on a date, like that means she's your girlfriend already, right?
Yeah.
No.
I actually had a great date at a Forest
No.
Preserve.
no. Okay,
Just walk
Yeah,
around.
I
just wanna
wouldn't.
add
I don't
something
think you should
I
call
would have a
anything
lot
a
of
date
extras
unless
then.
she's your girlfriend.
Why?
Oh.
Okay.
Great.
I mean,
Wow,
that's-
Latine, you're a catch.
Here's what I'm gonna say. My point is, if I'm dating somebody, right, I'm not gonna be taking her to a fancy
good.
restaurant or anything like that. So if she's trying to judge
Love.
where is he gonna take me,
Love
we're not
that shit.
compatible, plain and simple. because the first 5-6 dates, I want to discuss the parameters of where we're going. Like, are we dating for marriage? How many kids do you want? Blah, blah, blah. I want to establish that straight away because I am not wasting my time.
I mean, don't ask it like
You
that
know.
though. You got to be subtle. That's gonna like.
Well,
freak
no,
everybody
like that's
out.
what I'm looking for, right?
Yeah.
So that's what I want to know. Why on earth would I buy you a 3-course dinner at a nice restaurant if I can't ask you the simple question of how many kids do you want?
If you're buying a
You know,
3
like,
or
one
4
deal,
course
that's
dinner,
so
that should
hard,
be you're courting
you know.
this bitch already.
No, if I'm buying a 3-course dinner, that woman's engaged to me.
Yeah.
And we're just having a lovely dinner because I know her.
Like you've established your
Yeah,
relationship.
it's the
Oh,
You got to be
relationship
courting
established.
at that point.
Okay,
You're
okay.
taking your lady out, right? If
Okay.
you're just dating, like, you'll be lucky if I take you out for a coffee and a nice muffin for a good
Yeah.
discussion, because you should be able to talk
The
to somebody
muffin.
you're compatible with
No, I think
without
it's
having to spend too much money.
right. I think it should scale with
think
how,
one good
how
thing that
far
you just
along you
said
are in
there-
the relationship. You don't invest in something right away.
Yeah.
You don't know what you're investing in.
And
Right.
coffee and a
You get to
muffin.
know each other first to see if you want to go on a date.
Keeping alcohol out
Yeah,
of this first
but-
couple of engagements too,
but you
I think
can-
is a great idea that people don't do. Everyone wants to go on their first date, go get a drink, go have a drink. I think stay away from drinking the first couple of dates is a good
Yeah.
idea.
I think if you just want to go through
Yeah,
with
not
walking
bad
through the
idea.
park, that's really great too. And if there's an
Mhm.
illegal selling some popsicles, maybe you can buy her one.
Yeah, from California, huh? Common thing there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think you got to do the little things, because with the right person, remember, if you're doing it for marriage and kids, you guys are going to be together. The whole ideal is you'll be together till death do you part. And in heaven, you might be
100%.
meeting too. So this idea, you should be able to have inexpensive dates and not spend much and still be able to be good with each other, you know. So,
Of course, that's part of the screening, right?
Yeah,
If
yeah,
she
exactly.
if she has a problem with a simple date, well, okay, it's not because
Especially early on.
she's not
like-
enjoying her time with you. She's trying to get something from you.
Exactly.
The
Like
girl
early
likes
on,
you. She just wants your attention and your time.
like early on, if she's like, well, I'm going to be judgy, like if he takes me to an Applebee's or Weatherspoons or a fancy or Italian restaurant, like, bitch, you don't even know me yet. Like,
Yeah.
why on earth would I take you to a nice steak dinner? Like, I would take my wife to a steak dinner. You are not my wife.
Dude,
Do you
if,
know what I mean? You are not that yet.
if I asked a girl out and she challenged me in any sort of way like that, I would just say, hey, you know what? Never mind. I think I already figured out. Like, there's no. I would go no further. That's just an obvious. Okay, you're
Yeah, it's a D&G. Do not go.
you're filtered out.
Oh,
You ain't
yeah.
for me.
Jeff Riggins. Baller.
Hey guys,
Oh.
I don't have much battery left, and I'll just go back to the chat where I belong.
Where you
Oh, it's
oh
nice
my
to have
god.
you in here.
Let
yeah,
me.
yeah, belong. It's fine. It's chill. Nice
You're
having you,
welcome to join.
Latine.
You're like
Thanks for
one of
coming
the
back.
Thanks, guys.
one
Yeah,
of the
it's
two
awesome.
listeners, I think. So
Let's go.
I love that where
Thanks
you
for
belong
stopping
shit.
by.
Maybe we should like do a video of me letting Nate going on a date. I'll go out to
don't spend any money on her.
I mean
That'd
she
be
doesn't
good.
need anybody.
Not on the
spent
first date, at least.
Apparently
Yeah.
not.
Well, be on your best behavior. No
Yeah,
talk
back where she
about,
belongs.
Fly
you
to
know,
the Midwest
uh,
and just hang out. You got to
no
Apparently
drug
not.
talk.
You can turn Davey
Here's-
back up.
I brought a
Oh.
girl to Chicago from Costa Rica.
Oh, Riggs
I
is
went there
back.
for a
Let's go,
month.
dog. Let's go,
2020.
dog.
Interesting.
Hey, say,
experience.
Davey, I turned you back up. Sorry, I was hearing a lot of chatter from you back and forth.
When?
I hear like there was just like scooping in a bowl or something. It was just
Oh, my bad. I thought I
clanking.
was muted that whole time.
Eating his ice cream, coffee ice cream.
I don't know.
No.
Some
No.
I was eating cottage
something
cheese
was clanking around.
Oh,
Doesn't matter.
and
But
yogurt.
you're back.
No,
What
my bad. I
up?
thought I was muted.
you got inspired by the cottage
I
cheese
just turned you down.
conversation.
Yeah. No,
Yeah,
I
his
was.
head up in that ass.
If you didn't hear me, for one, I said, Latine, you want to come to the Midwest and just hang out, but you got to pay for your plane ticket there. And
Oh
back.
hell no.
And then I would just take a girl to a wedding, open bar, free food for the first date.
Free food?
Yeah,
Where's the free food?
the wedding. I
You
mean,
crash at
if
this
it's not my wedding,
Oh, yeah,
I'm not paying for
crash.
the food,
Like a bum.
and I'm not paying for the
Oh,
liquor
well,
Bum a
either.
if
wedding.
you
It's
can-
pretty much. It's called bumming
you
a
can-
wedding.
if you can organize that, yeah. Take some good timing.
Or like when we went to Top Golf with that one guy and the other guy, and there was just a corporate party upstairs with foods.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Well,
get some
yeah,
free food.
Oh,
I got to
what
work. I
happened?
got to work dinner, even though you just say that you work there.
Yeah.
Got to work dinner.
Interesting.
Oh, I work in maintenance.
I work in HR.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
here. I'm here for the party.
Oh,
Don't
you
argue
can
with
just say
me.
you're the guy who
I
works.
mean,
with
thou
me.
shalt not steal. That's kind of bad karma.
I'm here for the party. Yeah, what up, Riggs? Welcome.
Welcome
I'm
back.
here for the party. Yeah, here's like someone walking
dis?
upstairs and stilettos.
Yeah,
or
that's me.
shit.
Yeah, they hire me as a stripper every now and then for their Christmas party. So
I'm going to the laundry room.
Oh. Let's go. Oh, who we got
cool,
here?
I'm a
Who's this
Yeah, what up,
painter?
dog? Oh my gosh.
Who's this
Oh,
painter?
Bro. Holy shit, AC cammed up.
Show you guys my life.
cammed up.
Oh my god, let's go.
What's up, y'all?
Is that the basement?
Yeah,
Nice.
Tom and
Let's
John.
go, dog.
Tommy John's. I got some
Hell
of those.
yeah.
Dude, they're nice. I like them.
It's got the fly.
Hell yeah,
It's
dude. I
like
love that shit.
horizontal. Serpino always falls out.
Yeah, I like how you just pull your peen up through the.
Yeah.
Dude, it's like women have been designing
always coming
boxers
out,
for
though.
all this time.
Yeah.
It's always slipping
I don't
out.
know. It don't make sense.
And then
Not too much
they're
lint. Not that
creating
nasty lint.
women's pants in return.
Not bad, not bad.
Yeah, just a little bit. I was gonna clean your lint tray.
Yeah, you could burn the house down.
Don't want to start a fire.
You can sell the lint.
That's
I
what
mean,
they
my
say.
lint. So for a lot.
Sell the lint.
My
It's
lint? What?
good for making fires.
My
Oh
lid?
yeah, yeah. That painting is cool. It looked like 3D. There's depth to it.
Yeah, it's Julie Mehret too. I googled her. They're
Oh, they're
really big.
huge.
Yeah, it's pretty tight. Oh, we're on Vogue. Let's go. Pretty tight.
Almost got a live broken neck.
We're-
Pretty
Probably
fucking tight.
4K.
Huge.
We're talking huge.
Humongous.
Wow.
What does that
Too bad.
mean?
That used to be a church, and now it's just some fucking.
What does what mean?
Humongous.
Large? Oversized?
Humongous what?
Wait, he turned the
painting.
church into scribbles.
Humongous what?
Yeah. That's a he.
Paintings.
That's a she, actually.
Pervert.
She typical.
Oh, we're talking about that clip?
You pervert. Humongous what?
The name's Hugh. Humongous.
Jungus. They're pretty sick
Pervert.
little drawing, painting things. I don't know what they are.
Yeah, they're
pretty dope,
consistent.
What is that? What is that? That looks like a kid just went crazy with some crayons.
No, it
Well,
looks a little
that's
better
when
than
you
that.
I would
There's
be
depth of
impressed.
field, there's
Crayons, that's what
perspective.
I can confirm.
composition.
Yeah, it's better than a
Interesting.
kid.
If
Well,
you
no,
can,
That's very good.
my paintings
That's
and
dope.
colorings look
If-
pretty good. Like
if you
that.
can find
That
a
is
kid
dope.
to do something like that, he's like a
Prodigy.
savant.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, there's lots of idea and execution on this.
Just type in Rubens paintings.
Ruben?
Yeah, Rubens.
Rubens painting is
Oh,
Yeah,
well,
there you
yeah,
go.
but this is in a different era. If I swear, if the guys that were painting this seen what I just showed, they'd be like, "Oh my god!"
Oh, are we doing this the whole thing?
We're doing the
like
whole
modern art
Renaissance,
is easy
like-
and
Of
only
course it's
Renaissance
easy.
Caravaggio style
Because
paintings are
the-
hard.
Because they can get anatomy down and everything.
It,
Yeah,
it's
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 a different
completely
argument.
different expression of
different.
art.
You guys want to see
Sure,
a
but
painting that my
which one would you
dad
pay
did
$1
in the
million
show?
for?
Either one, it depends on the
Depends on
situation.
the value of what society
Yeah.
says it's worth.
Yeah, they're both
But
amazing
she's got some dope
for
shit.
different
Like,
different
yeah, it's just
reasons.
different. Different's okay.
It's one of those things that people, the modern art thing. It's like, oh, it's just a scribble. It's like, okay, well, if it's just a scribble, then why don't you get your crayons out and start making millions of dollars? It's like, oh, then you try it and you're like,
Yeah,
okay,
there's a lot
actually,
more to it than that.
maybe there's something I'm not seeing here.
Yeah, what is that?
It's with
though?
music too. Like when people first hear like techno, they're like, oh, it's so stupid and simple. Okay, go try to make a track. And then you start trying to make a track. And you're like, why does this sound like shit? And the other doesn't. It's so easy though. It's so easy, but there's so much nuance that
Yes, nuance is the key word.
you learn as you like look deeper and deeper into it and you try to do it and you realize, okay, maybe it's the
More to it
Dunning-Kruger.
here. More to
But
it here than what's going on.
Pyro, the Renaissance painters were absolutely incredible, and
Yeah.
there's no doubt
Yeah,
about
no
that.
Yeah, no,
They're just I don't compare them. They're just completely different things.
Who's your favorite Renaissance?
I've just always felt like art's obviously art's subjective, but you know, my first ever girlfriend was an artist, right? She went to art school and she would take me along to all like the galleries and stuff like the people in her school were doing. I tell you what, some of the crap I saw was just like there was no effort in there whatsoever, right? There was no sort of artistic effort. Sometimes, in my view, like those paintings took time and effort. Like if you look at some of those artists, some of those paintings took
some
years
of
to complete.
some of the most famous artists in the world: Andy Warhol, Jeff Koons, Damien Hirst. Especially Damien Hirst and Jeff Koons. They're the richest modern artists, and they don't even do their own work. They hire other people. They have like
they're
workshops.
They're fascinating for that reason.
Yeah, they're just visionaries. They have the idea.
What is that?
It's kind of like Steve Jobs. You know, he wasn't an engineer. He didn't do any coding. He just had ideas and visions, and he would just pay people, make my dream come true, essentially.
There we go.
Sure, but Steve Jobs is different, right? Like that's technology. Art doesn't necessarily help with technology.
Yeah, it does.
Absolutely.
Yeah, furthers culture.
They
It's
go
one of
hand
the
in
tools
hand.
to further culture. Yeah, I think it's
Yeah.
an
Well,
understood
especially
thing.
in that example, Steve Jobs, because the aesthetic is so important.
Yeah.
Well, the design aesthetic, yeah. But
You were talking about Caravaggio.
Mhm. I'm
And
just saying
do you know about the looking glass, Pyro?
I
The
think so,
technology
I've
that
heard.
was used? Like
I've
this
heard of it,
David
but-
Hockney's documentary really shattered everything I understood about the masters spending
yeah.
you know, this immaculate knowledge and artistry and technical skill that they had. Not denying that they were great artists, but you have to understand the technology that they were using was, you know, similar to.
That was a perfect segue, actually, when you were saying like the art and technology, how they're not.
Yeah,
they're very intimately linked, and this documentary is on YouTube. I highly recommend watching it. It completely changed my
What's it called?
perception of Renaissance art.
It's on the top here. David Hockney, who is it's a very famous painter,
Very
American,
famous.
or no, it's an English painter. David Hockney's Secret Knowledge. It
I think
shattered
of him, correct me if I'm
everything I
wrong,
understood about painting.
it's like a color at the top, then a line, and then like a different color at the bottom.
No, that's Rothko.
He's most
Oh,
famous.
okay.
He's most famous for his diving picture, but
He's done a lot of different types of art. Also, his Pearl Blossom Highway, or Pear Blossom Highway, where he did a collage of like 1,000 different pictures from a instant camera. It's well known.
I liked. Well, I guess personally, I liked his LA little thing. This is the one that's a bigger splash.
Are there any artists like making an impact like that
It's a vibe.
like, currently?
He's still alive.
Oh my gosh.
You guys know Jasper Johns?
No.
That was the last like collection I went to the Art Institute of Chicago to like see, and I don't even know why, but I know he was, I think, until recently, like the most. His paintings were going for the most for any living artist.
Okay.
I don't know.
An older gentleman.
I want to go back to David Hockney's. This documentary it crushed everything I thought about painting and how the technology was used. And
Yeah, it was.
Because
This was
Caravaggio's like it happened too fast. They obviously found a technology that like purported them, 10,000 years into the future by, really documenting in almost a photographic way of painting.
well, yeah. This is the early camera. This is where the camera obscura concept came from. This was the step right before the camera. They literally made a whole room as the camera that was dark, and there was a lens, and the light would come through the lens of the scene, and it would make a projection on the back wall, and that's where they would do the first drawings and sketchings to get every proportion like photo accurate.
Yep.
So, but it makes sense. That was the first camera, and then as film became a thing, they realized, oh, we can make this small, and the film can capture the light, and now we have this image that looks like reality.
Yeah. Not to deny the extreme artistry that was still in talent that these folks had, like on, conveying and executing the light on canvas with paint. Like the artistry was still there, but it was the new technology that allowed them to enhance the realness of such paintings.
Yeah, it makes so much sense, but there was always this mystery of the Renaissance, why before the Renaissance, these paintings were so two-dimensional and flat, and nobody understood like what happened in the Renaissance where it's like God came down and just blessed these artists with such an advancement and evolution in the painting methods. And then they found out, and this is only recent. This is because of David Hockney doing his research and looking back into this. This was almost like a secret of the
secret knowledge.
Yeah, the elite like kept
knowledge.
this secret. They didn't want people knowing how they made these paintings because they were
so
godlike.
Good. Yeah, they were so good.
Well, Lightning is making some points in the chat. So
Yeah. I don't always agree with Latine's points, but everyone's allowed to have an opinion.
I mean, I agree with some of what she's saying.
I think she's
Oh
hot.
man, you want to pull up some Picasso?
There's a misunderstanding.
Picasso.
I think there's just a misunderstanding about art. And there's this expectation that it has to be hard and extremely detailed and perfect and all this stuff. Art can be anything. It's the expression of the human spirit, and that comes in a lot of different forms. It can be low effort, but that doesn't mean it's not art and it's worthless. It's just a person expressing something. It's coming out of their mind through their hand onto the paper or the sculpture or whatever. And we're allowed to explore every region of creativity.
Right. And if it doesn't resonate with culture, then it doesn't, and it just falls wayside, and that's okay.
Right. It'll be swept away.
People think that something that's not resonating, like Andy Warhol, oh, I could do that, yada yada. Every modern artist criticism. Oh, I could do that. Yeah, but you didn't, and this guy did, and it resonated with culture in a really extreme way. So, sorry, maybe the art game is different for how you see it. Maybe you think it's about getting a nice, perfect line. No, it's about, it's about creating a business,
exploring the human condition at its core.
Yeah.
And then there's the whole art world and the business of art, which is something totally different.
Well, I mean, that business is nowadays largely money laundering, or some of it is at least.
All that's, that happens.
Yeah. We wonder about like Hunter Biden's paintings. Like, did he really do those, or is that just a genius way to,
I think he did.
He could even commission them himself, and it would still be his artwork. I have no deal with that, but it's a very convenient way to shuffle some money around. Hire some artists, have your name on it, have an exhibit, have some people roll into town. It's kind of like you're not doing anything wrong, right? You're just buying some artwork.
Because the value is just whatever someone wants to pay for it.
The value to it. Yeah, and he's going to deal with circles where that money is not.
Well, in Hunter's cases, what are they actually paying for? If the cynic would
exactly.
say.
That's the deeper question is
100%.
What's going on here? Like, or is this little 3 million kind of how much did he net from his art? Here, let's look it up. I'll look it up.
I mean,
Johnny.
Larry is making a good point about like
Or-
if in the communist era, in the Russian era, if the communists didn't allow you to, you wouldn't become famous. So your work would be, technically speaking, worthless, at least until the communist era, was gone and you were long dead. So it just depends. There's a lot of artists who become famous when they're dead.
Yes, it's
Oh,
but
of course.
it's because of scarcity. It's because they can no longer make any new work. So
Well,
it's
well,
like
The best thing you
Bitcoin,
can
right?
do for your
It's common.
career is die.
No,
Yeah,
it's not necessarily common. I think the good work will speak for itself, as it always has. The cream always rises to the top. There's nothing new. I understand people can be silenced here and there, but
Jay, while we're talking about art, I would love if you pull up the text that I sent you. Me with a very famous sculpture in Grant Park, Chicago.
okay, I'll pull it up. Give me a second here.
I would love if we could figure out who did this piece of art, but I really, really identify with it. It's just this fucking thing.
Richter.
It's just stuck into the ground in
I've
Grant
already
Park.
talked about this. Yeah, Richter.
Have you?
He just
Oh.
died.
Oh wow. Well, how timely.
Yeah, he just died.
That thing is
Yeah.
sick though.
No,
It's
I
got
watched
a presence.
It probably does something with the sound too when you're inside it, right?
It's just
Oh, yeah,
got
it
a
does.
presence to it, like,
Yeah,
and it's just like it's immovable.
I want to say Johann Richter. Let's see here.
And you can just walk up to it like I'm doing there, like nobody's around it ever. It's just there in the park. That thing
Let's
is
see,
sick.
Richter.
I mean, it just looks like slabs
No, not Charles
to
Richter.
me. Do you know what I
Oh
mean?
my
This is
gosh.
why
It is
art
two
so
slabs, yeah.
subjective.
It is.
Yeah.
It's just two
Yeah, it's just
slabs.
two steel slabs. I actually
They're
watched a
brutalist.
documentary on him, and it was really moving. I watched a documentary in like Wisconsin when I was visiting family. This was like 8, maybe 10 years ago. I watched just late night public television. This guy, I'm blanking on his name. It's not Gerard Richter. It's but he just works with like steel slabs and kind of
Just put
treating
in
them and
two
everything.
slabs, Grant Park, Chicago.
He's got a Seattle. In Seattle, he's got a big thing. Big steel slab.
Mhm.
Okay, here we go. It's no, not that one. That one's
Grant.
dope though.
Did you put in Grant Park?
Weak. No, it's not that one. You used to be able to walk through it. Did this change? Wow, what is
Oh,
this?
are you talking about the big? The Danger Garden.
Yeah, the big steel like
Right there.
waves.
These.
No. You used to be able to walk through them like this. Yes, that's it. Is this still a thing?
Yeah. That's at the sculpture park at the
Richard
bottom
Serra.
of the.
Richard Serra. Here we go. Yeah, he just died, like literally the other day.
Oh,
He died on March 26th on my birthday. Yeah. Yeah, no, this guy was lit. What's it called? The Chicago what? True. Oh, there it is. Found it. Yeah, there
oh,
it
this
is.
is the same guy.
Yeah, it's the
I thought
same
you were
guy.
saying it reminded you of that. Okay, so
No, it's literally the
he's-
same guy. Just
that's all he does.
Just steel treated.
Like that's what he's
kind
known
of-
for.
Yeah.
I think they're
But-
iron.
I think it's. I've gone down. I watched his. Man, I wish I had the public television interview. It was so interesting because it wasn't
Steel?
about. It wasn't even about sculpture. It was about like the
Oh, it
bigger
says
things in
steel.
life. No, it works in steel. Big steel
Type-
slabs.
Check out Lord Nelson, Trafalgar Square.
Hold on, I want to check out one more Richard Serra in Seattle because this one actually changed how I This changed if it's the black. No, it's the black one. I think. Yeah, this is how I remember it. It changed a lot how you hear things and how the
Mhm.
water's coming off of it. Like I was like in a whole new environment. This is a super sick sculpture too. Yeah, that's how I remember it. Have the photos done it like that? Not really.
Still there.
I remember that one. That one's dope. The typewriter just going nuts. That one's, I don't remember that one.
That one's still there too.
Nice. Damn. Good old Seattle. I used to ride my bike through there. Let's go. Anywho. What Pyro, you had or sorry, rough word. You had
Lord Nelson, Trafalgar Square. This is dedicated to Lord Nelson after his victory against the French at Trafalgar.
the sculpture of him, or what?
Yeah, it's the third one, the one right after it. Like that was
Shit.
just a close up.
Oh shit! Oh, he's on that column. Oh,
like an
that's
obelisk.
crazy. That's interesting. He up there, bro.
Like he's a literal man.
Oh,
national
yeah, I
landmark.
recognize that.
He will be remembered forever.
Until the
Dude, it's like when
until
you
the
take
woke
him down.
until the woke crowd pulls it down.
Oh, they're dude. That's got to be a hot target for the woke crowd. It's such a big moment, dude. That's tight as fuck. He's like, yeah, you can't touch me for probably at least 300 years.
That is tight.
That is sick.
That is tight.
I love that.
That's an obelisk. That's a Western obelisk.
Yeah.
It's a Corinthian column.
It's a monolith. I love a good monolith.
I love a good monolith.
Did
Like,
you?
In that area as well, it's sort of like London Art Gallery, the Tate, and everything else. Like all a bunch of
Interesting.
liberal institutions surround it. So all these liberals that hate this type of stuff literally open their window during when they're at work, and all they see is him.
If I ever go to London, I'm calling
Sick.
you, my friend, for a tour.
That's sick.
Speaking of obelisks, did you guys hear about the strange obelisks that were found in the middle of some canyon?
The
No.
mirror ones. That's so old news, right?
I'm not saying it's new news. It happened though. It was like an art project. I thought it was interesting.
When?
But that was like a 7-year-old thing. It happened. The mirror, like
I think
It's
it's
a
like
desert, right? In
5
America?
years ago.
yeah, it happened a while ago. It seemed to be the same.
Right, but it was just like an obelisk in the middle of nowhere. But whoever put it out there, whatever group or person put it out there, it had been there for a long time before someone found it. It was just in the middle of
Oh,
nowhere.
shit.
And then it was a big deal when it was found because it was just in such a strange remote spot. Everyone was asking, how did it get here?
Interesting.
Yeah. All that
Well,
shit's
where-
fascinating. Stonehenge. I mean, Göbekli Tepe. To me, those are all very, very interesting.
Yeah. Oh, is it the Utah monolith? Yeah, the Utah monolith. It looks really cool too.
The monoliths are fascinating.
Unlawfully placed on public land between July and October 2016, it stood unnoticed for over 4 years. Can you imagine like hiking into
4
super remote
years?
area? You come around the corner and there's this
Yeah, that's
mirrored monolith. Look up the Utah monolith so the
I'm gonna
people
pull it up.
on
I'm
the
gonna pull it
stream
up.
can
I'm
see
gonna
it.
pull it
Or talk
Pull
about
it
what
up.
you're looking at. As the conversation isn't matching the media.
Yeah, this was word. Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it looks cool.
Did they find out who did this?
I'm pretty sure this was like debunked though, like 5 or 6, 7 years ago, was it not? Am
What do you
I
mean
tripping?
debunked?
It was understood that some humans had. I mean, what's the? Or I'm not
course.
saying that you said that anyone put it there, but yeah, someone put it there a long time ago.
Yeah, it said stood for 4 years before being found. That's a pretty long time.
Did they have someone? Okay, they got biologists survey a while.
What, people were trying to say it was like aliens or something, or what are you getting at?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. This was like a thing. It was like who put it there, and it was a big PR thing.
Yeah, yeah. That's what's cool about it. I mean, imagine being the artist that put it in there and just waiting. Like, how long is this going to take before people
Yeah.
before people start making news articles about this thing?
Yeah.
They had to wait 4 years.
Yeah. I don't know why they're showing that, but I guess this is an article for like monoliths. Oh, Utah monolith. I thought the other one was not in Utah. I think it
Still
was somewhere else.
Still unknown.
Oh, they don't know who put it there?
That's awesome. Just let people wonder. As soon as they find out, then the trick is over.
Ain't that right?
Let the mystery ride.
Ain't that right? Ain't that right? Let's see here.
Are those
All
sirens
right.
in someone else's?
That's outside
Yeah,
my
it's
place.
It's getting
I wasn't
dangerous
sure if
up
it
in
was my
here.
place or not.
It's getting dangerous
It's
up in
going,
here.
It's going down.
Oh, hey, what's
It'd
up?
make more sense if it was Seattle.
Hey, welcome back, Latin A.
Hey,
Latin
speaking of
A.
4
Phone
years,
charged up.
it felt like 4 years to get on this panel. It's like 4
Hey,
years.
yeah.
Ah,
No,
got him.
I seen you, but you're here now.
Hey, what did AC say he was showing us earlier? Did he draw that art?
Which one?
AC said something. I couldn't hear what he was saying. He started showing us something.
I thought it was the
Like-
lint trap.
The art. He showed us some art.
No, I
think it was a lint trap.
Yeah, that was
No,
just
he
lint.
was showing us some art.
If you see it as art, I mean, I'll sell you my lint.
I thought that was
my
the
lint
lint.
trap.
It's modern art. I think we got some here, AC.
Oh, that was good.
Modern art. Let's
Damn.
go.
That took me like 2 seconds too late to register that, but that was good.
No,
didn't
not
even
the
register.
dryer, not the washing machine. There was some stuff on the
That
wall.
was good. Oh, I don't know. I mean, you tell
Oh,
me.
you mean the picture frame?
Where'd he go? Where is AC?
Yeah, he was showing us like a shelf with like drawings
AC, where
or
you at, dog?
pictures.
Can you guys hear me?
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Latin A,
was-
man, your attention to detail. I'm so honored. I would love to show everybody.
Yeah, show
I've
us.
I've been yapping like a motherfucker the last 20 minutes.
They've been ignoring you. I know. You've been talking and they don't acknowledge
Yeah, it's
you.
because
I know,
your
and
mic
I'm the
hasn't been
fucking
working or
king of
something.
this.
Wait, has he been talking? I
No,
didn't
you
know
haven't
I
been
have.
talking this whole time. No.
I have been. You just can't.
It's just a black screen. We couldn't hear you.
Dude, I did not have you muted or
Pretty
anything.
mug.
Yes, now we can. Yeah.
All right.
Him and Latin A probably have their own DM call.
Latin A, I feel like we have a Fed, and I would love to maybe meet up with you. But
Hey, I wanted to say something. The reason why I came up here is because I wanted the honor of letting you all know, in case you didn't know, that George Washington, the president, was known, and teachers used to call him when they were teaching children about Washington. They would call him the bulletproof president because he was shot like 3 times, and he wouldn't die.
Mm.
He just
and he also
wouldn't
cut
die.
down a cherry tree, and he never told a lie. That's why he's
Teddy
our.
Roosevelt
also
got
a Freemason.
shot before a speech and then still gave the speech.
But yeah, guys, I don't know if this is beta. I don't give a fuck if it is. But
Yeah, what do you
I've
got?
got a trilogy of my father's paintings. Very different. I'll go from left to right.
Why would that be beta?
I don't know.
Oh, okay, yes. Let's
That's
go.
of a migrant worker.
Oh yeah, I've seen
Is that
I've seen
charcoal?
that.
That's drawing.
With pencil.
That's
Wow.
pretty tight. A Filipino guy.
That's of a wolf.
Whoa. That
Yeah,
painting
that's
of
a
the
cool
wolf looks sick.
I love it, dude.
Yeah, your
That
dad's
wolf
a good
reminds me of
painter.
the movie.
The light is
Where they're
really
left-
fucking it up.
That's our dog, Charlie.
Charlie.
That's a cute one.
Yeah.
That would be
I
a
mean-
cute sticker
I didn't know your dad was
on
a
a
painter.
shirt.
Yeah.
Very cool.
You
University
could
of Washington.
photocopy that? You could photocopy that painting onto like a it's I don't know what they're called, but it's if you iron it onto your shirt, it sticks. You know, you can print it.
Oh, yeah.
You can print it with your printer, and then it will stay on. If you iron it onto your
Yeah.
shirt, you can turn it into a T-shirt.
I would
Iron
love
on.
to.
Iron
Like
on
this-
screen print.
This painting is
Thanks,
like me,
Richard.
like the lone wolf, like above the hill, like looking down the mountain.
Mm-hmm.
It's a dope paint.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
It's very a
confused
cool
if
scene.
I got to get a scan of that. It looks
It's
so
like
fresh.
murderous.
Did he really
Yeah.
do that?
Yeah.
Damn.
When he was at high
The
school.
wolf. That
High
wolf
school,
looks
huh?
like the
That's
movie.
really
Wow,
good.
high
Hey,
school.
what's that movie, you guys, where the
Yeah.
wolf
Fuck,
want to
it
eat
just
the
looks like a
people
totally different artist.
that are stuck at the ski lodge? They're stuck up in the travel, like a little. It's a ride that takes you to one mountain top to the other.
Wrong turn
That
3.
Liam Neeson.
Well, like a tram or something?
Wait, no, The Hills Have Eyes.
No, they're in the snow
Good
and
movie.
they're skiers and they get
Oh,
stuck.
Diaptov Pass in Russia. It starts with a D. D Pass Russia. You'll look it up.
No, it's in English. The movie? Are you
Does
talking
it
about
have
the movie?
Liam Neeson in it? The guy.
Oh.
Yo.
Taken
It has like
two.
a pack of wolves. I
You
know
guys think
that.
about this art.
What? What even is that?
Let's go.
It's like Lil Wayne and Yoda.
Is that hand painted or is that digital?
That's a reptilian.
Rhoda.
Oh no. Am I echoing you guys?
Schmeagle.
Just for a moment while the music was playing, it'll echo. But what's the context of this interesting piece of work?
I just came across it on part of this music package that I downloaded.
Oh, okay.
It's pretty lit.
So it may be digital. I didn't know if it's a painting. Or...
Oh yeah, it's definitely digital. Oh yeah, I thought it was pretty sick. Anywho, oh, did Latin A fall out? All right, well, adios.
Love you,
Thanks for coming
Latin.
back.
She was
Guess his
done.
phone died again.
She
Bye,
done
Latin.
had enough of us. That's fine. Yeah, she kept on telling me that Frida and Picasso are commies.
Back to
They
chat where you
made-
belong.
They may.
She does not belong there.
Got him.
She said it, not me.
I know.
Yeah,
that.
she said that's cool.
That's a
funny.
quotation.
I know.
You know, these
Has
artists
she
may have
talked to
been commies,
Adriana
but
before?
I just
yeah.
gotta
Where's
defend my
Adriana? Yeah, we
girls
gotta
on
get
it.
Adriana over in here. Oh no, wait, that's actually already happened. It did not turn out well, guys. Let's not do
Oh.
that again.
Okay.
I think
Can't
Latin
mix
has
that's
to be
two
Even more reason to get
two
it.
beta fish when they see each other. They
Who?
yeah.
Latin A probably has a BBL. I think.
No, we're talking about Adriana.
Oh.
Adriana and who?
Latin A.
Oh, that would be, yeah, that definitely. I can already
Oh,
tell.
you mean that was the other thing the other day? Right. Okay. I was confused.
That wasn't public though, so I'm not. But it was just.
Johnny, pull it up. Do men get BBLs?
Oh, okay.
Do we
that's
want
too
to go
far, that's
here?
too-
Oh man, do I? Yes, I'll pull it up. That's not a bad topic. I'm kind of interested.
I feel
It's
like
gotta
we probably
look
do.
so funny. Man with a BBL.
Do men get BBLs?
I feel like I don't want to see this.
This is not the case, as male BBL surgery is actually quite common. We just need pics. Only
Quite
video.
common.
I'm glad I missed that.
No homo. No homo.
Dude, was that a trap? Was that a troll trap? What the fuck?
No, bro. Like, I was genuinely curious.
You know that meme where Vince McMahon's like
Dude, this-
crying and he's just like,
Dude,
that's how
okay,
I'm
this
feeling
guy's
right now.
this
Male
guy's
BBL.
he's a male BBL
Artist.
surgical in Atlanta. Oh, Dr. Nicholas offers a simple cosmetic solution. The male butt. Oh, bro, this is.
Fucking do some squats and hip thrusts. Jesus fucking Christ.
Hey, maybe if you were
Oh, dude.
You know.
The fat is harvested from the upper and lower abdomen.
Harvested.
That's why it's a miracle. You take the
harvested.
fat from the stomach and you put it in the ass. How
Dude,
much does it
lower
cost?
back and hip area liposuction.
That's
certain areas
gross.
excess fat, like the arms, so they'll suck the fat out of your arms, and they pump it back in. Apart from harvesting the fat, the procedure achieves a more
Harvesting.
defined waist. This is crazy and disgusting.
Harvest
dude.
my fat
Male
Disgusting.
BBL
and
risk.
put it in
This is
different areas
disgusting,
of my
bro.
body.
Do you want this guy? This is the guy that's gonna cut into you.
If
I don't
had
know
the
if that's the
funds, I
guy.
would
Is that the
fit
guy?
it.
Well, they got him on the.
It doesn't
Well,
say.
maybe he doesn't. No,
Oh, there it is.
Nicholas
Dr. Nicholas
Jones.
Jonas.
Hey, he
Nicholas
puts his
Jones.
name on it. He's standing on business.
You definitely
I
stand
can
in your own
appreciate that. I
business.
can appreciate that. No, this is his website. Yeah. Oh my gosh, he's like the top Atlanta male BBL guy. Oh, this is so
Wow.
good.
He
I
must
cut
be
your
dead.
ass. Now stuff it with
Wait,
fat.
is it for men?
From
Men
your
only
arm.
BBLs?
If you're the top ATL male BBL guy, like, you better be gay.
Yeah, this is your guy. Get your ass cut.
I
Gonna
assume
plump
so.
it up a little bit.
I
Because if
assume
he's
so.
not gay, that's actually a lot more interesting, but it's like weird. as fuck.
Whoa.
Oh, he did an in call. He did an in call. Oh shit. Oh, we got videos. Let's go. Full screen.
Oh,
Wait, is this
he
the dude who
does
does
all-
men only BBLs?
No, he does it
That's a
all.
woman.
He'll do any fucking human he'll get cut up. Come on now.
What is
Anything
he
you get 10
showing
grand
us?
out of.
Why is he
I
showing
know,
us the
looks like a
lower body?
female.
Why do we need to see the lower? Oh, it's
That's the after.
tummy tuck.
after.
I thought he was showing the fake tits.
Why God doesn't give you curves, Dr. Panduck can.
Ew.
Oh, that's
the
a st-
before.
oh my
Dude, that was
God. Oh,
before.
no,
She got the fish eye.
wow, that is a radical
That's a
change.
catfish
Ugh,
eye.
that's
ooh.
crazy.
Well, I missed it. I didn't see the
That's
before.
crazy.
That is
That is
Damn.
a crazy
That's
That was
transformation.
the
that
before.
is somebody who couldn't be bothered going to the gym.
Bro.
That is a
That guy,
major
that
difference.
man is doing God's
transformation.
That must
work.
have cost a fortune.
Bro.
She's hot.
That's God's plan.
That's God's plan.
Dude, let's watch. Oh my God. Let's go. Let's go. This is good content. This is good.
Oh,
Oh, there he is. Nip and Tuck. Oh, he is part of the Nip and Tuck brand. Wait, what is he saying?
he looks like he's talking gay. He's like
He
doing
got-
the head thing.
Just all
No
these.
light
He's
feet.
doing a
anal
freestyle rap.
footage.
He's doing a freestyle. Oh my God. Hold on.
Turn it on.
Hold on. Yeah, hold on. Well, I can't. I got to do it through this.
I know. It's not coming through.
A nip and a tuck. Finna lift you up.
You think he does Brazilian ball sack lifts? Mine have been pretty low.
Oh, wow.
Putting your tummy fat in the ass, and I don't give a fuck.
That's crazy.
Okay, I'm gonna say cap
Oh
on
my
the second
God.
one. Like you know, on the
this
second
shit
one,
is
the black lady. I'm gonna say cap on that.
You're saying that's Cap?
Yeah. I think that those are two different
Two
women.
different.
You
Wow.
think so?
Don't get me wrong, both those women got enhanced. The second
All
one
these
was
photos have
enhanced too.
makeup. He's black. I wouldn't trust him. What? Oh shit! Forgot we were on YouTube. No, I mean there's certain deceptions that are, dude. I'm at a well, whatever. I'm not gonna get into it.
Dr. Nip and Tuck. Yeah, the guy's making a buck. Nip and tucking,
You're making a hell of
buck.
buck. You're making a super
The
buck.
nip, the tuck, the buck.
Nip, tuck, we keep it a buck.
you
or
kidding
give
me?
a fuck.
Too easy.
Damn. I mean, it makes you wonder. Makes you wonder.
Like there was a doctor on TikTok, right? And what he would do is find a chick who was like fat and flumpy and wanted to lose weight, and he was
Flumpy?
selling this special
Love that.
tea, right? So this lady was be like, "Oh, look, I'm gonna have this tea, and in 90 days, I'm gonna be a skinny bitch." And what would happen is he would show before, then she starts drinking the tea. 90 days later, this skinny girl, but because the girls and the face looks very, very similar, you didn't realize that was actually two different women. And then he would do this very
Oh.
smug face at the end, like, look at my tea. actually it was all fake. Like it was all proven to be fake.
The snake
He was-
oil.
Yeah, he was just a snake oil salesman.
Hmm.
Sounds like the Tinder swindler.
Oh,
Yeah,
that guy
both
was
of
so
them from
epic.
Israel. So
Love that documentary.
Hall
Love
of
that
Famer.
documentary. That guy's goated. I mean,
He's goaded.
say what you want.
You got to tip your cap to some of these scammers like that.
He's,
you know?
I know, a light little fedora tap to
Got to.
the Tinder swindler. You know,
Yeah.
he balled
light
out. Dude.
little-
He spit game like a mother.
I mean,
Personally,
Made
I'd
value
give
out
him
of
the-
nothing.
They
I'd give him the
willing-
fedora hat and then I'd shoot
Yeah.
him. So if I was the sheriff, fedora, then he gets shot.
I mean, they all willingly sent him the money.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, he did no crime. That's why, and it's people. Even after the whole documentary, women still send him money. Like,
Crazy. I
ain't
would
nothing
love
gonna
to, like,
change.
see-
Dude, the documentary just elevated him, did it not? Now he's like actually somebody. He's got footage to work with from days to chop up on his own, you know, to cast his own message based on this epic footage that he has of a Netflix documentary crew following him around for weeks. Oh, it's just like, it's amazing.
Yeah.
I wonder how he's doing now. I don't know where he is now, but I'm sure he's sitting pretty. Because
Well, he's
He
in
had-
Israel.
oh
Well,
well,
the-
he may be getting bombed out pretty, but
You know what it
soon we'll
kind of
see.
makes me think of is how, like, anyone who ever has, like, a trading, like, plan, like, oh, subscribe to my plan, I'll make you rich, or, like, subscribe to my dating boot camp, I'll get you all these bitches. Like, anyone that actually has a real thing that works, they're not selling a plan. Fuck that. Like, this is all for me. And Tinder Swindler has no plan. So I would love to see what he is saying to these bitches to get him to send them all this money. Like, what is his actual real process?
Didn't you watch the doc?
I watched the doc, but, like, what is, like, his step by step? Like, what?
Yeah.
What the fuck? Like,
Want some instructions?
Trying to get the playbook.
like I don't
Well,
even
they
want. I
showed-
just want to understand psychology. Like, there's gonna be
A
some
magician never tells his secrets, though. Come on.
No, they showed all the documents that he fabricated and stuff.
Yeah, they showed a lot in the
playbook's
doc.
Simple, isn't it? Look at my private jet now. Please take
Exactly.
your knickers off.
Well, and you're right. Like, it is these aesthetic things. Like, that if you make people believe you have that, they'll do it.
Yeah, they're
But-
indications of value, but it's all fabricated.
Well, he was targeting women specifically who were looking for men who were very rich. Like these are women on social, like they're chronically on the internet in terms of what they seek in value of men. So all they want is a dude who'll sweep them off their feet, romance, private jets, and blah blah blah.
Yeah.
One of those ladies in that
fantasy.
documentary, she specifically says he swept her away.
Yeah.
That's exactly what she wanted. So first night she gets on his jet and fucks him. Like,
Well, and the most iconic
though it's a
scam of
rented
all
jet.
time from our Nigerian friends was a prince. Had to be.
I know, but Prince Makimbe didn't turn up in a Bombardier or whatever, or in a Gulfstream, did he?
True.
At the end of the day, whereas the Tinder swindler did, rented, but still.
Right. Huh.
It is kind of wild to me, and you can call me Black Pill, you can call me whatever you want, but like the world does turn a lot on looks and just appearances to people. It doesn't mean how you look necessarily, but just like your appearance and all that entails, not necessarily just your physical, but like
Yeah.
people's perception of your resources.
It's because they're all communicating something, right?
Mhm.
Even
Plus the
body
world
body
is very-
language, the clothes you're wearing, the car you
Well,
drive.
it's very commoditized now as well, so women are just heavily sexualized now. So it's now, how sexualized are you as a woman rather than how many kids have you got? How valuable are you to society, really? There's real value and then there's perceived value.
I mean, yeah, and not even just like women though. Like that whole like, even as a man, like if I see a guy with a Rolex on, I find myself drawn. Like, and I find myself feeling a certain type of way. I think a Rolex is a great investment in a lot of cases because
Wait. If
A
if you
Rolly-
find an old Rolex, yeah, but not a new Rolex. Like a new Rolex, you're going to be waiting 20, 30 years before it's valuable.
For sure. A lot of them do hold at least their value because they're scarce to buy right now. There's a waiting list to get a brand new Rolly.
Like, put it this way, for me, if it's a Rolex or a house, I'm getting a house.
What are these guys laughing at? What is it?
Oh, I'm
shit.
sorry. I thought I was muted. I thought I was muted.
Yeah, you gotta mute your shit if you're laughing.
Well, John
the
picked up his
chat?
phone, so I think they're both communicating.
No, I was trying to take a picture of this shit because Davey wants to be a mod. I was like, you gotta check out the chat. I mean,
What's JV doing now?
I require a 1-page essay on why you should be a mod. I already got mine from Riggs.
Can I just put it in TLDR form?
Nope.
All right.
What do you,
When is
Davey,
it-
what
when
do
is
you
it
mean
due?
TLDR? Like every time you ask for a TLDR, like that's it. You just ask for the TLDR.
It's that Cliff Notes culture, that TikTok brain, bro. It's crazy.
That's
So
saving
somebody
time.
else has to write the essay for you.
Yeah. Or figure
No,
it
I
out
mean,
for me and give me the
These
general.
bitches are laughing like hyenas. Like I demand to them. But what?
Is when I put the TLDR, it was too funny. Can contain myself.
Does C want to be added to stage or not? I added him
Wait,
and
he's
then
been
he
gone.
unadded himself, so I don't know what that means. He's been authenticated with YouTube, so but yeah, anyway.
I'll get the 1-page essay.
Yeah,
it'll
send
be-
me that snail. It requires snail mail, needs to be stamped and everything.
link your PO box discreetly, and I'll send it through the mail. I'll use my fountain pen to write the letter on the best cloth.
acceptable. That's acceptable, or typed out 1-pager. That's acceptable. Black ink.
What size? What Times New Roman or Arial?
Oh, it doesn't matter to me.
I'll
That's
do
gonna be-
Helvetica then, and then what size font? Can I just do like size 20 font?
12.
Yeah, whatever the military was using in like the 60s and 70s, that type font.
Oh, all
The
right.
U.S.
I'll-
military.
You better be dressed for the occasion as well, like proper military uniform. It better be crisp.
I'll have my do-rag and silver pants.
Double space that shit so we
Oof.
can take notes underneath.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, I like that. Yeah.
Okay. Or
Good
I can
thinking
make
ahead.
the
Yeah.
I
double
could
space
make
that shit.
I could just make the margins wider. Or
You can,
one of the margins.
qualify
Yeah,
you
1
or
inch at least.
disqualify you.
Yeah, make sure you bring a red biro as well, so we can mark it out of 10 and tell you
Okay.
whether you need to rewrite it or not.
I'll only accept criticism if it's in red pen. In red ink.
Fair enough.
Deal.
Well, yeah, bring your own biro.
I'll do it.
Yeah, you gotta get. Yep.
I'll do it.
Hmm. Okay, well, we've been we hit over the 4-hour mark. If anyone's got some last statements or closing statements or squabbles that want to be
I mean, okay, I'll go.
talked
A
about or
TL
last final takes, let's go.
A TLDR from someone who said 3 words the last 3 hours. Like, brother. Weak. Where you? I mean, if you got a TLDR that's critical while you're
Yeah, where
jackling
you
like
at?
a hyena,
Damn.
that's sus.
Oh, I think he's checked out or something.
What's that? Is that me?
Whoever's got this like long TLDR that was laughing like a hyena, I just
Yeah.
said,
Davy Jones.
No, it's a beef between
Oh,
Davey
what's
and
up?
AC. Oh.
I don't know if it's a beef. I think it is.
I don't know what it is. What?
Just said like you're jackling like a hyena because your TLDR is so funny. You haven't said
Well,
a
you
word.
must have missed some context
Haven't said a
earlier.
word in 3 hours, but
Hey, I was letting you take the stage.
fair. I mean, the cream gonna rise, like, is what it is.
I already rose to the top. I'm waiting to get up here. We can be up at the top together.
Okay, fair enough.
I
Yeah,
feel that.
I'd
Depends
love
whether
to
you
chat with
agree
you.
can
I feel
feel
like
that.
we haven't really had much to talk
Mm.
together, but I welcome it.
Midwest represent.
I can
Let's
feel
go.
that. I can feel that. I can feel
Where
that.
you at?
Madison.
Oh, okay. Go Badgers.
Who?
Badgers.
What?
Oh, that's right.
Damn, who really lives in Madison? Is the Badgers a thing?
I thought that was the
Davey,
whole
did you
time.
not know the Badgers?
That's the college.
Oh yeah,
mascot.
Wisconsin Badgers. Yeah,
I
everyone
mean,
knows
it's
that big
college
dub.
town.
line. Everyone knows that big dub. Yeah, that's that shit, dog.
That's
Homie
it.
running through town. Wait, so
That's
Dave,
it.
if you seen this, you'd be like, I don't know what that is.
I would recognize looking at it,
Davey,
but
let me ask you this. So you live in Madison. My boy, not my boy, my old neighbor, apparently, like for what I hear from the old neighborhood, is a decent DJ in Madison. Do you know Jordan Ellerman?
Oh, we're gonna get
no. But
Yeah.
I'm gonna. I'll find out.
For sure. I didn't know he's still there, but I know that he was big in Madison for a bit.
I was just saying something today about finding a
Hmm.
nice DJ scene here. I've only
For
been
sure.
here a month and a half now.
Oh. I mean,
But-
the next big DJ scene could be on this podcast, Johnny. That should be one night of the week where we spin somehow. We got to figure out how to pipe it
Yeah.
in.
I'll be DJing
Well, I
at my
mean,
house party, my Rager.
that's easy to do. I was just I need to set a time and date. I don't know if you want to like syndicate together or like simulate the cast
Maybe
together.
this guy knows. Is there a way? Like, is there some type of software? Like, or if you're using Beatport's virtual DJ, can you mix with someone remotely? Go back and forth.
No. Who are you asking?
Madison.
What was your question? It was
No.
can you mix with someone
Remotely.
like remotely? You might be able to link, like you'd have to have your own setup. You might be able to link just the audio and video.
But not the actual mixer software, even if it's like on a online platform like a Beatport.
I don't know. I don't think you'd be able to mix.
No, I would need to understand no. We can just syndicate, just do a mix, and then I could do a mix or whatever.
For sure.
I'll do an impromptu mix here in the next.
It would be like that is one of my favorite things about DJing those when you're with a friend, like in the flesh.
Yeah.
And you can
Good
just kind of go back
times.
and forth.
Yeah, I hear you. I like that too. I like that
Good
too.
times in Seattle
But-
for sure.
Yeah,
So,
got to be in the flesh for that shit.
For sure.
Well, my final TLDR before we get off is when I become president of the United States as a religious man, I will ban cheerleaders. So Wisconsin
Bro.
will no longer have cheerleaders.
No,
okay?
don't do that.
It will
Wait,
be
what about-
absolutely
You'll
we
never
still have
win with that
Hooters?
platform.
I will, because I will not tell you that's what I'm gonna do.
Okay.
I'm just gonna come out the next day and say no cheerleaders. It's
Does that
absolutely
mean-
haram to sexualize.
Does that mean
it.
no Hooters? Because
Yes.
they're not technically cheerleaders. So I think
Hooters
Yeah.
will be turned into churches, and there will be hard, fire-breathing preachers there instead. serving you
I'm
chicken
leading the
wings
I'm leading the
and
coup.
Bible verses.
I'm leading the coup.
Haram.
Yeah. See, all of this is gonna. These women are gonna be turned into wives. And
Can
You're
you
gonna put them in
actually-
a hijab.
Can you instead
I
require
will
all women to get
increase the
BBLs?
birth rate.
Can you do that instead? All women are required to get BBLs.
No.
I'd
They will
prefer
be
that.
turned into mothers, not sexual objects. We need to increase the birth rate.
They're
Plain and
I'm
cheering
just
for the
saying-
team. What? Who
the
made them into
BBL
sexual
will
objects?
increase the birth rate way
We're
more.
just cheering
than
for the home team, bro.
they will be banned.
What if they're cheerleaders for America?
You'll never do well here in America, bro.
Yeah, bro.
That's
stay
not
in
gonna
the
ride.
UK.
That's not gonna ride. Because they're
Well, I
gonna.
think I get American politics enough. All you have to
Go
do is lie
prance in Strawberry Fields
and
and
do whatever you want. Anyway,
walk into traffic on Abbey Road.
my manifesto for the American people will be: I am definitely lying to you. I'm gonna do great things. That's it. And then I'm just gonna come and start banning stuff, and it's gonna be great. I mean, you'll still have free speech and everything else, but you won't be able to say porn is free speech, basically. And it'll be great. It'll be great. You'll hear church bells on Sundays. It'll be fantastic.
Yeah. Good
Yep.
luck with that.
Leading
You'll
the
watch it
It's
on
only
the
gonna-
telly, and Boris Johnson will come back, and
Good high birth
down in the
rate.
streets,
You know, El Contador will come and drag all the fuck boys to hell. It's gonna be wonderful.
it'll be great television.
Are there going to be cheerleaders there though?
No,
But I don't
those
think you're the
cheerleaders
president
will
of
be
hell.
breeding. No, I'm gonna be president in heaven.
I think David.
I don't
Beckham
think
should
the
be
president of heaven controls hell, so I think there's going to be cheerleaders in hell. So sign me up for
No,
the
no,
first,
no. I'm saying
first
I
class
will
ticket
turn.
there.
I'm saying I will turn the hell that is America into heaven. It will be fantastic.
You said something about someone would take us to hell, but if there's cheerleaders there, then I'll like. Is there a first class or like
Well, no,
overnight
there won't be
shipping?
cheerleaders there because they will be converted. They will be saved.
What
If
about the ones that aren't
America-
converted
If
though?
America is hell, what is the UK?
Ugh. The old hell.
The lower levels of hell.
Well, the old country hell.
Because I mean, your food sucks too.
Ooh,
Says you. Your
dang.
food isn't even original. It's just.
I mean, you
big
got fish and
portions
chips and some Bayers and mash,
heavy-
so that's about it.
heavy-
Americans just made all
heavy in
food better.
corn
So
and just the obesity rate as in
that just
general
tells you
in
the food is really good because people just can't stop eating it. It's just so much
or
better
it's
than
just filled with high fructose corn syrup substitutes.
Oh, I
and stuff
love
like
that shit. I love that soy oil, that soybean oil.
Yeah,
Oh,
you would, you fucking
so
soy
good.
boy.
Ooh, good.
Oh,
So good. I love that shit.
You
No,
walked
but
right
like
into it, I'm
ranch, all
sorry.
the cruise. Yeah, fair enough.
Did you guys see all
But-
the useful information I put in the chat for you guys to look into later?
who was talking.
Yeah.
Latin A, what's up, baby?
Oh, I had no idea where the
Which-
noise was
which
coming
one?
from.
which one?
Hey, girl, I'm not
And,
looking at the phone.
Who's
Jon-Fredric,
clicking? Who's
I
playing
didn't
the
know-
game? Someone's clicking like
Oh
a
no, is that
motherfucker.
me? Am I clicking?
No,
Am
no,
I
She's
no,
saying-
no.
nervous. She's talking to.
It's either
Nancy.
no, it's okay. It's either a rough word or Davies like playing a game, I think, which is fine. But switch the
I haven't
game so we don't
clicking.
hear your mouse clicks. It's like click, click, click. Maybe
I'm
you're-
not. I'm
I
not
don't hear that,
clicking.
Johnny.
Just
I
ignore
don't
it,
hear
John. Just ignore it.
I
okay?
can't ignore it.
Um,
Anyways, go ahead.
Yeah, Latina.
I didn't know
yeah.
that you wanted. I didn't know that you thought my private conversation with you and your group was that important. It's just you saying I have a problem with somebody when I don't have a problem with anybody. What I do have a problem is like trying to understand the subject of the conversations. Like it doesn't make sense to me because if you were born in Mexico, you would be a white Mexican. And Elon Musk lives in the United States. He's white, but we don't call him a white American. He's a white South African.
Yeah,
Right.
but he
And
has
I
South
wasn't
American
born-
values, though.
And I wasn't born in Mexico. So how can I
never
be
said
called
that.
Mexican?
I don't
No,
know.
I
know,
There's
but-
nothing hotter than a white Mexican. So
Yeah.
you
Are you a white Mexican?
Like, if we could all line up and like take our shot, like with a white Mexican, I think we would. I really do.
So is that the part of the
Yeah,
conversation that
AC
you're saying?
AC
No,
had
no,
a
no.
sweet spot.
Ooh, Latin A. Like I'm
Well,
feeling you,
Latin
bro.
A.
I'm
I-
brown, like I'm like paper bag brown.
I don't care. What's your body like?
I'm
Cam
not
up.
white.
Cam up.
Okay.
Let's see this.
No, I'm
Prove
no,
it.
thank you.
Prove it.
I'll be on
See,
camera.
there
We,
you go.
we can
You've
do a
got-
speed
Stop
date.
the
We
cap.
could really blow.
I just wanted to know what Frederick was talking about. Like, what was the interesting part of the conversation? Was it the Mexican part?
No, no.
Or-
Okay.
No,
let me
no.
answer this double
No.
quick
I
time.
think it's your voice, Latin A. It's like sultry and sexy. And...
You know
Yeah.
what? I think other women hate my voice.
Here, so
well, yeah,
um,
they're intimidated
oh
by
my
it.
It's
God.
competition, obviously.
And then like guys will be like cash shopping me outside because they say they love my voice.
Oh, Cash App?
You have a hot voice.
Stop the cap.
Stop the
And they don't even
cap.
know what I look like, dude. And they be sending me like hundreds of dollars.
Stop the cap.
When you
sound
step
hot.
on
I'm not lying.
when you step on the scale, what are the numbers that come up?
Chick-ching, bling, bling, ring,
What are the numbers when you step on the
I mean,
scale?
Latin A,
Latin
we,
A?
can, we all agree you sound sexy. Like, we would love to see you.
That's what
Oh,
it says.
sympathetic. Sympathetic. Okay, on your I pulled up the skin tone. Which skin tone are you? I'm thinking you're more of a
Let's
almond
see.
band.
She said brown bag. Wouldn't
Okay,
that be,
Oh, I said
almond?
brown bag.
I
Or
think
so
it's
like
the okay, hold on,
espresso.
let me tell you guys. Hold
It'd
on,
be
let me tell
sand.
you.
It's
Okay,
wait. How
so
about
the
we
first
take our
row-
guesses?
Let me
How
tell
about
you.
we all
Okay,
guess,
fine,
and then
getting
and
guess.
then you confirm
But
it.
hold on. But look, you guys.
Porcelain or ivory?
Hold on. I'll let you guys guess. But I can't read what those things say because it's on my phone and it's too little for me to see.
Oh, I'm
So you have to
sorry.
say
Turn
first
it
row,
horizontal.
second row.
I can see it.
First row, second row, from the left to the right, second one down, third one down.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
First row, second over. I'm thinking ivory.
Oh shit! Excuse me.
Okay,
Wait.
do it like this.
There's
First,
three in a
third,
row.
fourth,
So the first
Dude,
row goes down.
If you can't
Okay.
see that, I don't know what's up.
No. Do it in 3 rows as in a cross. Okay, I'll make the rules. 3 rows as in a cross. So if you say first row left, that means porcelain, or if you say first row right, that means sand. But the middle one, what you'll say is say second one middle. So second one,
So you're saying
second
There's
one
3
middle
rows
right, or
left,
second one
and there's
middle left,
four-
and then
four
there's
in a row?
left, and then there's right.
so we're
what are
going
we-
like we're reading
what are we
left to
playing
right.
for
Why
now?
you gotta don't play dumb? Just tell us what one is close. You already gave
I thought
us
you were
the.
guessing. I thought
Hey,
you were
that was
guessing.
tough
Oh,
love,
are we
but come
guessing?
on,
Oh,
Landon,
well
which one?
then.
I'm
I'm
going
gonna say
with
beige.
sand.
I'm gonna say middle
Band.
left.
I'm going with band.
I'm going ivory.
Oh man, I can't see because I was rubbing my eyes right now.
Hmm.
Okay, who said what? Which
said
one is that?
ivory.
Is that the first row,
I
second
said
row?
middle left. I said
Middle.
Which name?
second row. So I'm going across, not down.
Can you not see it?
So I'm saying the
Beige?
beige one.
I
Like
can't
that.
see it because I was rubbing
Honey.
my eyes, and now I see
Oh my
blurry.
gosh, rubbing eyes. Which one? Can you guys not read this, or what?
I
Is
don't
that
know
I
not
if
can't
it's
read it
down
on my
across
cell phone. It's
screens.
too small now because I was rubbing my
Latin
Is
eyes.
it
A,
really
how
too
much
small
sun
still?
have you had recently?
Dude, Latinase
let's
espresso
just
or almond?
say
Have you been in the sun much?
I'm in the San
I can hear
Joaquin
it.
Valley, and the stupid sun is here all year
I can
round.
hear it. I can hear it.
Okay, then I'm gonna go honey.
All right, let's. Okay,
Oh no,
let's
I'm
go
not
around the
espresso.
panel.
I'm not espresso.
Let's go around the panel.
I said band. She's band. Is that band or is it sand?
Yeah.
It says
Band.
band. Yeah,
I
that's
don't.
more
What
of
does
like
that even
yeah.
mean?
Which one
That's
is
like
band?
kind of that's kind of
Which row?
African black, but okay.
Band is second row to the right.
It's kind of an interesting way of doing the skin tones. 'Cause- Yeah, band. Yeah,
I think honey.
okay. Yeah, as I said, I think my original thing was like honey almond. I was joking about espresso, but I don't know what. I'm okay here. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, damn.
What is the last
Um,
one under porcelain?
Beige.
We're looking at
So it's-
beige. The average. Okay, so what is it, Latine?
I was trying to tell
What's
you
the different?
it was the
Maybe you
third
could take
one
a
under.
picture and then just
Johnny,
take a
let
picture
her
of your
speak.
arm,
Cam up and show
Why
us,
does it
and
matter?
we'll...
or just cam up
Dude,
and
it
show
doesn't
us.
even
Yeah.
matter. It doesn't matter, okay?
Cam up, cam up, cam
It's
We
up.
gotta, we
Oh,
gotta, we
let
gotta
that-
investigate
No,
this,
guys,
man.
just let her speak.
He's capping.
Oh, we're playing around. It's fun.
Latinay, which one is it? We're all dying to know.
I was telling you guys it's the one at the very bottom under porcelain, I think. Something
Beige?
like
I
that.
got it. Oh,
But what about when
no.
summertime rolls around?
British bro got it.
Well,
It's gonna
the
get
sun
darker.
is here like, yeah, I'm gonna get darker, like I'll start
Let's
to look
go.
like band almost.
That's good. That means you actually soak in.
Wait,
like,
you look like Band, you said, when the sun comes out?
Yeah, like if I stay out there in the sun, I'll
I'm
turn
about to
band.
boot someone.
I think I also win then.
Latinay, when you walk down the block, are the men like turning around and stopping and staring, or what's up?
When I walk up the block, look, I am very plain Jane. Okay, I don't wear makeup. Okay, I will say I'm very lucky or blessed. Either the people around me are very kind and very polite. They open doors for me. Like one night, I
Nice.
tried to go get some water in a 5-gallon container,
I'm gonna boot you.
and the shopping cart like just stopped and wouldn't go. Like it was stuck right in front of the door, and like two
Oh.
men were trying to fight the shopping cart to help me get it out the door. Then like luckily one of the employees said, "Oh, the cart won't go out because you didn't go through the checkout line." And then the other guy went and got me a new cart. And then the other guy was like, "Okay, well, we tried to help." I was like, "Wow, two men are trying to help me. Oh, I'm so blessed. This is amazing."
Did that
Men
impress
don't
you?
do that for ugly women. Men don't do that for ugly women.
Huh?
Did that impress you?
It
Oh,
impresses me.
I was like, I felt like God's favor was upon me. Yes, I felt like
Right.
God was present.
And why do you
Oh
think
my
they
God.
did
I was in
that?
the presence
Coin
of
for the
God's
trolley.
men, God's children.
How old
Did
are
it-
you, Latinay?
Huh?
You sound like
I
so
can
young
make
and fresh.
babies. I
Okay,
can
got
make
it.
babies.
Well,
Yes, I
that's
can make
not
babies.
good enough because even underage can make babies. That's not a good answer.
I'm guessing you're like 24.
Hey, what up, Thulsu? Glad to have you on the
Thank
stream,
you.
bro. Welcome, man. Yeah, let it
I
rip.
better go.
Latinay, hit me up in my DMs.
Oh,
bro.
what? Why are you letting it go already? What's happening?
She could have been underage.
No, she's
No.
24. 20.
You don't know. You don't know.
You never do know, but
Oh, I know
no.
by the sound of a voice.
I think that's
Come on.
been verified by because
No,
I've known it from other platforms.
She's probably
Yeah.
Do you
30.
know her? Can you verify that?
The way she said that she can make babies, she's
Yeah.
like on the plus side of that. I'm guessing she's 30 to 33.
Yeah, no, I can't formally verify it or give you any evidence for it, but I'd
Not that
wager
there's anything
that.
wrong with that, Latinay. Like, you're beautiful.
Yeah, ain't nothing wrong. Anyways, hey, Thulsul, where you come from, bro? Am I saying your name right? What's up?
Yep.
It's cool hearing a new voice in here.
Perfectly. I
Nice.
appreciate it.
Yeah,
Come from
yeah.
the United States.
Hell yeah, bro. What area? You don't gotta be the script, but
Well,
Fuck yeah.
somewhere, somewhere in a big city. We'll put it that.
damn, so it's either Chicago, New York, Los Angeles. When people say big city, they say yeah, either
Atlanta.
Miami. Nah, when people
Usually,
say
it's
big
a few
city,
cities in each state. Yeah.
when they say big city,
I mean,
I
So,
bet
like-
it means
Seattle,
like
Portland.
Missouri City or something.
I don't know.
Kansas
I think it's
City.
like New York or something.
Let
Could
me
be
put it
wrong.
this way: there's about easily over 100 massage parlors within a 10-mile radius of me.
Ooh, man.
Oh,
Okay.
100?
Actually, that's a bit of exaggeration. Within
Yeah,
about
it's
25
Los
miles.
Angeles probably.
That's on Nevada.
Chicago.
Like,
Definitely
Las
LA
Vegas.
because they're getting this China fresh off the boat.
thing is Las Vegas.
True, true.
Like they have brothels there.
Oh,
Ooh, yeah, you're probably right. Las Vegas. What's up, Vegas?
oh yeah, Vegas. Definitely West Coast.
Vegas does have a lot, so that is a good guess.
LA has a ton.
LA
though.
has a
I've been
lot
there.
too. Yeah,
But
there's a good mixture of, I would say, mostly Asian, but some Latina massage parlors as well.
Oh, shit.
oh,
San Francisco.
interesting.
It's a
I
good guess.
love.
Interesting.
They've cracked down in recent years, though. San Francisco. has.
Oh, but he said they've cracked down, so that means that probably San Francisco.
Ooh.
No, I
That's
didn't
kinda
say
giving
I have.
it-
I said San Francisco has.
I know, but you said they, which kind of infers that
What made you want to call in, caller?
yeah,
What made me want to come in?
Yeah, call.
yeah. Where do you come from?
Well, I just
mean-
saw a chat, was bored, so okay, let's see what discussions there are.
Do you
See if
watch
there's
any
anything
other
entertaining.
streams in like the orbit?
I have. I come in and
Nice.
out.
Yeah, you
Usually,
don't- yeah.
yeah. Usually, I have.
Are you
good
into
time
Fresh
talking.
and Fit?
Oh,
Have-
hold on.
Sorry, say that again.
Do you like Fresh and Fit? Maybe we should. I've been wanting to
seen
talk
some
about this all
clips.
day.
I don't watch it
I
regularly.
fucking hate those guys so much.
But... oh, really?
Oh my god. I don't
You
know if you
mean
guys have been
Hallmark
following
Well, but
all
there's
this shit
probably
about Fresh's Baby and the whole Fresh and Fit empire being torn down over the last 10 days because,
Well,
you know, they were a hardcore red pill, wanted to instruct men on how to treat women, how to, you know, body as many women as you can. Fresh claims to have over 1,000 bodies under his
Yeah,
belt, which is so
horseshit.
cringe. Well, all the while he's getting played by a Chinese escort.
Dude, you gotta watch the video with all the texts. Okay, if you watch the
Hilarious.
text
Oh,
messages,
of course I watched it.
you realize that he thinks he's playing her. I don't think she was playing. I think she's just some lady who made a dumb decision. Like, the guy is not rich, this, that, the other. Like, he's just some bloke with a podcast. And that was a problem. Like, he's wearing his chain and look at me, look at this fancy car. It's an age-old story of like attracting like.
I mean, but his whole podcast is about preaching to men about how to, you know.
Well, yeah, because there's a huge demographic of lonely, angry, upset, depressed men looking for something, right?
hey, we have a loneliness epidemic. Haven't you heard?
Yeah.
yeah.
Hence why, vote for me, I will ban the cheerleaders and I will make sure they have babies.
I
They will be
agree.
mothers and wives. Anyway,
I think,
Well,
though, that you say cheerleaders, but I think what should really be banned or what should be scaled back in our society is pornography.
well, if I'm going to ban cheerleaders, what do you think I'm going to do to pornography?
Of course. But
Wait, what about massage parlors, strip clubs?
They
strip
will be
clubs, I'm
banned for
fine
the
with
brand.
them. You have to go to a strip club. I think porn is really a drag on society, though.
Accessibility. Yeah.
That's true.
My
I know.
my presidential policy is no tolerance whatsoever.
I think it's the same way with gambling too. I don't like the fact that you could just like place bets now ubiquitously on your phone. I think that's bad for society.
hmm
Could
Well,
create
yes,
a lot of bad
that we used
outcomes.
to have legislation on that, and then it was deregulated. Like, there were strong legislation on the books in the US, in the UK, which meant, for example, people weren't allowed to gamble a lot, and at the same time they weren't allowed to borrow a certain amount of money for certain
Mhm.
things, like, say, getting things on finance, credit, and stuff like that. So
If you
That
have
was
to
a-
go somewhere, that's a big barrier. Like when you can do everything on your phone, like it's so easy to just press a couple buttons when you're fucked up and you're like addicted to something.
yeah, and it's super easy to lose like $10,000 in one night.
Yeah, you press a couple buttons on your phone while you're fucked up in your place.
And yeah, that's
And
it.
I know
Couple buttons
Vegas
and
is
you bust
allowing
$10,000.
for credit cards now.
And I'm speaking from personal experience, to be honest with you. in the
Yeah.
chat.
Well, there was that viral video that went around on Twitter where a guy pretty much has his checking account and he says import. I don't know if it's real or not, but I'm sure the idea is not far off the path. But he's like, import 20 grand, and pipes it into his digital slot machine that he's doing.
I don't know, but I
And-
literally lost $4,000 one night, late November, night after Thanksgiving.
God damn.
Betting on Chinese women's tennis and
Oh my god.
What?
Just
Bro.
fucked up. Just fucked up. Like not even like knowing who I was betting on, but just like betting on favorites in Chinese women's tennis and ping pong. And
What was your sort of thinking with it? Were you looking at this one looks like she's tougher?
I had no thinking. I was fucked up, and I was chasing like an earlier loss. You know, like that's what
Okay,
happened.
that should have been a signal when you got sober and saw your bank balance. That should have been a signal.
Yeah.
that you
Now I
don't
can
need to
speak
be
to
fucked
it
up again.
100%. Now I've kind of come out of that, but
Yeah, that
Yeah.
4,000 could have you could have had a lot more fun with that 4,000. I tell you what.
You could have bought yourself a friggin' Bronco.
I wish I could say that was the extent of it, but over a 3-day stretch in late November last year,
Oh
I
god.
can think of what to do over 3 days with
Wasted more than
4,000
that.
bucks.
Wasted
More
like
than 4
9,000.
G's?
9,000.
Oh my god.
You know, it's
brother.
funny. Like if you go to Vegas, you could easily throw away $1,000. But if you go to like say a strip club or something, I mean, you could also easily throw away 4,000.
I have a good friend. To your point, who has a story where he went to a strip club several years ago. Probably got roofied by someone at the strip club, but basically, long story short, woke up the next day in the lawn, like in the parking lot of the strip club, without any of his wallet or valuables, and had a $14,000 charge on his credit card from the strip club.
From the strip club. That's interesting because usually if it was like a trip or something, it would be just straight cash out. It'd be something else. Like the club is not going to want to cheat you. It's the strippers who want to cheat you. You know, if they want to make extra outside of the house.
I think it was international. I think it was in Mexico, which might have something to do with it. But like he had his credit card, and
I mean, come on, they're running these places for money, like easy money. They're not exactly the most ethical places to begin with.
True.
Any business that's set up for super easy money, i.e. strip clubs, gambling houses, whatever, they're not ethical places and their management aren't ethical people either. So
Correct.
14 grand on your credit card after you wake up in a desert or on somebody's front yard, don't be surprised.
Well, the thing is, here's the thing though, because like if you go to Tijuana, for example, because a lot of people go over from.
That's where I want to go for my fucking bachelor party, bro. Hong Kong, world famous Hong Kong Gentlemen's Club in Tijuana.
Just about to say Hong Kong. I think Chicago's. I don't know if it's so closed.
That's the best one in the world, though. Hong Kong and Tijuana.
Yeah, Hong Kong is. But here's what you got to understand: with Hong Kong, the ladies. Okay, so you go there. They have like traditional strip club stuff, but for the most part, what they're going to do is they're going to try to get you into a room. So
they're all escorts.
Hotel. I think it's upstairs. There might be others. They want to get to room and they want to get extras. So
I want that suite for my bachelor party. By the way, Johnny, I hope you're listening.
I'm just saying, be prepared because just have cash. Don't use any credit cards or anything, because they're going to usually want at least. It used to be only about $100 or so, $80. Now they've been upping their price the last few years, and so I've seen
fucking inflation.
160.
This is COVID. This is Biden. Yes, the escorts have gotten a lot more expensive. Like
so you got to pay the house too. You got to pay drink. It's a bunch of like you're paying $200 at least, and it kind of sucks. You used to be able to get away with like 120, 150. You can just take a quick trip down to Tijuana if you're staying in Southern California. But nowadays, you might as well. Honestly, there's Latino massage parlors nearby in that area, and I think San Diego, and the other that are pretty good. But they're almost
San Diego.
It's not even worth going to.
It's near the southern border, so be careful because half those women could be being trafficked on.
That's why my plan has always been like, tell your wives we're going to Torrey Pines to play golf, and then we're gonna go south of the border. We're hitting Hong Kong's world famous Gentlemen's Club in Tijuana.
I don't know. I think in my experience, most of those women really are just trying to make money. They're usually from poorer villages and stuff.
Hey, the poorer the better.
New Mexico City. But most of the ones in Hong Kong are Mexican. If you go to other places, you're going to get others from South America, Central America. If you go to massage parlors or Latino parlors here, like aromatherapy, the U.S., especially California, Texas, Vegas, you're going to see a lot of Cubans. I know that Vegas has like a really popular Chicas Bonitas, which is a strip club that has a lot of Cubans.
Brother, you definitely have a Rub Maps account. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think that we're getting it there. We're
Rub
definitely
Maps is
getting
just
there.
the tip of the iceberg.
Okay, well, give us
Rub
the,
Maps
what's
is not-
underneath.
Oh,
yeah, that's
no.
what you
guys
start
can
with.
private
That's like
message.
amateur hour.
No,
You guys
but
can
bro,
private message that to each
where
other.
do you look these days? Like where
We need to talk more about surface level stuff, but yeah.
Yeah.
where the
I mean,
monsters
thankfully,
go?
I don't know
So-
what that is, but I gotta go. So you guys have a wonderful chat, and remember, hashtag ban cheerleaders and make them into mothers.
Praise
Word,
Jesus.
bro.
Bye.
Hey, thanks for stopping by, Rough Word. Adios.
No worries.
Nice to meet you.
No worries.
Thanks, man.
Bye.
Where do the guys go these days, brother? Where
So there's
Oh, man.
quite
I
a
don't know
few
if I can
different.
facilitate something like this.
I'm just
Okay,
curious,
I
man.
won't
We're
give
doing this for
specifics.
the
I won't give
intelligence.
specifics. There are
Well, I
certain
mean,
websites
what's the
you can
motive?
go. Well,
Just
there are
knowing.
websites that have specific like accounts for the workers who act independently.
Okay.
Wow.
But there are also advertisements throughout a lot of different sort of
Hey,
general
sorry,
websites.
can
for
you
us.
hold on one second, Johnny? This is fucking fascinating. How
Well,
can
I'm-
you not
okay,
want to
okay.
facilitate
I'm-
this conversation?
Okay, well, I'm interested in obviously not the details. I am interested how commerce works, the sociology,
it's just
the
fascinating.
psychology.
I can give you a
yeah, just
socio-economic perspective of it, definitely.
fair enough. Then yeah, all means go. Yeah, I just don't want to like get into like when we're sharing websites and stuff like that. You know,
No, I
I don't,
totally understand. That's why I won't
just
give
you guys can do that privately if you want, but I
But-
do want to hear about absolutely.
Yeah, I'll try to keep it more like social and behavioral in perspective. So
Yeah, and you can ride the line a little bit. That's fine, but I just I don't want to I don't want to promote any sites or anything. Yeah.
So one thing you have to understand, especially with the way the modern market works, is that most individuals who are selling, those who are buying, are usually no longer meeting in person. It's all online. So what it oftentimes breaks into is like two different scenarios. You usually have an independent, sort of independent contract, I guess you could say in a way, or really just an independent person, right, who acts on their own through different websites that facilitate advertising. But then you have those that work under a
Mama-san.
under sort of management, and so there are those two. Depending on where you go, it depends on who you can communicate with. So, like if you do an in-call or out-call, or if you have to pay to a house, or like if you go to a specific place, like a parlor.
Interesting. So like the Mama-san or the agency.
But the agency is all about negotiation, because no one is ever forced into a position where they have to accept. But you can tell. I will say this from my experience. I have noticed that if you go into whether it be a strip club or massage parlor, and you treat it like a business-like transaction, then you're able to sort of give an honest depiction of what is expected and how much it's going to cost, right? But I could tell even from my own experiences that a lot of these women, in the parlor specifically, maybe less so in the strip clubs, tend to have more of an earnestness to make sure that they
leave their clients satisfied.
Well, not just that, but I'll say this: I have been told rather directly that if I don't stay, if I don't go, it looks bad on them. Like if I go, it's kind of like a car salesman, right? Hey, you didn't get the job. You didn't sell the car. So when you have that mentality within sort of a house or a parlor setup, then that can look negatively on them. And the reason why, from what I understand, this is from just speaking with them, is that, and I don't know if it's still the case, but it likely is, a lot of them are cycled through. So depending on where they go, where they want to go, if they're popular, if they can make a lot of money for the house, because they give a portion of the house, you pay the house X amount, and then you give a portion tip that you negotiate, which for the most part tends to be about the same. But again,
like 20%, like at a dinner.
Wait, say it again.
Like you tip them like 20%, like
Yeah,
if you
understood
no,
for
no.
the.
No. So like, I'll give you an example. Let's say you do a massage parlor. So most massage parlors today, you're going to go for about a half hour for about $40 to $60. Some places 80, but typically it's around 40 to 60. You're paying that to the house. That's going to go to the mama son or papa son, who's going to basically be heading this, and that goes to allow them to have the facility there, to do business. From there, you go in and you then will negotiate for services rendered. Usually, if it's full service, which is any from, BJ.
And that's after the like shitty massage where they're just like, "Time over."
If you listen, it depends how it depends how seasoned you are at this. Most people, I would say, especially if they're new, they'll just go through the normal motions of a massage and then wait for there to be sort of like a
turn over
indication, right? Yeah. But I'll be frank with you. I've been in long enough. I can see where things are going, and I can just skip right to it. I don't even go bother with massages. But when you negotiate the prices, they tend to be around the same. So you're going to be typically seen today about 120 to 160 full service. If you want anything beyond in terms of like bareback blowjob or something like that, you're going to be paying extra.
Well, and this is very.
Oh yeah, don't say those things.
This is very geographic.
We gotta just. You were doing a very good job keeping it very surface level. Like, don't do descriptive specifics for certain acts. I just don't think that's. I mean, it was amazing. Just like pretty much, if we're talking about anything, just import export.
Yeah, just cut that shit out, John.
Client.
Yeah, he knows.
Some things are going to cost more than others, basically.
Well, come on. I mean, this is my pod. Like, I got my face on it.
He knows now. He knows now. You just gotta cut that.
Yeah. Well, it's the second time I've had to say it. I mean, I obviously don't want any explicit acts, so
Yeah, no, I hear you.
Third time, I mean, I'd probably boot you, but not that matter.
Hey, that's fair enough. I understand.
No,
but that's the massage parlor. So the way that the strip clubs though are different. Well, for one, they tend to be younger, right? And they tend to be.
Hold up. Can I just make an observation or ask a question? Quick question. I get the feeling like if I had to guess an ethnicity that you're seeing the most often, it's got to be Asian, right?
That I personally, or just that is around most often?
No, you.
That me personally. I
or Latino. Latino. You mentioned Latinos quite a bit. It's probably a 50-50 split.
I would say Asian is probably majority just because there's more of them, and I would say they tend to provide a better service. I think it's part of their culture. I think that based on what I've seen with
they want the police.
Well, based on what I've seen with other ethnicities, and only speaking generally, because of course people are different, but I would say that those coming straight from China, which I would say are the majority, some coming from Cambodia, Vietnam. I've seen some from Philippines, Thailand, but I would say for the most part, they're coming from China, at least today.
Okay.
And they tend to have much more of a girlfriend experience, right? And they tend to be
they're eager.
Yeah, and they're a bit more professional in that way that they're able to provide that fantasy. In my experiences with like the Latino massage parlors, by contrast, it's a hit and miss. Some are, some aren't. A lot of those I've seen. Well, a lot of those tend to come from like South America, Brazil, Argentina. Venezuela. I'm trying to think what's some other.
It's like the better the English, the worse the experience.
You know what? Oddly enough, that's kind of true. It's kind of true. And a lot of the people come from Asia and don't speak English well. But I would say the Hispanic tend to more often speak English better. But I have been with a lot who didn't speak well. I did have a recent girl who's from, I believe, Colombia, and she could not speak English at all, like barely. So I was like barely communicating with her. But she was one of the best, I would say, Latina masseuses I've ever had in terms of her services.
Well, Colombians, there is a reputation that the Colombian men, they're all drug dealers and like executioners, and the Colombian women are all huggers.
Well, I tell you, I've been with a number of Colombian women, and they've been pretty good. I'm not going to lie. Physically, absolutely great. But in general, again, I would say that the experience itself is better with the Asian. But the strip clubs are also similarly very hit and miss. It depends on ethnicity too, I would say. A lot of the white chicks are just not that good. If I-
Caller, are you a guy that sits by the stage and puts $1 bill in the mouth and like?
no. I usually sit back, wait, and look. But a lot of
I
the
am that guy, by the way. I will
yeah.
sit at the stage with a stack of dollar bills. I'll put them like in my shirt pocket in my mouth and just like make them get it out with their pussy. I love that shit.
What?
look with that.
Johnny, like we did that
Wow.
one night, South Carolina, Myrtle Beach.
Don't pull me into that. South
Hey.
Carolina. I was never in the state of South Carolina with you, bro.
Myrtle Beach.
No, I was never in South Carolina. I was never in Myrtle Beach with you, bro.
Truth comes out.
You're confusing me with someone else.
I mean, we went to that freak
Well-
strip club.
That was in Clearwater, Florida, not.
Oh, you're right. That was. Yeah, but
The truth really comes out.
it was in Tampa Bay area. Tampa Bay.
Yeah, I was in the Tampa Bay area.
But the
Yeah.
the strip clubs are probably some of the best places. I think in terms of quality. If the girl is into it, but you just got to pay a lot for that. Strippers are
A
really
lot.
expensive. Really expensive.
Whoa,
A
I
lot
don't know
of
what you're
them are
talking about. Don't solicit. We're not soliciting anything.
Yeah, a lot of them.
You
are
guys, I would rather you share your like firsthand experiences in this kind of arena
Bro, this is
As
the most
opposed-
fascinating content you've ever gotten.
Well, I could give
and
you
like
examples
stories
of wild
or like
experience.
what was the scariest time that you've had or
Sure.
yeah, personal experiences rather than the
Oh, bro, I'll give my craziest if you give your craziest.
Scariest?
I have one that comes to mind.
Well,
sure, yeah, scariest. Let's go.
There you go. Go ahead.
Well, I just remember this one time I had a lady that came over. She wanted $200 to dance and do her thing. Maybe it was other things, but it was $200 to dance and do her thing. I had $94 and still wanted to see her, so I said I had 200. And she came. I had and this 94 was like 41, so it looked like a giant stack of money.
What?
And
Really?
I laid it out for her. She got in there and
Got
just
it.
put the wad in her purse and count it. I was like, oh, let's go. Thank you. So she did her little dance, this and that. And by the way, at this time I had a roommate at my apartment that I met on Craigslist. And so it wasn't like a month prior. Wasn't very close to this female Craigslist roommate that I had
Wait, was a
But-
stripper in your home, or were you at a club?
in my home. In my home.
Uh,
And so give her the $94. She doesn't count it. We do our thing. She leaves. Roommate's home. About 40 minutes later, I start hearing thuds against my
Oh no.
back door. Just like thuds. Like what? And I'm just like kind of ignoring it. And my new roommate from Craigslist is like, Drew, like, do you hear that? Like,
You get what you deal with, huh?
what the hell is going on here? And
Yeah.
I take
Yeah.
off my headphones and I'm just like, like, what the fuck is going on? I walk up back and there's this dude, this big dude, standing right outside my back door, throwing like 25-pound dumbbells at my back door because a neighbor had like his weight shit like outside. And he's just throwing these dumbbells at my door. And I'm like, bro, what's going on? He's like, what the fuck? Like, $94? Like, long story short, I ended up having to walk the guy to an ATM. But
Oh yeah. He was like, I'm gonna kick your ass. Or
it all turned out okay. But
it
How
all
long ago
turned
was
out
this?
okay. Oh my
This is
god.
like
Yeah, it
probably
all
8
turned
years
out
ago.
okay.
8 years.
Yeah,
you
you
know,
either
as
get
I
your
think
ass
about it, I've
kicked
got
or we're going to the
crazier ones than
ATM,
that, too.
nigga.
I've had 2 cars stolen by
Whoa, you can't be saying that word.
2 cars.
I use it in context though for how the person would be
oh.
treating Drew.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind for next time.
Yeah, I'll mute your ass, bro.
I had a time recently, not recently, but like 7 to 8 years ago, where I was supposed to go golfing this
Do as I
morning,
say, not as I do.
and I wake up to go golfing. I'm looking for my keys, and they are nowhere to be found. And then I go outside to look for where my car is. Nowhere to be found. And the prior night, I had seen a 304. And she did her thing. I was happy. But I was no longer happy. Because
Yeah, you gotta have these hosts sign off on agreements or something, I think.
she took my car to Wisconsin. That's where they found it like a week later.
What?
Yeah. That's why I got rid of my Infinity. I couldn't drive it anymore.
But I mean, you realize you're signing up for this stuff when you do it, right?
Well, you realize this in the hindsight, but yeah, when they found the car, there was like 20 purses in the back seat.
Oh,
20 purses in the back seat. The front right tire on the passenger side had a nail through it, so that's probably why they ditched the car. Is because they popped the tire.
oh my god! Are you kidding me? This
Like-
is like the most like you just got fucking bamboozled, bro.
There was food in the car that had been spoiling in the sun. Like when I
Yeah,
got
they're obviously a certain ethnicity, probably. I mean,
yeah, black.
how can you confirm that?
I can look back on it now and like kind of laugh.
Oh, because the hooker was black.
Well, it was a long time ago. This is
Oh,
like 8 years ago.
well.
And you learn
Hey.
things.
Hey,
To
black
not
hookers are
do-
some of the best.
Not
Sounds
get with
like
black
the best
hookers.
services.
Okay, lesson
Don't
learned.
leave
Wait,
your keys out when you got one over. Like, don't do that.
wow. Can you give us a rundown on kind of the lessons you learned from this hooker?
I mean, just like I said, don't leave your
Beyond
keys
not
out.
leaving your keys out, those are obvious things, though. Like
Well, it's all fake gloves.
she fucked you.
You know, like,
You didn't bring them to your house, did you?
oh yeah,
See, that's your mistake number one.
Yeah.
At least have a place to go to, or like a motel or something. You never bring that home. You never let anyone know where you live. You turn off
Yeah.
your cell phones because it has recorders. There's things you do when you're in the business.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, maybe I've just been
Looking
extremely
from
lucky
experience.
too.
When
Like,
you're in the sales business.
Spoken from experience. Yeah.
I'm speaking from the buying perspective. Of the
I mean,
business.
when I was huge in
Yeah,
this,
client.
and my brother, maybe we should make a podcast all about this shit. But like, man, back in the day, Backpage, where that shit was on and popping, like,
That's more now. No, Backpage was nothing compared to what's available now. It's
No.
absolutely crazy,
really?
dude. You don't
Yeah,
even
that's-
need it. If you want to, you could step
you guys
out
gotta
in any
connect.
most major city. I guarantee you, 90+% of any place that's a massage, aromatherapy, and a full nude strip club is going to have extras.
Well, yeah,
Everywhere.
but dude, I'm all about a bargain. Like, I
What,
need
a bargain?
Yes. I'm not paying like the
bargain
prices a
box?
fucking stripper wants to make me pay.
That's the bargain box right there.
Nah, bro. Like,
It depends how good you can negotiate.
and I'm a master. I'm an absolute master at that part of it, dude. Part of it's a numbers game, but like, dude, I have a whole like laundry list of what you say to negotiate. Doesn't always work, but
Well,
it
let's hear
usually
it.
does.
Give us a sample.
It usually goes, "Hey, are you available? Yes. Can you tell me your donations? Blah blah blah. Shoot, I'm a little bit short. What do you have? Well, I've got X, but hey, I'm a 34-year-old, tall, fit, white, cute male, clean and also nice. Can you work with me?" Something to that effect.
What's the success rate for that?
I feel like it used to be higher.
It's going to be higher when you're younger.
Well, and I feel not just because I feel like inflation is taking over. Like the prices that I'm trying to say are like not like relevant anymore.
What was the price that was relevant back then?
Like never higher than 200.
That's still relevant. Listen, if you go into most, especially the Asian massage, I mean, the Latino ones are probably more expensive. They tend to be around 160 to 200. But I've seen some. If you want full service, I mean, shoot, you could probably get away with 160 to 180.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if I want to facilitate this conversation anymore. It's just getting very specific. Like I'm interested again in like the sociology or like the kind of psychology behind everything, but
well, let me
when you
like
get
I
into
said-
like price tags for full service, it just kind of leads
Brother,
into an
you
area.
got to make sure that you do pig me because I do think we have a pod that we can talk about. But yeah, I
We're
agree,
almost
John.
at 5 hours. So
Yeah.
it's-
No,
call it.
it's all good. No, I always love learning about like subcultures and the things that I don't know about. But
Well, this is one that nobody talks about, but it's so interesting.
yeah, but
And it's
most
pervasive in the
documentaries.
culture.
Yeah, but you know, we don't need to talk about prices and street prices and kind of like the
Why though, dude?
specifics
It's
about
like
the market.
very interesting.
Well, I'll talk about.
Well,
the
that can be a
psychology
different
for-
thing, just maybe not tonight. Like I'm okay with facilitating or hosting something that's more focused on that area. But
Well, I'll
The
tell you.
sociology
Yeah.
of it includes that, though.
I'll tell you one thing from a psychological perspective, right? The differences between these different areas that I mentioned, right? The clubs, the parlors, etc., and the ethnicities. One of the biggest differences, and this is both also ties into socioeconomic factors as well, is that, and I kind of alluded to this earlier. The Asian massage parlors specifically, the ones that have a high turnover rate, will oftentimes have masseuses, right, who are more sort of desperate to get their numbers up, especially during certain times of the month, I've noticed. So what happens is that they want, from what I understand, again, my limited understanding from what I've asked, is that they have a limited number of times to be within certain parlors, right? And in order for them to stay in the country, some of them are probably here illegally. I'm not sure, but I can't verify.
yeah, you think?
But
a lot of them are.
But no, but some of that could be with working visas. There are some who legitimately do find ways of doing it. But my point is that in order to stay here, they have to make their numbers. They have to make their cues. So that's why I think part of the reason that the Asians tend to have a lower price is the economic aspect of it, is because there's more of them coming over and they're more in need to stay here in the country. Otherwise, they can be sent back. And they have a high turnover rate. You're seeing within usually a month or two, they're bringing in new girls, right? And what happens, they move them to other parlors. So you might have one parlor that has like 2 or 3 girls, right? And they're literally living there. Like, you'll go into the bathroom.
Just can you like change the language? I don't know. It's just so off-putting. Like,
what language do you need?
well,
changed?
like the terminology
true,
that's
though,
being
Johnny.
used. Yeah, it's true, but we're talking about something that gets into issues that I don't want my channel to be about, which is HT. Like,
You're not approving of it, though.
no, I'm not, but also like you're just saying like, oh, we're shuffling out new, people. It's
That
like
squares with what I see.
that's pretty much what HT is. Like,
What's HT?
No, not at all. Actually,
human
this
trafficking.
is really no, because these people have agents.
But the way you're talking about it,
No, you're right, though.
This
It
is like a
probably
business.
is.
You have to understand that they're like, okay, it'd be like, for example, if you were going into a car sales, right? If you go into the cars business, they're going to be, okay, did you get your numbers up? How's this? And they're going to let you go. You go to another dealership and so forth. It's very similar.
You got to explain to me the metrics of economics and value and all
it's
that.
Very much like a
the problem
Salesforce
problem is that like I just don't want to go down that territory.
I don't blame
I
you,
understand it
because
happens.
The
I
problem
totally
is
know
the
it's a
commodity
real
of the
thing.
body, isn't it? The commodity of sex, as opposed to like a car or something else.
It is such a commodity. but
Yeah,
this
absolutely.
is
That's
HT
the
metrics.
entire problem. That's the entire problem. It's
I
not
mean, of
right.
course, this day and age. Of course,
It
this
ain't
day
right.
and age.
And I'll
HT
stand
is
by that
gonna have
100%.
metrics. 100%.
But I
It's
tell you,
just
there are
not-
many who claim to be
Yeah,
in
caller,
support.
can I
of
ask you this question?
sexual-
Like, how do you feel about supporting that, though? Because that is HT.
Yeah, I mean, the way you're talking is very like, oh, they shuffle in new people, yada yada. I pay for my services.
But I also feel for Caller because, like, I mean,
it's a
sex
market.
is
I
a
understand.
commodity.
Yes,
You know,
I
similar
understand
things
that.
happen for a lot of the agriculture. They move to different areas depending on where they're
Yeah,
needed.
but
It
it's when we
changes.
start.
They
But
go
that's
where they're
not a
needed.
fair comparison to like a
Sure, it is because
soul.
it's competitive, and you can't go into the field. You
Oh,
can't get
okay.
work
So
when
this
you're
is what
competing
it's
with
about.
others.
It is.
No, this
though
is interesting
It is interesting.
because
You are there to fill a need, right? You enter into a country, for example, to
And
sell
you
some
enter
type of
that
skill you have.
on your
Some
free
it's picking,
choice.
some it's picking agriculture, right? For some, it might be engineering, like we brought people from other countries who have computer science degrees, and it might also be people such as this provide services.
And it's a free choice.
you know
I
it's
tell
not
you, if
right.
you
know it's not right.
I can see where you're coming from. I'm just saying that though, from the perspective of
If
those
you
who
can see where I'm coming from, then you absolutely
I see.
verifiably you know
No,
it's
but
not right.
Johnny, you have to deconstruct the why it's not right, and I think it's not right for both sides. I do. I think it's equally as harmful on the male side, the purchaser, the procurer of these services, as it is on the female side for how it devalues the act, how it just makes you commoditize sex, which should not be
I mean,
commoditized. It should be
no.
a sacred act.
Every man that leaves after paying for fucking a whore, does
Feel
anyone
shame.
feel good? No.
You're gonna
When
feel
it-
shame.
I'm
When I
telling you,
first did it, I did.
99% out of 100 men that leave the room, they're like, fuck, what did I just do? And
I will say it is like not fully.
it's
because
a
there are
shameful
times,
act. It's a shameful thing. The whole thing is shame. It's not
not
right.
necessarily.
People know it's not right. That's why it's so,
That's
say
not
this.
necessarily true.
yes,
I'll
it is. It's a
Johnny,
no one
I can
talks
speak from plenty of experience where I've had plenty of times where I've left that experience and felt amazing because it's like fuck. Like I
I
just
gotta
had.
go.
well,
It is
I
a
just had
physical
this-
fair enough.
gratification,
Kick
and
your
it is a
thing.
fleeting satisfaction that, while yes, feels great at the moment, does not lead to ultimate happiness. You go home alone usually, and if you're with someone, I'm thankful that I'm not in a relationship, because if I was, I would not be doing this. But it doesn't leave a lasting, satisfying sort of feeling that I think is
True.
what maybe I was referring to. It's a very fleeting, temporary physical gratification. It'd be
Yeah,
like
obviously.
going and having a delicious meal, right? But then
Obviously.
and at best, because at best you have that fleeting. Like a lot of times, like you don't even have that at best, where you don't even have that fleeting gratification. You just feel like a scumbag, like right in the moment.
it really depends. It's funny you mentioned that, because this goes back to where I said the services provided by different people vary. So, like when you have a service that is really good, where the woman's a real professional and she's good at what she does, right? She can leave you feeling good, right? And I've had a lot that are like that. But
She
then there
feed
are
you
others
too?
Well,
They
it sounds
do.
like you have a
Sometimes they
higher
give candy.
budget. than
Sometimes
I
they
do.
give you some candy and stuff. Yeah, that's true. No, but
No, candy.
but there are some instances I've definitely had where you could tell the woman is not into it. Obviously, it's just a job, but where it's like they just want it to be done. They're just going through the motions, and you kind of feel icky after that. That's when you feel like, yeah, this is not great. So it's all about the fantasy, because that's what it is. None of it's real at the end of the day. It's just physical gratification. That's what strip clubs are too. Strip clubs are
Have
like
you
the
ever-
ultimate fantasy. That's all
Have
it's
you
meant to be.
ever had an experience in the route of being like a sugar daddy? For
I have had some try to do that because because of the way I guess present myself. I've had some even explicitly tried to ask me to do that, but that's not what I want. I don't want to create relationships. I just want to one and done.
Sick.
Now there are some
Interesting.
favorites I have that I go back to, but I don't keep their information. I just go back to them and find them.
well, and that's one nice thing about the Asians too. Is it's never like a sugar daddy thing. It's always just like a.
And by the way, I think Latina.
Wait, what about
Callie
the
and David Jones
Asians?
mentioned. Latina, Callie, and David Jones mentioned the chat about ladyboys. There are places that literally have ladyboys, like transgender, that
Oh yeah, felt like the
go for them. And I've kind of
Philippines and
a lot of the
other
Thai
areas.
and Philippines, but
Yeah, Thai.
I've stumbled upon a few of those, and it's pretty obvious, and they're honest about it. If you're
Damn.
ever unsure, you can ask them. But
I don't
yeah,
even
it's-
want to. I don't even want to be a part of that shit. I want to be in a zip code where I ain't even gonna deal with that shit. Oh my god. Yeah, these passport bros are like dealing with guys that swinging dicks and they look in the pencil skirt. Like, what's going on? Like, what community are you a part of where that's even happening?
It's the monger community, and it's fascinating.
I
Monger?
have this theory though
What does that mean?
that
I don't know what that means.
Caller? I mean, the monger community, just, it comes from the phrase rub monger, I think. But
mongers are just those who frequent massage parlors. But
Oh, okay. It's like a coomer is the porn, is a monger is the massage
Exactly.
parlors.
Exactly.
Somebody clip that. Let's go.
so
Yeah, so you're just fucking very depressed people.
no,
not necessarily, but
Yeah,
I
not at
definitely
all.
think that I definitely do believe, and this is my again, not everyone's going to agree with me. I do think that having this so readily available, if you have the income, like I have the income to do this, not everyone does, but if you do, being able to carry this out at a whim, like it
Mhm.
does become you start to feel like your relationship with women especially deteriorate to the point where
100%.
everything starts to feel like a business transaction, right? It's not that, at least for me, it's not that I become like abusive or misogynist, nothing like that. In fact, if anything, quite the opposite. You tend to see them as like an equal transaction, right? But the problem is that you kind of lose the sort of emotional aspect and relationship with women. And as your relationships or dynamics between women becomes more businesslike and less, emotional, right? Then what happens is your view on women, I think, starts to be a bit skewed. I do think that it does have a negative impact on your perception
100%,
of
bro.
women.
It's like any other addiction. Like it becomes an addiction. And I think that one of the primary ways that it affects you in a negative way and has affected me in a negative way is that when you meet a girl and start to have a relationship with someone, it's so much easier to break off that relationship because you have options to fulfill your physical needs. So like a girl, I can speak from personal experience, like a girl that I broke up with a couple of months ago, like if I didn't have other options like readily available, I could pay a little bit of money to fulfill them. Would I have broken up with her? I don't know.
It depends on your needs too. Like if you want children, if you want to have a family, all that, then you're gonna look for something in women that you're not gonna find obviously in a massage parlor or strip club. But at the same time, depending on your age, and especially as you get older, it becomes less and less of a chance to ever find really someone who can have a family with.
Yeah.
Because most women, and this is my own personal belief, you can disagree with me. I'm sure Latina Callie will disagree with me, but
Yeah.
I think
Latin A.
Latin A, okay, or not Latinx. I'm glad Latin A.
Yeah. No, that's their whole thing is not the it's sticking a tongue to a Latinx movement.
Oh,
Anyways,
heck yeah. All right. So basically, so I said, oh yeah. So with women, if they're young, they're more easily okay. I should clarify. For younger women who have not had a lot of partners, it is easier to develop sort of the bonding and I guess would say love necessary to form a relationship, to have a marriage, children to grow with, right? The problem is that as women get older and as they've gone
So
through
good.
numerous strong bonds and breaking of those bonds, right? It's like bonding, breaking, bonding, breaking, bonding, breaking. What happens is there almost becomes like a wall with a lot of women as they become less receptive to being open to like deep interpersonal relationships, right, and trust. And it's not
True.
always to a dysfunctional level, but it's to a level enough to where it's markedly different from when they're younger. It's like a different phase in their life. So the younger phase in their life, when they're less experienced in terms of relationships and sexuality and such, is they tend to be more trusting, more willing to grow with the partner, right? It takes there's a lot more willing to give up of themselves. But as women get older, whether for good or bad, as they gain the experience, but as they break, right, their bonds break with each subsequent failed relationship, then each new relationship becomes sort of less secure, less strong,
Yes.
right? Because those women are more, maybe this is a subconscious thing, but I think it's sort of a self-defense mechanism women develop in order to be prepared for a very possible
You build up your scales, so to speak.
Interesting. No, this is
it's not just
fascinating,
that.
bro.
It's a self-defense mechanism because it's
This
a
is
necessary
good.
self-defense mechanism due to a learned behavior. When you go through many different relationships, and a lot of women are more prone to this than men in general, generally speaking. What happens is that as women get older, their priorities shift so that while when they're younger, their priorities are husband, right? And then they have a kid. And so that's the healthiest, in my opinion. But what oftentimes happens is women, as they go through breakups, divorces, right? Especially if they have children, any subsequent relation with a man will always be secondary, whether it be to themselves and their career, whether it be to themselves, their children, or some other priority. Plus, they oftentimes may have to they may have to rectify issues with previous exes, especially if they're divorced or have children with them. So it just gets a lot messier, both on a psychological level and also on a practical level, like if there's children or exes involved. And that's why the creating of a family is easier when you're younger, and it gets more and more difficult as you get older. Unless you find someone who is young, I suppose. I suppose if the man is older, the woman is younger, it works. But this is really, I'm saying, if as a woman gets older, it's more difficult to have children with them.
Oh, a total liability, right? When women get older, they're a total liability. I mean, just look, if you want to go camping like this shit as a 30, whatever year old man versus a 30-year-old woman, going wanting to explore this beautiful landscape that God has provided, women become a liability, and that's not a problem. It's just the way it is. It's not saying it's good or bad. It's just saying it's the way it is. And that's okay, because men shouldn't be exploring in a little tent. They should be putting down roots and, putting down a placehold for a community and establishing and dictating law and thoughts and ideas amongst the community. That's my take on it.
Well, I think women have the potential to contribute both to a man's life and also to society as a whole. It's some
In what
fundamental
capacity?
ways. What's that?
What capacity should women have a role in dictating other men's lives?
Well, I'm not speaking of dictating. I'm talking about the impact that women have on society and men as a whole. Women not only rear our children, but they also set example for
Excuse
how
me?
men should act. Yes, I do. Go ahead.
I have a question.
Yeah.
What do
Hey,
you-
what's
what do I
welcome
call
back,
you?
Latine.
Bolsu?
Welcome back.
Hi.
Hey.
Hi, thanks. Is it Folsu?
Yes. Yeah, that's perfect.
Oh, so are you a white American also?
I prefer not to say. Do I sound white?
Oh, I was just wondering, because this is something I was questioned about not that long ago on one of John's Discord groups.
Oh, yeah.
But
Yeah, you got kind of
where do
bombarded
you
with
get
questions.
where do you get your information from?
Well, what I'm saying, the impressions I'm leaving are based on what I've learned through, whether it be college, from different classes and degrees I have, but also just in general from statistics that I've seen and read over the years. I would say I was more academic about 10 years ago when I was in, academia, more involved. Over the last 5 to 10 years, I've probably been reading more statistics generally, but I don't keep bibliographies or anything like that. I tend to just do this casually.
So what about the 15 years ago? Is that when you were first in college?
I've been in college or the academia sort of arena for a number of years in different capacities. So it was about maybe, really started about 20 years ago, 20 to 10 years ago. So it's about a 10-year period where
Okay.
I was,
Well, I
really
really don't like to trust statistics too much because
Yeah.
a lot of times they're trying to like brainwash us with some type of narrative. Because I was told by a statistics teacher that they're just basically guessing. It's doing like a guessing game. You can never get like a real answer.
Sure.
When you
depending on the social sciences,
it's like it's really hard
Yeah.
to get like a true answer, right?
I would agree. I think that the data, especially the raw data that coming from a lot of these researchers, academics, these PhDs, they are raw. They're highly debatable, right? But also they have to be analyzed. You'll see, for example, you'll see data being drawn up. I'll give you an example of one case. I remember seeing.
Well, I don't have that much time to stay on here because then
Okay.
my device starts to act crazy, like staticky or something. But
Sure.
academia
suffice to
has
say
been like depending on like where you're getting the information from, like if it's a liberal college, more conservative, like more
Gotcha.
truth-based college, But
Okay.
I do believe that you're right, that it's not good to have like a bunch of relationships, but I think that we
AC backup
ignore
in this?
the impact it has on
Oh,
men.
damn, nigga.
It has a negative impact also on men. And I would like for you to look into that and share in the future what you learn with your research, how and why it affects men in a negative way also.
Wait, sorry, say that again. What impacted men in a negative way?
You're saying like a woman having a relationship that fails, blah blah blah, that it affects her in a negative way, right?
Her ability.
That it
her
affects her
ability.
ability like to bond and stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
But we ignore the impacts it has on men to have those to have the same situation happen to him.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So that's what I'm saying is we shouldn't ignore that it doesn't affect men in a negative way. And if you can research that and then get back to us in the future with what you learn, that would be.
It affects men in a very negative way.
Yeah, the same thing I would say does apply to men. It may manifest differently, but men going through numerous different relationships and breakups, I think a lot of that though does depend on, and this is going to be more of like a sort of based on social expectations, but I think men who look at relationships in a serious manner, right, and take on long, serious relationships, they are more likely to be impacted. But there, for a lot of men, especially who are young, they tend not to have long-term relationships. So younger men tend to have short-term relationships. Young women tend to have longer-term relationships and tend to be more dedicated emotionally to them. So younger men, when they are sort of going out and they're trying to find, like, I don't want to use like an biological evolutionary perspective here because I think it kind of goes off. But from what I've heard in that regard, there's a lot of theory as to why men tend to go for a mini, right, and women go for.
Well, because we're trying to spread our seed.
Yeah, that's the that's an evolutionary perspective. But just from a social behavioral perspective, like in terms of why men behave differently than women on a social from a social
It's
perspective.
testosterone.
Well, I think part of it too is that there's more to benefit as a man from going through many different relationships than there is from women. Women don't benefit as much from having many different men and have a higher body count. So to speak.
Well, they have to hold the child for 9 months every time they have.
Well, yeah, exactly. So a man has more of the ability, both practically by not having to carry the child, but also in terms of the expectations of their peers. as to whether they go through a lot of short-term relationships, right? Hookups. So that's why men don't have the same they don't suffer the same persecutions, so to speak, from going through many hookups that women tend to within our
Right.
society and historically. Now that is changing. I mean, women are tending to be more and more casual with their sex. It's been happening for decades. I'd say since the 60s and 70s.
It's been a trend, yes.
But I will say though, even though the sort of zeitgeist has changed, right, and you see the mainstream sort of media outlets or fashion, whatever, they espouse these ideas of women being casual with sex. The reality is, when we actually study our closer family and dynamics and peer dynamics, people still tend to see it negatively among women. Women still have a negative perception of casual hookup sex, or people who have a high body count. That's why for a lot of women, it's a taboo to bring up body count. Men, on the other hand, you bring a body count, oh yeah, if they have a high body count, they love it. They're almost like, hey, I've been with this many women, right? So women and men just treat it differently. That's just the way it's been. It still continues to be, and that's why I go back to what I said before about how when you have a woman who is young, who has not had a high body count, hasn't been through many relationships, then that is sort of the prime time for them to be ready and willing to grow with a relationship. Because relationships, and this is my own personal opinion, you don't have to agree with it, but I believe that a relationship and a marriage is meant as an opportunity for us as individuals or participants in that relationship to grow. It is not meant for us to have been grown, right, in the sense of we're done, then we enter the relationship. And I say that in the most practical sense, because when you enter into a relationship, there are so many aspects that you will encounter, so many situations, dynamics, because you're outside yourself, that you need to grow on, you need to learn from. You're not going to know before entering into it. And that goes doubly so with children. The moment you have children, you're going to
It goes
learn
quadruply so after a monger life, too.
But my point is that you can't expect to go into a relationship or a marriage or children thinking you know everything and you're ready. Like, oh, I'm done as a person. You need to be ready to grow. That's where the work comes into relationships and such. So if this is where, going back to the, women having it difficult or better or easier when they're younger, they're more willing to grow when they're younger. It's just that women, as they get older and have gone through many different relationships and breakups, they tend to not be willing to grow. They tend to be stuck. They tend to put priority on themselves, their career, or their children, right? So that's why as you get older, past your 30s especially 35, 40, it's pretty much done. Like at that point, you're not really getting a traditional marriage. If you do get married at that point, you're really just getting companionship, right?
Yeah. Savagery. Savagery.
Yep. I hear you. I mean,
less so for the male than the female, but it is like harsh truth.
And yet, who is the loneliness epidemic most impacting?
Males.
Men or women? Yeah, men. See, the thing is, men have.
interesting.
Okay, here's the thing. There's a reason why OnlyFans exploded
During the pandemic.
Yeah, there's a reason for that. It's because, one, we moved our life online digitally instead of in person. One. Two, women began to see the need to make an income, right, in a time where jobs and economy and everything was not only in shambles or in question, but was concerned about inflation and unemployment, right? But three, and probably most importantly, and this is maybe where things in the past have kind of led up to this, the commodity of the body as an object to sell. Our bodies became commodities or objects to sell. And that's why OnlyFans exists, to sell our human body. Now, we sell ourselves, so to speak, in jobs all the time, right? So what is it so unique about the OnlyFans scenario where we're selling pictures of our body, et cetera, as opposed to, say, use our body, right, to like pick something up or to wield something or create something? Well, the difference is that you've now entered into something that before, right, would have been seen as sort of a taboo, but not as an accomplishment. Like when you are a doctor, that's seen as an accomplishment. Yes, you're providing a service, you're providing your body, but it's an accomplishment. If you were an athlete, yeah, you're providing your body in a way, right, by doing something great, but it's seen as an accomplishment. But women being able to sell their new form to men everywhere throughout the world is not seen as an accomplishment. It's seen as the most easiest form of gratification. It is the oldest profession. But there's also a worry that it will devalue how women and others perceive them. Because prior to this, it was supposed to be invaluable. There was not supposed to be a value commodity attached to it. So we've now just more closely associated a value to people's body.
Right.
And it's almost like slavery. Slavery did the same thing and put a value to human beings.
Yeah, it's crazy. We're getting a whole soundtrack to your monologue, which is fascinating. Thusul, dude, I really enjoy listening to you. You got a lot of great points. AC's like creeping through some old Disney witch's den or some shit.
I'm just getting my laundry out of the dryer. I'm done.
I hear this. I love it too. It's like this creaky old ass wooden shit. It's tight.
I didn't know you guys could hear that, but
Oh yeah. No, it was tight while Thusul was giving his monologue, but yeah,
dude, that monologue was amazing.
it was good. I mean, Thusul, you're a good orator, man. You got a good you really contain interests for a long amount of time.
I appreciate it.
I mean, what do you want to do with your life? What's your kind of immediate goals?
You know, honestly, the only goal I really had, I would say, growing up especially, was just to get married and have kids. But once I reached a certain age, and that wasn't look like it's going to happen, I compromised. I went ahead and just used my money through my career that I worked towards, and just decided to let it go. And at this point, my career's good, so I'm not really worried about that. I'm comfortable financially. At this point, really, it kind of feels like just waiting to die, pretty much. You know, without like a family or children, it's you just kind of just exist.
Yeah. No, I think that's a very fascinating topic that I've also wanted to host a pod about, because there was a quote, and what's the guy that rode his horse with no head? Paul Revere.
No.
Horse with no head. You mean Sleepy Hollow?
Yeah,
Yes.
Sleepy Hollow. But how did Paul Revere relate to that, or am I just totally?
They both had horses that were going fast.
Okay. Anyways, I think there's a quote from that book is that
Paul Revere said, "One if I land, two if I see."
What was the guy in Sleepy Hollow? It might have also started with the P.
But the long story, whatever. The point what I'm trying to make is that I'm pretty sure there's a quote in the writing that is that, like, in that time, society forgets about men without debts and no family. Like, it's the same way it goes for women too. You know, women after 35, like geriatric pregnancy, like society kind of forgets about them.
They become old maids.
And yeah, and it you can't reject that. Like there's a problem where people are fussy about it, saying, especially with the women, they're always like, "Oh no, I'm still in my prime. I'm still in my prime. I'm like a 38-year-old. I'm in my prime." It's like, no, let's at least come to some understanding that in the arc of time, especially in a human's arc, like, no, you're winding down, and that's fine. Priorities become different. You know, maybe things come to fruition that you didn't see, you know, yada yada. But no, I think it's because I'm in the same boat. You know, I'm getting older, and like there are these things that need to be addressed, and it's cool to talk about with people too. You know.
Sure.
Yeah, it's true.
And guys, I gotta go to bed.
I think Americans have been lied to, you guys.
Good night. I love you.
You guys. American.
All right,
Hey,
hey.
good night, AC.
Good night.
Thanks for showing us your artwork from your dad.
Good night, man.
Yeah, that was tight, AC. Later, man.
I think that Americans have been lied to a lot, you guys.
How
Like
so?
the famous women like J Lo and Cameron Diaz and Gina Davis saying, "Ooh, look at me! I'm in my 40s and having a baby. Oh, I'm married. I'm rich and famous. Oh, I'm great." You know,
Yeah, sure.
that kind of stuff makes women think, "Oh, it's okay to like have a bunch of sex partners and
Mhm.
get
True.
divorced and get married again." You know, and I think that men also are believing in the lie that you know Americans used to get married a lot younger and they weren't worried about, ooh, where can I get some cheap sex from? Ooh, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They
Yeah,
probably just,
everything's yeah.
if it's anything like in the movies, if it's anything like in the movies, they probably would go to like the bar, the saloon, and go pay for one of the ladies up there. But a lot of times back then, there wasn't as much medicine to get cured. So you weren't going to go risk your pee-pee getting,
That's true.
something,
Well, you just I
catching
thought you just took
something.
the penicillin.
You know what I
I thought
mean?
just
So you,
penicillin.
okay, when did the penicillin
I'm
get
just
invented
kidding.
though, is what I'm
I'm
saying.
just kidding. No,
So like
these are
before modern medicine,
no in overarching. These are just prescribing solutions to problems that are going to continue on in a man's life. This isn't about it's not about the penicillin. I understand men fuck up, but it's about an overarching issue that's more important.
But back then in the olden days, so to speak, it wasn't as available as it is today. I tell you, the availability of it, just going out or even online, is innumerable. Like it's almost like you have to avoid it. Or you don't have the money for it, but it's just so available. I don't think it was as available back then.
No, this has been a big point, and maybe we can talk about it. I'm going to wrap this down a little bit here, but the big point that I've been trying to make is the accessibility. It's when men didn't have accessibility to these things, where you're on the farm, and you're just working, like, and you just think about the perimeter of your farm. You got the fence, what's beyond that? You got another fence. And
We were more
now
community based.
yeah, but we literally have, as men, we have literally whatever we want in the palm of our hand, whether that's gambling or that's pornography or that's hookup culture or, and I say hookup culture, I mean just putting yourself out there in a digital realm. But I mean, it's just the accessibility is the problem. We have pot shops around the corner. You can get your pot license with no problem. You can go around. I can ride my bike, 2 blocks and go get some beer. I think accessibility is one of the big problems, and the left does not like limiting accessibility to things that are destructive.
Well, look what happened to Portland.
Yeah, I think the pot shops were like kind of the first line of defense, because after that I've seen videos in Seattle where they're pretty much doing under what do I say, just kind of, they're not shops, but they're like known places where you can get fentanyl and all that stuff, but it's not legalized, but the cops are not enforcing it. So go figure. I mean, what's going on? What's with our city councils? What I mean, this shit is so fucked up. And we're just dealing with it. It's so fucked up, but we're just dealing with it as the norm. And our forefathers would never want to deal with these types of things. I know it for a fact. I mean, this is the shit, but it's the complacency has gone on for so long and maybe too long. And if it keeps going on, it's going to be too late. I already feel it's a little bit too late, but the complacency needs to stop.
Late. Yeah, it's too late. It's going to take at least 2 or 3 generations to undo the damage that's been done. And I was using the Portland example as where you see the attempt to decriminalize even illicit or hard drugs, right? In an attempt to sort of just, it goes back to this idea that, well, hey, if it's not harming anyone, let's just go ahead and do it. The problem is we really don't know the harm or impact something has on so many different levels. Too often, and I see this very much so about, as you said, liberals, which is essentially bleeding heart liberals who are like, well, just let them do it. Just like if someone says they want to use a pronoun, just, that's fine, let them do it. What happens is that there's a slippery slope. I know that's a logical fallacy to some, but it is a very logical slippery slope that occurs when you allow certain behaviors to occur, and the consequences of those behaviors have a direct impact on other behaviors or are leading to other social impacts. So for example, I'll use the example of the transgender, using the preferred pronouns, right? It used to be that people were tolerated, right? So someone who's transgender might be at best tolerated.
Right.
But then that wasn't enough. Then it needed to be, you need to accept it. It's like, okay, well, it's not enough that you just tolerate it. Oh, that's a bad one. You have to accept it. You have to accept that what we're doing is a good thing. Because again, it's to alleviate their guilt, right?
Yeah, it's an erosion.
Yep. And then
slow erosion.
Then what's the next step? Oh, well, it's not enough to simply accept it. You need to celebrate it. You need to be an ally.
Right. Or be okay with celebrating it.
Exactly. And then it becomes sort of an ideology. It becomes like a cult. And this is where the celebration especially becomes dangerous, because then you have this mentality or mindset where you just follow. You follow this sort of vague, and you don't even know who it is, but this vague ideology that's just spewed to you. And I saw it in academia. I saw it I'm telling you the truth. The academic world is the beginning of all of this. It's where all of it comes from.
Absolutely.
They graduate from these liberal colleges. I've been to these liberal colleges. I know.
I've experienced it myself. Even a conservative college, I experienced it about transgenders.
In fact, conservative red states, you'll find some of the most like liberal sects within it. I don't know what it is, but like you'll see, like in Texas, for example, certain colleges, you'll just see this incredibly far left, like
real quick. The funny thing that I didn't realize when I was in like a biology class, it was like a very intermediate biology class about gender, and this was a very Christian school. This was a Christian school that I signed a pledge to not drink or smoke or have sex, and this class had me so confused because I was like 20, I was like 19, 20 years old. So I'm learning about gender, and I got a professor telling me, he's like, hey, there's more than one gender, and they're talking about the
genders, you mean?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's more than what's been known for the last. Yes, thank you for your correction. But they talked about the interesting thing is they really pivoted on the idea of intersex biological phenomenons, essentially, which are anecdotes. To transition the idea of gender, transgender ideology. They say, hey, some people are born with large clitorises at birth, and they don't know. And there are intersex. I'm on the camp. There are legit intersex cases. I'm not denying that. But
that's not what transgenderism is, though.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Yeah. Exactly. And I understand there can be some confusion biologically at birth, where
there's not a third sex.
No, exactly. There's not a third sex. There are two genders. There could be some anecdotal confusion that happens sometimes, which is fine. But it's like it's like 0.001% of the time.
But more to the point, those instances, not only are they an outlier, right, but they're not functional. They're what do you call them? They're mutations. So you talked about the functional working parts of our sex, which is binary, male, female. There are some species, life forms on this earth that have tertiary, right? They have numerous different sexes, right? Or they can change sex while they're alive. There's fish that do that. We are not those. We are built as a binary male-female sex. So what happens is that when you see someone who is like intersex, for example, you're talking about a mutation. This is a dysfunction, right? This is not something that we would consider to be a form of our function as humans. But
Right. It's not something that's developed after 7, 8, 9 years old where it's like, oh, all of a sudden. Yes,
Well,
these are things that are observed biologically in a almost in science example to be, okay, there's some anomaly here. It's not normal. But again, these things don't happen very often. The whole yeah.
But it's beyond normal. It's dysfunctional. It's similar to how if a person has some sort of mutation that causes their arm to not grow completely, right, or to not have an arm at all.
Sure.
These types of dysfunctions, mutations, etc., abnormalities, these are not only they're not the norm, but you can't use them as classifications for like a subset of human. Like, oh, there's humans with one arm and some with 3 arms, right? That doesn't exist. We have 2 arms, 2 legs. Everything else, right, is an abnormality based on a dysfunction or some type of like a genetic. Sorry, never mind.
It's a distortion, or something that's not true to how it purely
mutations. Yeah, it's dysfunctional mutations within the genes. So when that occurs, you have these types, and again, to the point of functionality. Remember that sex has a purpose. Sex is about procreation, and this carries over to the evolutionary perspective, bioevolutionary as well, which is its own field, the bioevolutionary field. But the sex has a purpose, which functions as its definition. So the sex male and the sex female serve the purpose of procreation, and thus they are defined by that. Intersex is a mutation that is not defining of sexuality.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, as you said, the outliers are defining kind of the culture and how we should treat things and how we should navigate our lives based on abnormalities in a sexual sense. And that and I have nothing against like abnormalities in nature. These people get this confused, like, oh, they hate us, oh, they want. No, I understand abnormalities are going to happen and there's going to be some distortions in nature, but for me to not recognize what is right and what is wrong and what is true and what is straight would be a disservice to society, and it's okay that there's people are on the sidelines that or you know what I mean? Like not sidelines, but it's just it's just the way it is. It's the way it is. I mean, you want to rewind time? It's good. You would have been fucking persecuted 1,000 years ago or 500 years ago if you were an abnormal. And I'm talking biologically abnormal. Yes, I'm totally against the trans. When you're 9 years old, you think, oh, I'm a boy. I had a penis all my life. Now I'm 9 years old. Oh, no, I think I got a vagina. No, I want to discredit. I want to make these clarifications very clear that that's not the case here. Like, I understand there are, anecdotal things that don't come out as exactly as you baked them in the oven or as God baked them in the oven. That's nature. Let's go.
But you should also distinguish between the physical abnormalities and the psychological abnormality, the cognitive, right, behavioral.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
A person, because what we've discussed in terms of biology, in terms of intersex, is not only is it very rare, but you almost never see it among the mainstream media's examples of transgender individuals. Most of the transgender individuals you see, if not all, are biologically healthy. They're healthy males, healthy females in terms of their physical form. They just simply psychologically, cognitively, right, have what used to, I don't know if they didn't say anymore, but they had a gender dysphoria, right? They had a disconnect from what they saw in the mirror, right, with what they felt they were. And these types of dysfunctions, these types of cognitive dysfunctional behaviors and mindsets are not uncommon in other areas as well, such as like bulimia, for example, where a person sees themselves in a way that others don't, right? Or they see themselves in a way that causes them to harm themselves, right? And their perception of themselves causes harm to themselves. These are things that should and used to be signs, or used to be reason to seek psychological help, right?
Yes.
Today, we no longer seek psychological help for those who have that dysphoria, who have that disconnect from their biological sex, and who try to harm themselves. In fact, it's become so grotesque in our attempt to, again, probably bleeding heart liberals, to be kind or to do well or be nice, whatever, tolerant, that we've allowed this debate or this topic to essentially be derailed by suicide attempts. Literally, you will hear people say, "Oh, but they're going to kill themselves." Like, you don't use that as an excuse to do the things they tell you. It's like negotiating with terrorists in a way. It's like if someone tells you, "Hey, listen, I think this, I think of this, and this," when we know for a fact they're not scientifically proven. And if I don't have this, this, and this, which helps me feel like it is, it never actually does it, but it makes me feel like it does, I'm going to kill myself. People who say that are not prepared. They're not prepared to go through any of the stuff that they are doing today with hormones and such. They're not ready, which is why you see the rate of suicide, the rate of depression, etc., and mental illness continue in abnormally high levels, even past transitioning. Not to mention the number of detransitioners and those we yet to see. Mind you, this is another thing that maybe people don't realize. A lot of the numbers you see in statistics are oftentimes having to be done by schools, right, that really are told not to show the numbers. A lot of them are very scared to do research on these fields. And the same thing was done about homosexuality back in the day, when they were starting to realize that human sexuality may not be born with, that there may be elements of like sort of human sexuality that people develop as they're alive, because much of the argument for homosexuality back in the day was you're born gay, right? But they began finding, oh shoot, it may be that you aren't born specific sexuality, but that events in your life may actually veer you towards certain forms.
Yes, it's a demonic spirit, right? It's like these are spirits. Like this guy that I'm showing right now in the stream, like I see no difference between transgenders and what this guy is doing. He is just unreasonable. It's destroying himself. It's
a mockery of
what are you doing? Yes, it's just it's so fucked up on so many levels, and most people can see that. But
you know what that is? That's a manifestation of a person's own dysphoria, physical dysphoria of how he perceives himself.
Well, I mean, we can say it's body dysmorphia. We can say he looks in the mirror and he sees himself in a different way. But I'm going to say that he's just possessed. He's possessed with a spirit that he doesn't even know like what's going on. Like why, what would drive someone to inject their pecs with synthol oil to, I don't know, appease people he doesn't even know, or appease an audience that he has no idea about how he's gonna monetize on. He's just lost.
It was likely, okay, here's my theory of people like that.
One, I'm listening. I'll be right back. Yep.
Sure. For one, they have a certain temperament that they're born with. Certain people have certain characteristics and temperament that vary between individuals. I think he has a certain temperament that led towards this sort of fixation, but I think it really was sort of formed or fermented during probably an early time in his life, during early stage of development, maybe like around 6 or 8, especially when he was beginning to identify himself, and also what his idea of masculinity was. His peers, parental influence, father figures, something like that influenced his perception of masculinity. And so it can be a number of things. There's the classic psychological notion of nature versus nurture. So the nature aspect would definitely be he probably has some sort of characteristic or temperament that lends itself towards towards this type of fascination, obsession, and the willingness to go to this extreme, which most people wouldn't. But then on the nurture aspect, I do think it's likely that he was exposed to some sort of peer or mentor or someone say an older male at some early stage of development that fomented his notion or perception of what it meant to be a man and masculinity. So both those things are likely, just more general sense, in my opinion, what sort of created him. But I do say, Latin A, I did see your chat, by the way, about the children growing up without fathers in the home. That could be it as well. Honestly, if you look at the high rate of single motherhood, I don't think it's just a coincidence or merely a correlation that what we're seeing among the isolation issues with a lot of these gender dysphoria, a lot of the issues with higher mental illness rates as well. In fact, on that topic, we've seen through the last 5 to 10 years that there is a higher demand for for mental health experts and therapists, but there's also evidence that the effectiveness of current mental health therapists and experts are very ineffective. We're not seeing positive results, in other words. So if we are indeed at a place where there's a higher need and a higher it goes with the higher need for it because there's more people with mental illness, plus there are more mental health experts, plus we're seeing less effectiveness, that to me adds up to disaster.
Yeah, something's not adding up there.
Because what's happening is that
right.
The rate of growth of mental illness is outgrowing the rate of sort of recovery from these mental health experts. So the mental health, I don't know if you want to call it business, or the mental health field,
industry.
It really is an industry. The industry is not prepared. It's not prepared in terms of numbers, but it's also not prepared in terms of expertise. We're just not seeing it being effective enough. But in their defense, even when I was in college 20 years ago, it was not very effective. The rate of regression was high, even among cognitive behavioral therapy.
Right. Well, I mean, would you think that it's not, the success rate is not very high because there's so much involved with terminology nowadays? Like you're a bipolar, paranoid, schizophrenic with mild, character syndrome. Like doctors will literally prescribe you with that. And they will be like, and they'll give you medicine for it and give you prescriptions for it. It's like, well, hold on a second. Like, I mean, I see things as I've gotten older now, like this is all a spiritual battle. Like, it's not about depression. It's not about bipolar. It's not about, this constant opposition disorder. It's like, you just need to just like let go and, forgive your parents and realize that, you're not a victim to anything and you are who you are in this life. And
I do.
It seems very simple once you kind of know the truth, because there's so many prescriptions, I guess. What we say, you're this, you're that, you're this, you're that. It's like,
we
okay,
misspeaking. We pathologize, I think is the term, a lot of our symptoms. In other words, we try to turn it into a word that we can describe as a dysfunction, so we can take away accountability. It's like, oh, well, I have this thing.
Sure. Well, it's an industry too, though. Once you start to materialize certain behavior into a word. You say, hey, my young boy who's filled with testosterone can't sit down for 4 hours. So we're going to say, he has problems with attention. And then that gives doctors and researchers a whole headway, come on, like that's a whole premise for a movie, for anything, to say, okay, young boys are having trouble focusing. Let's go. And it's just wild how they can create a whole drug that permeates a whole culture, and using words that they made up, and creating lobbying and interest based on a very normal behavior of young men. And you obviously know that there's a lot more what I'm saying with this, but the whole pharmaceutical industry, and kind of changing perspectives of minds in the last, because the homies that are still on Adderall that I knew 20 years ago, guess what? They're still taking Adderall like 20 years
Yeah,
later.
that's true. That's very true. And I
They
tell you,
can't
it
function
was never meant
without
to
it.
be. But it was never meant to be that way.
No,
The
this is
drugs
not
that
normal.
No, drugs in psychiatry was never meant to act as a solution. It was meant to act in the most worst situations where traditional cognitive behavioral therapies were ineffective because of, say, the patient's inability to
Sure.
go through the traditional therapies, right,
Sure.
and to partake in it, right, in carry on conversation, articulate, etc. There are some extreme cases where drugs may have to be used, but that's no longer the case today. Today, people who are perfectly capable of carrying on what we consider a traditional therapeutic session are still provided with psychiatric drugs, and unfortunately at a young age. And mind you,
Well, it's
that the
getting younger and younger, I swear.
Yeah.
Well, especially
mind
without having a father in the home, these women will just succumb to any guy in a white jacket. I swear to God. And
Well, yeah, I mean, hey, listen, it's the appeal to authority fallacy. It's, if they see
yes,
someone, hey, I
absolutely,
have I have a
absolutely.
piece of paper, agree with, you got to do what I say.
Yes.
But in their defense, they're trying to do what's best. If an expert
Yeah,
comes
it
up
comes
to you
from
and
a
says
good
that, you're like,
place.
oh, I don't know any better. But there is sort of the common sense aspect of, okay, what are some questions asked about this? What do we know, right? And a lot of doctors, they really don't know a lot about the prescriptions except what they're told by the pharmacies, right, or the pharmaceutical companies that are selling it.
That's all they know.
A lot of these doctors are truly just pill pushers. They're literally just like car salesmen. They're not the manufacturers of the cars. They might have some basic knowledge of medical science or terminology being used in it, but as to how far it could go, I mean, you need to have, at the very least, have some sort of research development background, right, to be able to see, okay, where is the studies behind this? Where do we see it's going? This is why one example of this was there was I forgot his name. There was a very well-respected psychologist in Canada years ago, this is decades ago, who dealt with a lot of gender dysphoria, transgender individuals. He was, again, he was at a Canadian university, and at the time, even though he was well-respected, he chose to sort of go against what was starting to become the prevailing thought regarding transgenderism, which was that we should start introducing transitioning at a younger age. Mind you, this was some decades ago, I believe, because it always starts in the colleges. I just want to give you a heads up. It always starts in the universities.
To replay, like as we talked about, I was introduced to intersex and transgenderism in a private Christian college.
Yeah, exactly. So this particular professor, who was, again, well-known and very knowledgeable on the subject, refused to go along with it. He didn't think it was appropriate. He didn't think it was necessary. He didn't think it was right to bring underage children into transitioning. The head of it, I don't remember the names. I wish I could find it, but the head of his department, who had power and authority over him, essentially, who was not an expert, mind you, was not a professional in the field. He was, which is often the case, especially in academia. You don't get experts above you. You get bureaucracy above you,
Sure.
right? You get somebody who kicks someone's ass above you. But anyways, this individual, I think it was a woman, said, "You know what? We're going to let you go." They literally fired him because he would not go along with their intent of trying to send this message of going to children, that it was okay to go to children. So what they did, and this is what's happening in a lot of colleges today, they find specifically those professors, because mind you, this is another thing that people aren't aware of. The colleges have, for the last 20 years or so, had a glut of PhDs, a glut, meaning that there's way more PhDs in subjects like, I don't know, gender theory or what have you, psychology, than there are a need for. So what ends up happening is most of those people with PhDs go into some sort of teaching capacity or research and development capacity,
Right.
which tends to be, again, a sort of cannibalistic cycle within
Absolutely.
the academia where they just take in their own people. So what ends up happening is these positions in the colleges and universities become incredibly competitive. And so the students who come in are not only brainwashed, usually, especially at young ages, to believe whatever they're told, but they're also forced to conform to whatever the bureaucracy says in order to land the position in tenureship. So not only is it incredibly competitive, but they're very much susceptible to a groupthink, especially when 99% of most universities in the United States, big universities, private and public, are run by like far left to far left, 99% of the time.
Of course.
Many colleges. So what happens, it becomes a perverse cycle where people become essentially, yes, but they will do whatever you say, and no one speaks up. There's no more discernment. There's no more right and wrong. It's about what is the powers that be tell us to do, and let's do it.
Yeah. Well, I think it's a general degradation of a masculine character to let the church, especially, I mean, let's just use the Methodist Church as an example. The Methodist Church has been totally overrun with feminists. They support abortion, they support the gays, they support so many things that just do not align with the long-sighted functionality of society. I mean, that's all I can say. This is no longer a left or right thing. This is based on how we can keep people functioning and reproducing and, generally happy-gory. Like, that's not happening anymore. Like, everything's lost. Like, and I don't know what, even Donald Trump in 2024 is not going to change this mindset. I think COVID, post-COVID is a huge mindset that people don't talk about. Like, even us talking on a panel right now, like this whole idea of virtual panels, I love it. I think again, as everyone knows me for my branding, for my stream, I love like the nuclear bomb. I love the nuclear bomb because there was a lot of great things that came out of it, and there was a lot of destruction that came out of it. Same thing with COVID. Like, there was a lot of bad things that came out of it. There was a lot of cool things about like virtual communication between people, between people that would never ever talk to. And for me to realize like, oh, cool, like I'm gonna get a good camera and get a little light so I can have my own little TV show. So these things are interesting. To me, I think there's always good with bad. It's just the way it fucking is. But to call out things, to kind of navigate culture, like if no one's navigating culture and saying what's right from wrong, then we have problems. Okay. And how you dictate authority on who has policy over what's right and wrong, I think you have to make it attractive by living by example. This is where the reality of sin comes into play.
True.
You want to be walking down the beach on a nice sunset, you want to be just chilling with your girl or by yourself or whatever, you want to have a clean slate in your mind, not dealing with debt, not dealing with lies, not dealing with cheating, not dealing with anything. You just want to walk down the beach. Oh my God. Like these are things that are priceless. And this is Christianity. This is godliness. Like you don't want these things in kind of getting involved with your life. These little, things that alter your peacefulness. Right. At the end, we all just want peace in life. I think that's kind of the end gist. We just want to be, we just want to have peace. We want to have calm. We want to have yada, yada. But the reality is that if you're sinning and you're dealing with, and I don't disagree with shame. I think shame is not a bad thing. You shouldn't be doing certain things. You should be, everyone knows. Let's
Guilt
just
can be a healthy deterrent.
Yeah, I mean, let's be real with ourselves. Like, you
It's
do
like
something
fear of heights or
wrong.
something.
Yeah, and that depends on each person's kind of beliefs and everything. But for me, I can't get involved with what you guys are talking about. Like, I can't get. I would never get involved with rubbing tubs and prostitutes because because I know it's a dead end and it's gonna lead to just confusion and more misery. I don't know. What do you guys think?
No, I definitely agree with that.
But why do you continue to do it then?
Well, like I said, it's like you're dying every day,
I understand we do the things we don't want to do. Like, trust me, I do things I don't want to do, but
it's like what, Paul?
Yeah, of course.
You know
of
what
course.
Paul
Saul turned Paul. Yeah.
That's right.
No, dude, I know about the Bible back and front. Yeah.
Paul
I won't talk about it, but
Paul says, I die every day.
Yeah, I mean,
he also says, I do things I know I shouldn't do.
Yeah. No, he was a real one. I mean, I think he was had a real testimony for kind of resonating with the general public about kind of the things he deals with. And a lot of the Bible doesn't deal with that. A lot of the apostles.
It has the ultimate redemption arc. That's what people relate to.
Sure.
Want to be redeemed.
Sure.
They want to feel they can't be redeemed.
Yeah, and I think a really cultural relevant person right now is Fresh.
That fit and fresh, whatever. He should have used protection. That was his mistake.
Well, even protection involved, it was not a moral decision. It wasn't a moral.
True. Maybe this will wake him up.
And I have no. And again, like, everyone's coming out. It's funny how most of my left friends, most of my liberal friends, come out at him, attacking him. Oh, he's toast. Oh, his message doesn't mean anything anymore. Oh, yada yada. I'm like, okay, well, I fucked up in my own life dealing with this kind of a similar situation, and I learned a lot from it. So I don't know. It's just the whole judgment upon another man. I mean, none of this would have ever happened.
Yeah, they wait for those to make a mistake.
We're gonna fuck up.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, I can tell you from my own experiences in life, I was completely devout, and I was completely committed to remaining. What was it? Not dating until
monogamous.
All this, stay monogamous.
You're dedicated to her.
Yeah. So I mean, I didn't even want to entertain the thought of dating unless it was with the intent of marrying. And I wanted to have a job, career, to make sure I could support family and all this stuff. So I had that idea,
Sure.
And I took that earnestness. But you know what? But we're human, and we fail. And so, like, I was I was good on that. I had a relationship. I had sex till I was like, 30s, literally.
Damn.
I lived the life. I walked it every day. But then things happened. I lost people in my life, and that was when I died. And so, we die, and that's what happens. Don't go to that same route. It's not a good. It doesn't lead to happiness, satisfaction. It leads to just death and more
No.
death.
Everyone's told us that, though. Isn't that the crazy thing? Like all the people that I looked up to, or that I do look up to, they tell me, they're like, even in writing or even just telling me, it's like, that's not the end goal. To me, it's an infinitely saturating pleasure, right? I mean, women, we'll just talk about that.
Yeah.
Like, you're like, one woman will never saturate a man completely.
You mean satiate? Like,
Yes, satiate.
Yeah, satiate.
Not satiate.
But
yeah.
is that what they say? Like, as if one woman isn't enough?
I don't know if the
I'll tell you.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to say, innumerable women don't satisfy either. There's no number of women that's enough. Like, I have.
No,
enough women.
it's not about the women. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm understanding. Like, even Dan Bilzerian, what's it?
Oh yeah,
I
remember that guy, Dan Bilzerian or something like that.
Here, I'm not going to pull it up right now, but he even had a video segment of him recently realizing, like, yeah, I could have 1,000 bitches. It ain't going to change nothing. And there was the basis for big band Duff McKagan. Anyways, Duff McKagan was the bassist, and he has a big quote, and he's like talking on an interview with who's that Jew guy from New York, big talk show guy. Anyways, he was saying, he's like, yeah, all the women in my life, like all the women, like they became boring. I was like, we get off the plane, we got women. I'm fucking pussy. I'm bored. Everywhere we go, women, bored. Everywhere we go, bored. And the radio host could not understand that. He really couldn't understand that. And it was crazy because I gotta pull up his name.
Dan Bilzerian?
No.
Oh, this
No, the radio. Howard Stern.
Oh yeah, Howard Stern.
Howard Stern could not grasp the idea of hopping off a plane and fucking some girl and being like, okay, like, I'm tired. Like, we've been touring all day. Like, it was funny because he kept pushing in the interview to be like, oh, like, bro, you're fucking women and Playboy models left and right. It's like, yeah, okay, Playboy pussy. Had it for, months, had it for years. Okay, now what? Like, every great person that's known and has gone through this is like, that's not it. That's not the ticket. It's a nice little ticket. Even as I was saying, Dan Bilzerian had some very recent videos talking about how he's like, yeah, it's not the ticket. And it's funny because there's so much of the manosphere and so much of just culture and advertising is so much geared towards getting that,
Yeah, that's true.
But
I tell you, it is a good thing to want to be in a relationship, to desire companionship, but at the same time, it's tough, I think, for a lot of people to find not just the right one, but also to know what a relationship is meant for, right? Like to me, growing up throughout all my life, a relationship, the purpose of a relationship with a woman was to have a family, right? To have children.
Mhm. Sure.
And so we develop these bonds, we develop these connections so that we're willing to grow together and to raise human beings for years, right? For decades. And that's a huge thing to ask. And so a lot of people just don't want to deal with that. They just want the sort of gratifying aspects of relationship, which is the sex, right?
Yeah.
Or maybe the cuddling or something, right? The girlfriend experience, so to speak. But it's
Yeah.
hollow. I've had it. I've paid for it. It's hollow.
No, there's I'm telling you, there's a general idea of just like sensory satisfaction, like quick impulse satisfaction based on impulse or whatever is like an underlying problem. I don't know. I mean, are people talking about this? Like this idea of getting some feedback response quickly that's
What do you mean
positive.
feedback response?
Like a feedback response, like so
social
typically
media?
back in the day, I'll just put it back in the terms of, you would maybe meet at a local bar and, everyone lived around and you would create camaraderie and bonding through a kind of natural way of humanity, natural bonding. But now the bonding that's what it is. I think it's the bonding between, like, okay, let's just use you and me as an example, bro. Like, Fusu, who are you? I don't know who you are. Like,
True,
I love
true.
talking with you. Like, I think you got a great head on your shoulders, and like, I definitely invite you to future, streams and everything. Like, I don't know who you are. Where do you live? And you don't got to disclose that and everything, but that's
Sure.
fine. It's just change. Like everything's changing in a way. And I think maybe I'm different because I can hear the way you talk and I can hear the way you see things that I know that I would want, you in the thing. But
Sure.
like back in the day, sorry, not back in the day, but just, um, the bonds are very ephemeral and very artificial these days. Say that much.
Definitely artificial. Yeah, for sure. Because you have to understand there's not much at stake. If you're in person with someone that you go to their house or that they know your friends, there's a lot more consequences and implications to that relationship. And the way that you keep that relationship and the way that you nurture that relationship, whether it be platonic, whether it be interpersonal, that type of relationship will have consequences should it erode, right? The modern social media landscape allows you to disconnect from people with very little to no perceived ramifications.
Yeah,
And that is why
it's so true.
That is why the quality of our connections online are less, in my opinion, and thus we cannot hope logically to glean as much from it as we used to through, again, personal connections and relationships from people we know. Because if we're relying on, and this is another thing that I think people don't realize, we have a limit to the number of friendships we can have at one time. I forgot what the name is. This is another study from academia, but this notion that we have like millions of followers, it's kind of bullshit. Or friends, I should say, or whatever.
Right. We can only facilitate so much.
Exactly. Yeah. There's only so many. I don't know if it was like 200 something or 500, but there was some number that they calculated based on a bunch of criterias, right, properties. But basically, the notion is still, generally speaking, that we don't have much sort of cognitive capacity or energy to carry on relationships, like a legitimate relationship, not just a connection or an acquaintance, but an actual friendship with a certain number of people, right? That's very limited. So we're finite human beings, right? We have finite energy, finite cognitive capabilities. So what happens is that I feel like social media not only has lessened the quality of the interactions and relationships, but it's also inundated it with over like sort of with more numbers of quote friends or connections than we actually have. See what I'm saying? So we can't possibly have more than say a few hundred or so and actually be friends with them. So we've sort of accepted this notion that relationships are meant to be this quality when it isn't. And so it's eroded our very sense of connection and human connection, right? And that's what I'm really curious of how the future generations, especially the young generation, as they start to develop more online bonds than in-person bonds, which seems to be happening, how that's going to have an effect on their on their mental health, right? And how their sort of perspective on the world and friendships and relationships. Because not only are they basically being inundated with low quality connections, but they lack some of the necessary skills from what we as older generations from decades past had to develop when we were young by interpersonal relationships that, like I mentioned, by having to nurture them, right, and keep them because of the ramifications. Today, I'm genuinely worried about the psychosis that's going to happen to children as they begin to develop.
So there's going to be a problem between, these new generations coming up developing actual real world relationships, because I'm fortunate to remember before the internet was around, and I'm fortunate to kind of see Facebook develop, and the whole. I was fortunate during COVID where I didn't have to do any multimedia or Zoom meetings or anything. I just went to my job and everything was fine. But now, I mean, this is fascinating. You bring up so many good points, Thusu, that, I mean, interactions are definitely going to change. Well, they're already changing right now. Let's not be ignorant. Like, it's not a matter of the future. It's already dealing with right now. That's why it's the whole like bonding, para bonding, and I mean, what's even oxytocin anymore? I mean, is oxytocin a part of relationships anymore? How is that gonna affect para bonding and families and yeah, and at the same time, I'm gonna wrap this up with my last take because I gotta take it to the hay here. Gotta hit the hay. But I'll dude, it's so cool. Well, I mean, if you don't mind me asking, have some few takes on whatever I said, but also I'd like to hear where you came from because I'm looking to build this shit. Let's go.
To be honest, I come from nowhere. I keep everything essentially anonymous, and
Fair
I
enough.
just
Let's
like
go.
to listen. Yeah, I do enjoy these types of discussions just because I like to hear other people's perspectives. Obviously, I have my own beliefs and I have my own thoughts, but I love hearing other people's, sort of challenging my own or others.
Yeah. Same here. I'm not.
The truth is, being anonymous allows me to be more honest as well.
Yeah, no, I don't knock that. I don't knock that at all. I kind of had a moment of clarity where I realized if you're not on the internet transparently, then you're going to be left behind. As far as like a brand and doing kind of shows like this, I want to start something and facilitate something to where we have discussions like I had with you.
That'd be awesome. Yeah, having
Yeah.
having a place
So
where people talk openly like this is great.
yeah, and I love it, and I'm kind of new to it, and I love it and everything. But cool, man. Well, on that note, I'm gonna see. I gotta see before. I'm gonna try and roll out with a video that I made. Let's see here. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna roll with the video. Hey, Thulsu, call back, bro. I'll go live probably probably tomorrow night. And we can just pop off more, talk more about. I'm definitely gonna hit with a lot of different new topics. So yeah, man, stay tuned, bro. That's cool, man. It was really cool having you. I love talking with you, man.
Hey, you
It's
too.
awesome.
Appreciate it. All right, I'll see you guys later. Bye.
For sure, bro. Peace.